All right, it is 7 o'clock, and I will call this meeting to order. We are returning from closed session with no reportable items, and we will start with the roll call. Janet?
Councilmember Trupiano.
Here.
Councilmember Tillman.
Here.
Councilmember Cloven.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Diaz.
Yes.
Mayor Juan.
I am here, and in accordance with AB 2449, Councilmember Trupiano is participating remotely. She is on the screen. And with that, we will...
And I'm out due to a contagious illness.
Yes. Okay, so next is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
All right. First item is public comment on non-agenda items. If there's anything that anyone would like to comment on that is not on the agenda, now is the time. I do have one speaker card. If there's anyone else, feel free to fill out a speaker card or raise your hand, and we will get to you. First up is Mr. Otpol.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Bassam Altwar, El Molino Drive. A few days ago, Mr. Mayor, you went in social media and made a statement that the car show is city-sponsored car show, and even after you saw the payments from the time before, and this statement is simply not right, semi-truths. And I have here two permits. I'm going to give them to the city this time. A permit that the city did for the car show, and a permit that Citizen Diaz did for the car show. The city permit is submitted by the city clerk, and it did not get any internal review like the chief of police, the maintenance department, the community development director, and the city manager. However, Mr. Diaz's car show had to go through all that, which he had the signature of the chief of police, the signature of the maintenance department, the signature of the community development director, and the city manager's signature. Those are the differences. Mr. Diaz's car show is not city-sponsored, and I will ask the honest member of this city council to investigate that. However, I have few questions. Did Mr. Diaz present to the city council to obtain his permit to get the car show? And who gave the go-ahead to get that permit? From the city council. What happened to the donations that you collect during the car show? Where did that money go? Also, I will find out via FOIA. I mean, you could guys do whatever you want. I'm going to follow this until. Did you file for insurance? And what happened to the money from the sponsorship? I'll give you two sponsors. One of them is a lumber company, and the other one is a trash company. Where is that money? Did you give that money back to the city? And another thing is, by the way, Mr. Diaz's car show is from 2018 to currently four shows a year. Before that, the city had from 2015 to 2017, and from 2012 to 2014 was skips. There's a car show next week. And from my FOIA, I didn't get any permit for the car show next week. There's no paper show for the car show next week. Who's doing the car show next week, and why? And where's that money goes? Thank you.
Actually, the pulling permits was an oversight, and we're going to discontinue that practice for city-sponsored events. Okay, next, does anyone else have any public comment on non-agenda items? Janet?
Mayor Juan, I have a few hands up in Zoom. So the first hand I'm going to promote is Rosie. Rosie, as you're promoted to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Council. Rosie Sraka here from Peacock Creek. I just wanted to say what a beautiful and successful second annual Pride Parade we had this last Sunday. This couldn't have happened without our committee members, our sponsors, over 50 Day of volunteers headed up by Rachel Levy, and especially to our little town and neighboring communities for coming out and supporting the LGBTQ plus community. I can't pass up the chance to thank our downtown restaurants, including Moressi's, Groveside Bistro, La Veranda, and the Clayton Club. They opened early and offered Pride-themed menus and specialty drinks. Scipollini's and some of the others held dine and donate events, with part of the proceeds benefiting Clayton Pride. A special thanks to Clayton City Council members Holly Tillman and Peter Cloven. Both worked as Pride committee members and marched in the parade representing Clayton. Also marching and representing Clayton were City Manager Brett Prebula and Planning Commissioners Ed Miller and Justin Cesserin. I hope I said your names right. Anyway, you all looked fabulous in your gussied up cars, and thank you to the persons who loaned us those. We are grateful for the dignitaries from neighboring cities who came out to march and support. We had Kevin Wilk representing Walnut Creek, Vice Mayor of Concord Edie Bursan, and Concord City Council members Laura Nakamura and Carlin Obringer. Oakley City Council member Shannon Shaw joined us, as did our keynote speaker and County Supervisor Ken Carlson. Both Mr. Carlson and Clayton Pride's President Terry Denslow gave very passionate speeches. We were honored to have C.W. Wolf as our Master of Ceremony again. We had 54 groups marching, totaling around 600 people and 31 booths in the Grove. There was a Sunday worship service prior to the festivities. I believe 3 or 4 of the churches who supported us came together for this. There was only one ugly incident early in the day in which a resident drove through the closed road barrier to get to the Blue Store. So thank you to Sergeant Shaw, I see you there in the audience, for escorting him out. We appreciate it. There are so many individuals to thank, groups and individuals, that I'd be here all night. So please visit our webpage at claytonpride.com and see our list of participants and sponsors. And photos should be up shortly as well. Folks are already looking forward to our 3rd annual parade. I only hope that a new fee schedule doesn't price us out of holding this beautiful event next year, or for that matter, for anyone else holding their events. The VFW already had to move their ceremony to the Grove from the Flag due to fees. The barbecue cook-off was canceled due to uncertainty. How much will the Garden Club have to pay now for selling their plants in the Endeavor parking lot? And what about families who want to reserve parts of the Grove for parties? Is everybody going to be priced out of this? Please, for once, do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Terry. Terry, as you're promoted to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Janet. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I will touch on Pride, but first I wanted to add a couple of items on what Bassam talked about and make a correction to Mayor Wan's statement. The car show and the concerts, both which are now calling themselves city-sponsored events, had historically, and this is, we have all of this documentation through a Freedom of Information Act, but have historically asked for fee waivers. If they were city-sponsored events, as you know, Mayor Wan, they would not have needed to ask for fee waivers. And former Mayor, Councilmember Diaz, was adamant a couple of years ago that the concerts was a private event. They've always been privately funded, and they've always been kind of privately organized and use the city as a fiscal sponsor. And that's as previous council members have explained to me and the previous city manager, that's why they were asking for fee waivers. Now that aside, jumping forward to Pride, Rosie summarized it well, but one point I did want to make note of is thanking both Holly and Peter for their continued support in the parade, not only marching the parade, but being a part of the planning of the parade. The invitation is always welcome to the other 3 members. I know all 3 of you had conflicts on the day of, but the invitation has always been open for you to participate in our planning, to even have a conversation with myself or others on the committee about the importance of this to the community. As Rosie mentioned, I did give a speech, and I did note in my speech that we only had 2 of the 5 council members there at the parade and that we were concerned that what feels like penalizing fees will be brought forward and potentially make future events not possible. I've put that speech on my Facebook account. I know most of you are friends with me and it's public, so you can search it and you can listen to it yourself. You will notice that when I made that comment, somebody from the audience yelled F word, Jim Diaz. So please know that your lack of visible support is being noticed by the community, and it means a lot to our children. I had more conversations than I could count with folks talking about how important it was to them to see the support of Holly and Peter there and how saddened they were not to see the rest of the council. And I had more than a few conversations about why did we have more Concord council members than we did Clayton council members showing visible support. So I please encourage you guys to reach out to myself and other community members. We would love to have your support in the future.
Our next speaker is Amy. Amy, as I promote you to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Amy Heinstreich, and I'm the co-founder and partner at Wildcat Consulting. I have documented a correspondence with the City of Clayton Business License Division regarding this latest renewed fervent effort, I think, to nickel and dime small businesses here in the City of Clayton. So I forwarded 3 messages in my journey to try to understand my business license and if I needed to renew with the City of Clayton since Wildcat Consulting became an LLC in 2020. First of all, I would also like to align my comments with the prior speakers because Wildcat Consulting is a very proud sponsor of Clayton Pride for the past 2 years, and we are a great community asset, I believe. In 2020, we had just become an LLC, and they told me via email that I needed to renew. I sent an email back and asked them if that was needed since I became an LLC and was paying the $800+ to the state of California Secretary of State for my LLC license, and I did not receive a response. Second, in 2021, they sent another renewal request, and again, I referenced the prior correspondence and requested an answer, but no one got back to me. I have no record of any correspondence whatsoever in 2022. I should note that in no part of any of these correspondences did anyone say that I was taking on penalties and fees. It was just whether or not I needed to renew, and most certainly nobody told me the amount of the penalty and the fee. Again, I have no record of any correspondence for 2022. Finally, in this year of April of 2023, they sent me another notification, and I simply assumed that I did not need the City of Clayton business license renewal because I didn't have it for the past 3 years, so why now? As you will see, the response was in a written letter that was mailed to me where they demanded that I pay them $2,225.80. I immediately called the City of Clayton and I spoke with Patrick. He said that he believed that even though Wildcat Consulting was an LLC and had paid money to the state of California Secretary of State for our business license, I should pay the City of Clayton too, but he wasn't sure, so he asked me to hold on for someone who knew more than he did. After some waiting, he put Jennifer Gant Valley on the phone, and she immediately launched into the gross receipts tax versus the professional tax license. She did not identify herself. The way she was talking, it made me think that Patrick had not told her anything about my situation or the number of years I was trying to figure out if I needed a city business license or not. I asked her to tell me her first and last name and then told her the whole story. It seemed as if she didn't listen to me, and she just told me that yes, I did need a city business license, and then she began to calculate if it was more economical for me to transition to a gross receipts tax. It is not my fault that I did not pay. I would like a reconsideration of this fine and fee. Please consider small businesses. Thank you.
Perhaps you could follow up offline.
Yeah, I think, can I make a general statement? You know, business licenses, it's a very interesting and complex situation in many cities. And so, you know, we continue to look at the program, and I will follow up with this specific citizen. You know, I will tell you, part of, I think, the issue is the transition of a few key vacancies throughout some of the few weeks that have not added to this. So, you know, as I fill those roles, I think we'll be able to have a level of consistency, clarity, and information to the community and small businesses about business licenses at Broad that will maybe help the conversation in the future.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that I had a similar experience as a business owner in Clayton and received a similar delinquency letter for my company, and I paid an amount that was substantially higher than last year, not knowing that there were fines associated because I hadn't received the first notice either. So it is an issue that I'm aware of, and I just want to let the small businesses understand that we are taking care of it and we'll be much better next year.
Janet, do we have anyone else with their hands raised?
Mayor Juan, I do not have any other hands raised on this item.
All right, then I will close public comment and move on to the consent calendar.
Before you do that, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment I'd like to make and a presentation relative to the Clayton Classic Car Shows.
Okay. Is this part of are we doing this part of public comment?
Individual copies for you and Ms. Tillman. There seemed to be a lot of discussion at the last city council meeting by one of our council members and members of the public relative to the validity and how the car show started. I present now a abridged history of the car shows, which began on June 2nd, or were approved on June 2nd of 2015. In there are first the minutes of the meeting of the city council wherein the car shows were approved as a
Point of
city
order,
event.
Mayor. This is not on the agenda, and the public has not seen what you just handed to us.
May
And
I continue, please?
No, point of order.
Hold on a moment. What were you going to say?
The public has not seen what he just handed us, and I think that they would want to see this in advance, which is why we're supposed to present things on the agenda so that they can have time to review it. And I think as such, this should be put on the next meeting, not discussed right now.
And that's exactly what I wanted when I asked for it.
I
was
think,
for this to be discussed. And, is to be put on the agenda, please.
I think as part of public comment on non-agenda items, it's probably not the right place, but perhaps in your council report at the
I
end
will
of the
do
meeting.
that, but I want to make sure that people recognize that this was officially started back in 2015 when Mayor Geller and the city council had dialogue and approved it. And then to finish up, and I will end that, because I'll be happy to play your recording of your comments at the city council where
Point
you had
of
no
order,
idea.
Mayor.
I think
All right?
in the,
And I will bring that up at the end of time.
Point
my
of order.
report. Thank you.
sure. It does seem like this is an activity that you've done in the past since our last meeting, and it would be more appropriate in council reports.
I will do it as a council report. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could make a small comment just broadly, that might help, if you're okay? You know, I want to let, you know, council, we talked about this a little bit in the community, know, you know, I think the transition in a lot of leadership positions in my role specifically over the last few years has not allowed a broad sense of policy updates to happen that provide a level of clarity for a lot of things, one being business licenses, another being special events. And I think just so the community hears this, you know, irregardless of specific events and what we believe may or may not right now be community events, city-sponsored community events, my office is going to bring to council in the fall a special events policy, which will very clearly articulate what council-approved special events are, how an event gets on to become a city-sponsored event, how an event comes off to become a city-sponsored event. And I think that level of policy development will provide a lot of clarity, which will allow us to really move forward on this issue holistically as a community. And I think, you know, I think that's a really good path for us to look towards, separate and distinct if we can, very specific issues about right now what may or may not be. I think that clarity and conversation, if we could just as a community hold to that point, I think would really provide us a semblance of moving forward that could be beneficial to all of us.
I also reiterate my request to give this presentation under my council report.
Okay, so I think we will move, we were on the consent calendar, and, say again? Yes, we did. I believe we closed public comment. So I will move to the consent calendar, and if this is item 7, if there's anything that, is there any item that anyone would like to pull from the consent calendar?
I just wanted to pull item C. I have a question about item C.
Okay. Any other items to pull from the consent calendar? Nope. Okay. We can discuss item C now and then wrap up everything together. I think that would be appropriate. Councilmember Trupiano?
Okay.
The
And I
floor is
realize I'm on
yours.
a little bit of a delay, but I did speak with our city manager about this briefly this morning. And I don't know if we quite have an answer yet, but in item C, the Contra Costa County Transportation Growth Management Program checklist, I understand the checklist, but it also references an amount of $220,000 coming back to us in local street maintenance funds this year through Measure J. And I just want to know two things about this. Are those funds indeed coming back this fiscal year, which of course would be the end of this month? And are they, is that additional revenue for our bottom line, or is it to cover previous costs for this program? And Brett, I don't know if you found anything more out since I talked to you about this morning.
Yeah, so I got a slight bit of clarification. Community Development Director is on a well-deserved vacation with her family. But it will be funding that will come to the city, estimated to hit this year. We haven't programmed it yet. I mean, it will offset some costs related to administering the program, but any costs that aren't used related to the funding that we receive that's projected at $220,000 would fall into fund balance and essentially would be part of future discussions on, available funds to be used for projects with the city council moving forward. So funds aren't lost if we don't use them in that timely fashion. But because we're receiving them so late, it's covering a little bit of cost, but it's also additional kind of return to sender, I'll call it, funds that we'll receive that we would be able to use in program in the future.
Okay, terrific. So that's potentially $220,000 and maybe slightly less after some costs are offset. Okay.
Correct, yeah. Yep.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Then with that, I would entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion by
I'll second it.
Councilmember Cloven, second by Councilmember or Vice Mayor Diaz. Janet, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Trupiano?
Yes.
Councilmember Tillman?
Aye.
Councilmember Cloven?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Diaz?
Yes.
Mayor Juan?
Aye. And with that, we move on to item 8, recognitions and presentations. The first item A here is informational only. This is recognizing Portuguese Heritage Month, LGBTQI plus Pride Month, and Juneteenth. There is also a proclamation here declaring June 13th as GFWC Clayton Valley Women's Club Day, whereas the Clayton Valley Women's Club was organized in 1973, has committed 50 years of service to our community, is affiliated with the General Federation of Women's Club International, an organization dedicated to enhancing the lives of others through volunteer service. And whereas the GFWC Clayton Valley Women's Club is a service club that has dedicated countless hours volunteering and raising funds to the benefit of the communities of Clayton and Concord. And whereas the Women's Club has donated the Centennial Quilt, which hangs in Ware Hall right in front of us. And whereas the Women's Club has donated over $100,000 in scholarships to graduates from the Clayton Valley High School and Diablo Valley College, I, Mayor Jeff Wan, Mayor, City of Clayton, on behalf of the Clayton City Council, do declare June 13th as the GFWC Clayton Valley Women's Club Day in celebration, recognition, honor of their 50-year commitment to our community. And I believe Ms. Isbau is here to receive this presentation. Thank you very much. If you would like to say something, that would be great.
Thank you to the City of Clayton. It's, I guess I'm short. Thank you to the City of Clayton. It's been a wonderful 50 years. I've only been part of it for the last 10, but I've actually have a member with me, Dee, whose name is on the quilt, and she's been with the club since it was founded. We're very proud of the club, and we're very proud of the support that the City of Clayton has given us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is item B, and this is a presentation from our fire chief, Chief Bouchard. You are correct, I did not. I'm not sure what order to do this in. Do you have a recommendation? I don't think we took public comment on the consent calendar.
I would just suggest opening it up and then allowing anyone who'd like to speak, and to the extent you need to revote, you could.
Okay. Chief Bouchard, if you would indulge us for one moment while I reopen public comment on the consent calendar. If there's anyone that would like to make a public comment on the consent calendar, I neglected to do public comment. So if anyone in the room would like to do that, or anyone online on the consent calendar.
I have one hand raised. Scott, as I promote you to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
all right,
please go ahead.
I hope this is okay. I actually had my hand raised during the initial public comment and didn't get called on. I don't know what happened there, so this is not a public comment on the consent calendar. I just want to give you all a heads up. But I did have my hand raised during public comment. So I appreciate the time, and I really just wanted to thank the City of Clayton for what went down on Sunday. It was a beautiful Pride Parade. I wanted to give a special shout out to council members Tillman and Cloven. They did such a wonderful job, not only marching with us, but helping to get cars. I mean, being part of the integral planning team, just really filling in at the last minute, really giving some leadership to the effort. We had so much leadership demonstrated by the police, by other members of the committee, by local businesses, as Rosie illustrated, by so many people in the community. It's important for our children to see that kind of leadership, especially when we talk to so many of them that don't feel particularly safe in Clayton. And so to see the smiles on their faces on Sunday and to watch local leaders from all over the Bay Area was wonderful. But like Terry said, we kept getting asked, where are your guys? Where's Clayton? You know, I'm gonna play a quick video here for you guys. This Jeff, when you were a candidate, you had thoughts on a potential Pride Parade, very strong thoughts. So I want the community to hear your thoughts at that time. Give me a second here.
What I feel is missing from our town events is cultural
This is you being
diversity
asked about it.
the diverse populations that make up our community. We have surrounding communities such as Concord and Antioch who embrace the LGBTQ community in different ways, and it would be a step towards creating inviting spaces and visibility for the LGBTQ community if the City of Clayton made the decision to participate in the larger social justice project being waged across the globe. With that said, I would like to know from the council candidates how they feel about embracing a gay pride celebration for an annual event.
I would be completely supportive. If there were a desire, I would march with them. I believe in embracing everyone, no matter what their background or beliefs. To me, it's not even a question. I think that if anyone of any of any background wants to hold an event here, I would welcome it and I would join them.
Well, Jeff, you haven't joined us in the first couple of years. I understand you had family obligations this time. We all have obligations. I'm not asking you to take time away from your family. What I'm saying is there are many ways to offer support. You don't have to march if you can't make it on the day of. You can reach out to us. You can donate. You can do all kinds of things. Thank you to the council members, Tillman and Cloven. You've been very special to this effort.
Do we have any other public comment on the consent calendar?
Mayor Juan, I do not have any hands raised on this item.
All right, let's close public comment. And Chief Bouchard, you are up. Sorry for the delay. I believe you have a presentation as well.
I'm hoping you have, there we go.
We have a presentation.
So far, so good.
All right.
All right, well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Louis Brochard, and I am your fire chief. It's an honor to be here. It's been a really long time since I've addressed the City Council of Clayton, and all new faces for me on the City Council since the last time I was here. So tonight, just wanted to give everybody an orientation to the district and also an update on the happenings in your fire district and some specific information on some data relevant to what's going on in Clayton as well. So I don't know on that presentation if it can, yeah.
We're working on what we can do. Give us a sec. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. Those are my notes up there, so I have to be able to see it. Oh, well, most of it is to memory, and then I'm also realizing that these bifocals don't really work as advertised. We obviously are your fire department. We are a fire protection district. We cover now 12 cities. The latest addition to Contra Costa County Fire is the city of Pinole, which is the only city that we cover under contract. Every other city is in a very traditional overlay by the district, and it's not a contractual relationship. The other major thing that we do as a fire district is we actually are the emergency ambulance operator for the majority of the county. So with the exception of Moraga, Orinda, and the San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District, we provide all of the 911 ambulance services, including Richmond and all the different communities on the I-80 corridor. We are one of the larger fire districts in the state. We are probably the 13th or 14th largest fire agency in the state of California. And we are an all hazards fire protection district. So we cover everything from fire and rescue, but also to first responder EMS, emergency medical services, as well as I mentioned, the ambulance service. We are in the throes of entering into a delayed start, thankfully, to fire season, and we have a very robust wildland fire program, both on the prevention side and on the response side. So we pretty much do it all, the gamut of what you can consider when you call 911 for fire, rescue, EMS, or any other related emergency. It's typically handled directly by us. If we could go to the next slide. So we grew through an annexation of the East Contra Costa Fire District. We are coming up on our 12th month. July 1st is our anniversary, and that has gone very well. So realistically, that actually added the Morgan Territory area, which is just on the other side of the city limits, into our fire district, whereas before our fire district stopped at your city limits. In March, we operationalized a contract to provide all aspects of fire, EMS, fire prevention and administration to the city of Pinole. And so that is well underway as well. We currently have about 550 staff members, the majority of which are engaged directly in emergency response services. And then through our contract with AMR, who actually staffs our ambulances, there's another roughly 400 personnel that serve not just Clayton, but the rest of the Fire Protection District. So if we could go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, what's new is the almost the one-year anniversary of our annexation with East Contra Costa Fire, as well as the expansion and contracting with the city of Pinole. With Measure X, as of a little over 12 months ago, our hand crew, which is a 16-person hand crew that is staffed 7 days a week during fire season, that is a new addition and a very welcomed addition. They work a lot on projects during the winter months, and then during the summer months, obviously they're doing a lot of training, but they do some project work in the morning, and then typically as the day heats up, they end up inevitably on fire responses to support the fire engines and so forth out there. We do have several programs available to not just cities, but also Firewise communities, neighborhoods, streets, and even individuals that are part of the Measure X funding that was given to the Fire District by the Board of Supervisors. These include assistance to set up Firewise communities, community chipping days, as well as we're finalizing the implementation of some defensible space dollars for residents, as well as dollars to reimburse residents for the installation of certain home hardening elements and retrofits. And that'll be important due to some things that I'll talk about here in a little bit. Last year, we were successful in reopening in early August, Station 4 in the unincorporated area of Walnut Creek. That was one of the last stations that had been shuttered during the Great Recession by the Fire District. Also a brand new Station 86 in Bay Point, and then Station 95 way out on the east side about 12 months ago, June, actually right before annexation, we opened up that station out in Oakley. We do have 3 new stations that are in various phases of planning and development, and looking forward to hopefully getting those online as quickly as possible, which means roughly 3 years given the time it takes to plan, design, and build a fire station. We have been very successful in getting grants. We will have a new resource available throughout the fire district. It's a 4-person rescue company. This is for technical rescues, for high-angle rescues, for trench rescues and things of that nature. That's something that we haven't had, but through a 3-year grant with FEMA, we will staff that on or about July 1st. And everybody loves seeing canines. We actually have 2 canines. We have a search and rescue dog, Bonus is his name, that we've had for a little over a year, that's part of the Oakland-based Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 4. And then Baxter just came to us around the holidays, and Baxter is an arson dog and an accelerant detection dog. So those, they look like twins to me, but they're definitely not. But those have been a welcome addition to the family. And if we could go to the next slide. So this is a bit of a breakdown for you with regards to overall responses for calendar year 2022. The overwhelming majority of the number of responses that we have are EMS or rescue related. Thankfully, within the city of Clayton, there isn't a lot of fire activity. We had 4 residential structure fires within the city last year. Likely, I think only one of those was a significant fire. We don't have a lot of history of vegetation fires. Most of the fires that are vegetation related within the community, we would characterize them more as what we call exterior fires, very small. Sometimes they're isolated within planter areas or other areas of confined vegetation. However, you do have significant risk, and I have been on some fires here on the north end, I guess it'd be the southwest end of town that butts up to the state park. And so we'll talk a little bit about some of that risk. So you have Station 11, as you know. Here in Clayton, Station 11 is staffed with 3 people, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As always, at least one of those is a paramedic. We also staff a Type 3 wildland fire engine out of Station 11. And Station 11 is also equipped with an all-terrain vehicle that we use to help us effectuate rescues, primarily in the open space like Mount Diablo. Next slide, please. So this is a bit of a breakdown about the ambulance-only responses. Years ago, feels like, in 2014, 2015, when we were basically competing for the contract to provide ambulance service, we were just sort of coming out of the Great Recession. And one of the questions that the fire chief at the time and I as the deputy chief always fielded was, why do we send a fire engine and an ambulance to every EMS call? And the reality was, back then, we didn't. AMR worked over here in their silo and were dispatched over here, and we were over here. So it was 2 systems working in parallel as opposed to what we have now, which is one consolidated system. So last year, for example, out of all the EMS calls within Clayton, 161 of those were tended to only by an ambulance, not by an ambulance and a fire engine. And essentially, the ambulance-only calls are the lower level, mostly non-emergency type calls where a 2-person ambulance crew can handle those. They can always ask for more assistance if they need it, but that's fairly typical for that type of a response. And it's helped us keep our engine companies in service as opposed to having them attend to every single EMS call. There is about 20% of our EMS calls where the fire engines and the ladder trucks don't need to go on. The ambulances tend to those by themselves. So next slide, please. So this is where I think it's really important to spend some time talking about the reality of the wildfire threat, not just for Contra Costa County, but also for the city of Clayton. Hopefully you're aware that the California Department of Forestry, otherwise known as CAL FIRE, has been instructed through legislation to provide new maps throughout the entirety of the state of California, whether it's San Francisco or whether it's Lake Tahoe and everything in between. So this is a big departure from a state agency that up to that point only mapped the unincorporated areas. So now they have finished phase 1 of this project, which is to map the unincorporated areas, or what you would consider to be state responsibility areas, or the nomenclature is SRA. That's the area that CAL FIRE is predominantly responsible for, which here, for the most part, is as soon as you leave the city limits along Marsh Creek Road, all of that is A, unincorporated, and B, declared to be state responsibility area. So the first map that they did was in 2007. And obviously a lot has changed since 2007, and technology has also improved. So around about the first of the year, they finished their mapping, and what you're seeing on that slide is the overall map for Contra Costa County and Alameda County. And you can see, and it'll show up a little bit better on the next slide, where Clayton resides in there. And you'll see that Clayton doesn't have a color because Clayton is within the city limits. It's what we call local responsibility area, or LRA. That's the brand new area that CAL FIRE is in the process of finalizing, and we think at the end of this year they will put those maps out for public comment. That is going to be a big deal for cities like Clayton. So within Contra Costa County, we have significant wildfire potential, ranging from the hills of El Sobrante all the way out to Brentwood and down to San Ramon and so many areas in between. So we're definitely not immune from wildfire. We've just, knock on wood, done a pretty good job of avoiding having any significant fires within the county. There are a couple of resources that I would definitely point people towards, and at the very, very end, the last slide, there'll be a QR code where if you have a phone, you should be able to pull it off of the screen, or if you're watching from home, you should be able to pull it off the screen. That'll take you to our website, and it'll give you access to a lot of these. But One of them is the Resident's Guide to Wildfire Preparedness and Evacuation. And we did that in concert with the Sheriff's Office, since there's a lot of really good information in there, not just about how to prepare your home, but also get yourself prepared for evacuation, which really is important. In the sort of bottom middle of that screenshot, you'll see a defensible space image of the house there, and it kind of shows the different zones. And there are different tools like that that are available on our website to sort of guide folks on how to prepare their home, how to provide defensible space around their home, and do everything they can to give themselves, their property, and us a chance at protecting their home. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is a little bit more of a zoomed in image of the city of Clayton. And for all intents and purposes, red is bad. So red is new in this particular map. That is the SRA unincorporated map given to us by CAL FIRE. The prior map was not as red. So they, for a variety of reasons, have increased the hazard rating around the city of Clayton. And if you're good at puzzles, what we're looking for is a roughly square puzzle piece to sort of fit in the middle there, and you can imagine that we're looking for a piece that has some red on it.
Do you think it stops right at our border?
You know, I don't think we're going to have that kind of luck. So that's really the question, is where does that red area, or what is called the very high fire hazard severity zone, where is that going to stop within the city limits of Clayton? And we just don't know yet, because that puzzle piece will not be unveiled to us by CAL FIRE until what we're hearing now is likely the end of the year. So some of the information that shows up on these maps to us is fairly intuitive, and in some cases it's not, and we will just have to wait and see where their experts have decided to draw the line, so to speak, on where that zone basically ends within the city of Clayton. But rest assured, the zone is probably not going to be straight in any way. So anywhere near those straight lines or those 90-degree angles is pretty much assured that that will be in the very high fire hazard severity zone, whereas up until this point, it had not been in that zone. There is a QR code that you can use to get to some maps. One map that I find interesting is there's an overlay map that CAL FIRE has provided where you can basically split your screen and move, basically scroll left or right, and essentially look at the old map and the new map back and forth, and you can see where the changes are, and you can drill down actually fairly close, almost to the street level, to see how the map has changed. So there is hazard, there is threat here. This is going to drive changes in general plans. This is going to drive changes in building construction. This is going to likely not help the homeowner's insurance issue. But this is happening not just here in Clayton. This is happening throughout the state. This is happening throughout Contra Costa County, where municipalities that, again, up until this point had not been on the map, are now squarely going to be categorized as very high fire hazard severity zones. So that is coming. We've had a few Zoom meetings with city managers and other folks in local government within the county just to keep everybody up to speed. The last one was a couple of months ago. So we'll probably do another one towards the end of summer as the SRA maps get finalized and any new information comes about these local responsibility maps. And if we can go to the next slide, please. A couple of years ago, we worked on some grant funding to put together a county-wide evacuation planning and implementation tool. It's called Zone Haven. And it actually has been tested in real time in Santa Cruz a couple of years ago, in Mendocino County. It is used in virtually every, if not every, Bay Area county, as well as many of the foothill counties around Sacramento. It is very commonplace. This is a tool that helps us plan for evacuations by putting portions of the county, really, in little zones. So in Clayton, there might be 10 evacuation zones. And what we can do is work with our law enforcement partners. Instead of putting a map out across the hood of a car and basically drawing where we want the evacuation zone to be, we can actually just pull up the map electronically and say, we need to put an evacuation order in place for Clayton Zone 1 and 3. That's it, go. And it's already loaded into the system. It works with the sheriff's community warning system. So the community warning system is the notification process, and it saves a lot of time. That's really what it's designed to do, is save us all valuable minutes in performing and deciding and implementing evacuation zones. I'll give a little plug for CWS, cwsalerts.com. If anybody in the audience or at home has not signed up for CWS Alerts, please do that. It's important. That's where you're going to get all of your information from us in the event of an evacuation. It's going to be pushed out through CWS Alerts, the countywide community warning system. And if we could go to the next slide. So I mentioned one of the tools that's on our website. These are more examples of documents and things that you can pull off of our website, some of which are oriented towards the somewhat seasonal fire threat, some of which are traditional. We obviously still have fires that start in homes, and the old adage of testing your smoke alarms twice a year, changing batteries, when you spring forward and fall back, as long as we keep doing that, change your batteries twice a year. If we stop doing that, we're going to have to come up with a whole nother scheme for this fire safety education. But a lot of the traditional issues of home fire safety still apply. And smoke alarms really do matter. I've been on a lot of fires where there's a difference between having a working smoke alarm and not. And it's a difference between tragedy and being able to get people out, or being able to get out yourself with the few minutes that you actually have in today's home environment, with all of the foam and everything else that's in our furnishings. So as always, the website is great for this type of information, so please visit often, cccfpd.org. And if we can go to the next slide, and that basically wraps it up. So this QR code should get you to our website, where again, there's lots of information on wildfire preparedness. That residence guide can be downloaded to a device, an iPhone, an iPad. It kind of turns into an electronic book, if you will, and gives you a lot of great detail on some things that you can do to create defensible space. We are working on getting Firewise communities up and going within the fire district. We have 3 or 4 already. That is, in essence, where like-minded individuals, usually on a street or cul-de-sac, or at least in a neighborhood, kind of join together and create a community of folks that are oriented towards increasing fire safety. There are grant dollars typically available for Firewise communities to hire contractors to do some work if necessary. We have some Measure X funding to work with Firewise communities, whether it be chipping days or other types of programs. If you're interested in following us, we have a very active social media presence, the Instagram page and Twitter, amongst others. And so there's always usually videos and still pictures of what's going on out there, as well as timely information about seasonal issues and just keeping yourself prepared and safe. So that concludes my presentation. I am happy to try and answer any questions that you may have.
Chief, I reflect back on when Station 11, due to economic conditions, was put on a partially operational day. And you were right at the side of Jeff Carmen when he was the chief there. And through, at the time, it was Lon Getch that was our liaison. We were able to get that moving forward and reopen. And since then, and you have taken over the department, I've been able to attend and every function, including the change in command over in Brentwood when you took over or merged with the East County Fire, and all of the new stations that you have reopened due to better financial situation at the county, and every graduation class since then. And I want to commend you and your leadership team there for rebuilding the bench so you have new firefighters ready to come in and fill in where others either retire or go out on disability. So it's been very interesting and very gratifying watching you take over and really move this department ahead. And I certainly, as one, at the time, we had a committee set up to make sure that our residents were served by Station 11, and we keep an eye on it all the time. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the support. I will say that it takes a team. It takes a really large team. It takes a very dedicated team. I am very thankful that we are in a position where many fire agencies are not. We are at full staff, and to be honest, we're actually over full staff. That will likely come down as we have two companies to open, one in Antioch and one in Bay Point here in the next 45 days. But there's been a tremendous amount of effort to get staffing levels back to where they should be so that we have an adequate number of resources, meaning people, to staff the stations, but also an adequate number of people to be able to send people home at the end of their shift as opposed to keep them for 4, 5, 6, 20 days, as some agencies unfortunately have to grapple with. So we do our best to stay ahead of that, and thankfully the current fiscal situation is sound, and we hope that that continues, obviously. But yeah, there's a lot of folks that do a lot of work every day to make this place as successful as it has been, and very thankful that as painful as it was, and I was here the night that we came to visit with the City Council and discuss the closure of Station 11, it was also a great day to reopen it, and I am going to do everything I can to make sure that we're in the plus column for as long as we possibly can be, and right now it seems like we're in a good spot, so I appreciate the support.
Thank you, Chief. I was just going to ask if there's anything that we can do aside from sharing the links that you gave and putting that out to the community for the alert system, et cetera. Is there anything else that we can do to assist you all?
I think spreading the word through as many channels as possible. You know, we have a certain reach within our social media channels, but I think you also have a reach. And frankly, if we get to the same folks together, that's great. But I know that you will be able to reach some people that we won't. So if there's the ability to pass out specific information, feel free to take whatever you want off the website and send it out in city newsletters or e-blasts and so forth. And then also, if there's something, if there's a question, if you think that there's something that we can help you with, don't be shy, ask us. If we don't have it, we have people that can probably create it. So if it has anything to do with medical or fire or just general, you know, safety or health type of things, we can work to create it if we don't have it, or go find it. But this is a partnership. One of the unique elements of a fire protection district, and throughout my 30-some-odd year career, I've worked for very, very tiny fire districts, and I've worked for now a very large fire district. But a fire protection district is unique. We have essentially one mission, which is, you know, fire and life safety, and also EMS and everything that goes into that. But we don't reside in any city halls. And so we do our very best to establish and maintain relationships with you as electeds, but then also Brett. Welcome, Brett, by the way. I think we have our first meeting tomorrow. Okay, all right. I'll make sure I won't be late. So the relationships are important because this is together. Even though we're not in City Hall like your police department or public works, we are here. We are your fire department. So the communication on the good, the bad, and otherwise is very important to us.
Mm-hmm. And then I just have one follow-up question regarding the Firewise communities. Is that something that we would just put out to our residents here, or do you actually have literature that we can go on the website to form one? How do we start that?
So there is information on the website, and there's some information about how to get one formed. I think it's no less than 5, but it may be 8, I think, properties, residents, if you will, that need to come together. We have 1 or 2 folks specifically within the Fire Prevention Bureau that can come out and help get those started.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one other, and I want to commend you also in combining AMR with the fire district. It makes an improvement in service. Question, back when we were looking at it, the number of medical calls outnumbered the number of fire calls. Is that still the case? And particularly here in Clayton, how many, what's the percent split?
Generally within the fire district, it's roughly 75 to 80% are going to be EMS related.
Yeah.
But the actual time on task is a little different. So the average EMS call lasts about 20 minutes. The average fire is something closer to 90 minutes. And so it's not exactly an 80-20 split. The actual time on task is closer to 60-40. And this fire district is very busy with fires in certain communities. Thankfully, Clayton's not one of them. So in Clayton, your percentage is going to be much greater for EMS calls because we simply, thankfully, don't have the fire call volume here.
I just want to thank you again for coming and presenting, but also we spoke earlier this year and you had graciously agreed to convince Station 11 to participate in our parade that's coming up.
That's right.
Later, well, in July, obviously. It was Chief Richard offered a ride in the fire truck for one of the families of MDE as an auction item to support the fundraiser that they have. So there'll be a big sign that says MDE auction winner on top of the fire engine as they drive around. So that'll be
All
fun.
right.
That'll be fun for the kids.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to that. I just remember my days as a teenager, as a volunteer, and parades have always been a big part of the community engagement and showing off, who we are and what we do, and all those very wide-eyed, young boys and young girls, and riding on the fire engine is always part of it.
Sounds good. Well, I really appreciate that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and thank you very much. And with
All right,
that,
thank you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Councilmember Trupiano, did you have anything you'd like to add, or we're on it's like a bit of a delay, so.
I know, I'm on a bit of a delay, and Chief, again, I'm sorry I can't be there in person. The only question that I had was that Measure X funding per resident, does that also cover for weed abatement and clearing of dry areas? Is that something we can find pretty easily on the website?
I think I probably should add some clarification. Measure X has several programs that, and keep in mind, really Measure X and these programs aren't even a year old. So in some cases, we're still trying to find our way through true implementation. But there's 2 specific programs that we're about ready to implement specifically for individual residents. One of them is up to $2,000 in reimbursement for the installation of certain home hardening retrofits, such as ember-resistant eave or attic vents, things of that nature. The other one is to assist with, I believe it's up to $1,500 through the use of one of our contractors for low-income residents to be able to effectuate defensible space and hazard reduction on their parcels. And so that one is not finalized yet, but that's where we're hoping to go. There are, if there is evacuation routes that need to be pruned up, we have partnered with both county and city public works to trim up overhanging trees to 13'6" and then 10 feet on either side of the roadway through the use of our hand crew as well as public works resources. So there are different projects like that that are described on the website that are not targeted necessarily for individual residents, but for certain streets and other areas where the city or others have identified that there needs to be some maintenance. Measure X was never designed to supplant what municipalities are responsible to maintain, but it is designed to help us all improve the situation that exists out there. And in many cases, the work is, far more than what the resources are to keep up with it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Perhaps that could be part of the topic of your conversation tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. The next item we have on our agenda, item 8D. This is a presentation from the Clayton Valley Concord Sunrise chapter of Rotary International. Mr. Wilson, the director, is here with some materials to share.
Okay, yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Wilson. As he mentioned, I am a resident of Clayton and a broker associate with Keller Williams Realty, although I'm not talking about real estate today. I want to thank the Honorable Mayor Juan for inviting us today. And by us, I mean our incoming president for our next term is Robert Sundberg back there. The purpose of our being here today is ultimately to bring awareness of our club to the residents of Clayton by speaking a bit about the projects we work on both locally and around the world. Many of our fellow residents are aware of the 4th of July Pancake Breakfast that we host each year and that we have been hosting for almost 3 decades now. This is a fundraiser for our club that helps us raise money for all the projects we are involved in. Some of those projects include the Adopt a Family program. Our club supports several needy families with gifts and food items for the holidays. Camp Venture, which is a 4-day summer camp / entrepreneur experience for incoming senior high school students. It is designed to help teach the students how to run their own businesses after graduation. The Clayton Library Foundation. Each week, the regular speakers at our club sign a book that is donated to the Clayton Library in lieu of a speaker's gift. The club provides the books at the direction of the Clayton librarian and then completes the process by giving the book to the library. The Junior Optimist Baseball League. So we donate money to the league, and they provide surplus or outdated equipment and uniforms that we in turn donate to our Twin Club project in San Felipe in Baja, Mexico. The Rotary International Polio Eradication Program. Since its beginning in 1987, our club has been donating to the Rotary Foundation for the worldwide eradication of polio. Each member has pledged to donate at least $100 a year, and so far our club has donated over $145,000. International Vision Volunteers. We support a Rotarian-run eye hospital in Zambia, Africa, treating thousands of eye patients annually. The Adopt a Village Project. Since 2011, our club and 3 Ugandan clubs have adopted the 2,500 residents of the Nsawo village through a series of Rotary, global grants, and district grants to establish and sustain health and education programs. We have recently completed construction on a pediatric clinic, which was much needed in that area. And then I mentioned before, San Felipe in Baja, Mexico. We've partnered with our Twin Club to establish and support a cancer screening clinic and hospice. Thousands of local men and women have used the screening facility over the years. In addition, we have provided scholarship support for high school students to help further their education. And locally, with local park programs and street improvements at Markham Park in Concord, we have an environmental project where we help restore the plants in the grounds in the gardens of Markham through the donation of labor and money. Via Concord's Adopt a Block program, we do litter pickup on Clayton Road between Ayers and Ignacio on a quarterly basis. And we have most recently donated $25,000 to refurbish the Clayton Community Park Playground, which we are very proud of, and we are hoping that many of our residents have noticed this local improvement. All of these projects require money. This is why we have such fundraisers as the Pancake Breakfast, and we look forward to everyone's support in our fundraising efforts. Our next fundraising event will be on Father's Day. You may have seen our signs and up on local businesses, the funds raised with this will go to the PFCs for both Diablo View Middle School and Mount Diablo Elementary to get them a kickstart for the next school year. This is an inaugural event. This is the first year we're putting it on. I want to thank the city employees who have helped us organize this. It's been a long haul. We initially had a goal of raising $10,000 to $15,000, but being that is the first year that we're doing this, we're having a little trouble. And that's where we need help. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here too. We're looking for not only registrants, but sponsors. So if we have anybody on the Zoom or anybody hears about this and they want to get the word out about their business, we're looking for sponsors for the event as well. And I think we have some information to a sponsor letter potentially. Do you have that? Okay. And then what else? So in closing, I want to formally invite our city council, city employees, and the residents of Clayton to join us in one or more of our weekly meetings at 1300 Alberta Way in Concord every Thursday at 7 a.m. It's across the street from Clayton Valley Charter High School. Our upcoming speakers will be our good Chief of Police. We're looking forward to having you on Thursday. And Mrs. Steiner with the Clayton Pioneer on the 15th. Thank you once again for your time and allowing us to spread the word about our club. Our goal is to grow our club so we can be even more successful with our charitable projects. And if you have any further questions, I can be reached at jeffwilson@kw.com or 925-286-1827. Thank you very much.
That's excellent.
Do we have any questions?
7:30 is a great time to meet, and I was pleased.
Seven.
Oh, sorry, 7.
Yeah.
I was pleased to be invited and to come join the group. So thank you very much for having me.
Any
do we have questions?
Okay.
I hope you have a lot of participants. I will be out of town and I cannot run 5K.
No worries. It's a run walk, so you can walk it too. But thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we move on to item 9. This is reports from city manager and staff.
No specific report, Mayor.
Okay. We do not have public hearings, and so next, that was item 10. Item 11 is action items, and first is a presentation on the proposed update to master fee schedule. I see it indicates our finance director. I do not know if Mr.
Yeah, so we had a scheduling conflict with our contract finance director just because of the transition timing of the permanent finance director not being here. So I will be presenting that and answering all your questions this evening.
Excellent. Would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. So go to the first slide. So I think it's, prudent for us to start with, I think an agenda of kind of what we're going to talk about for the master fee schedule. And, just as a clarification for our viewing audience and those here in the room with us, this is the proposed master fee schedule. So this is where I'm looking to get the full council's direction as far as what the fees should be, approvals, questions answered, to bring back at a date certain potential adoption of the actual fee schedule. That requires a public hearing and noticing, and so we need a little bit of time to do that, but this is a very, very pertinent step towards that finish line. What we're going to be talking about today is why are we updating the fees, and why is that really even important? The second piece is why creating a process in which we can have ongoing increases that are built into the fee schedule is important. Some of the major variables that dictated why the fees will be increasing, or the proposed fees will be decreasing. And then at one point, we'll be needing a policy discussion with council on specifically related to the special event street closure section of the fee policy. If council desires to have a nonprofit, essentially, rate separate and distinct from the public rate moving forward. And so that really is our agenda for discussion today. Next slide. So why are fees important? So when we have subsidies in user-generated fees, it impacts the general fund. And what I mean by that is specifically the user fees, whether that be related to permits, or whether that be related to using parks or street closures or special events. Those fees are specific to the user and essentially are not built into our general governmental taxes and discretionary revenue that we receive. Now, it is absolutely at council's discretion the level of subsidy you may want to provide for the public benefit and the public good. But the important thing to note here is that when we do subsidies, it's just important to be mindful of the impact that can have to the general fund, in the sense that those general fund dollars, instead of being put to what we'll consider broader standard governmental functions, have to go to augment some of the fact that the fees may not be, in a subsidy case, full cost recovery. Again, that is a pure policy decision. There are benefits to doing it, but it's important to know that there are both benefits and impacts for those types of decisions. Next slide, please. So why ongoing increases are important? Left out the word important, I just realized on my slide. I think many times what I have witnessed in my career is that fee schedules are adopted, and many times they are done without an escalator. And the difficulty with that is that you're creating, in essence, as the years move forward, an implicit subsidy without even actually being aware of what impact you're having to the financial situation broadly of the city. Again, you're not keeping up with costs. And again, in essence, general taxpayers are subsidizing specific user-generated needs of services from the community. And so, again, although all of those are an acceptable, an allowable action of the council by policy, we want to make sure it's done in an informed way and not in an implicit or passive way. And so the desire, and you'll see this in further slides, for staff is to ensure that we have a routine increase to the fee based on a CPI index to ensure that we're kind of moving forward with the cost of doing business to not negatively impact the city as the years move forward. Next slide, please. So as we looked at the master fee update, it was important to know, identify at least initially what is the full cost of service. And we start there as the base. And then obviously we have these discussions tonight with council about do we want to have that full cost recovery model? Do we want to provide in specific cases for specific fees a level of subsidy in order to benefit the public good? But we want to start with the fully burdened cost of each service. And that really gives us the basis to have a really good discussion about the cost of those specific user-generated activities, but also understanding a greater sense of what the subsidy might be in specific instances related to those fee activities and impacts, if any, it dramatically has on any general fund activities that otherwise couldn't happen because of those fee subsidies. Next slide. So what happened, and just from a process discussion, is staff, contracted staff through GovInvest, look comprehensively and work with staff throughout the city to identify the rate of pay, meaning the specific fully burdened rate of the individual staff doing the work, and then based on a reasonable time estimate for the work, in many cases related to those specific fee-generated activities. And I use the word reasonable time estimate because the law actually allows for that word, specifically reasonable. You don't have to do a second-by-second kind of time log of the work that you do to try to generate a fee. The code understands that would, in many cases, be prohibitive and truly not allow an agency maybe to identify the cost of service. And so they allow for that word reasonable to be able to take, in essence, an estimate of specific activities to be able to generate the ultimate fee charged. And that is a very common practice throughout the state of California that's used by most, not all, but most agencies when it comes to fee calculations. As we look at updating the fees, it's important to look at our cost recovery goals. I think part of it is we want to be consistent with our local policy. So again, the policies from your council related to subsidies, that we're matching that as we continue to move forward. That we're in compliance, again, legally on how we generate and how we provide the information to calculate these user fees. And then, again, that reasonableness factor related to those fees, and does it continue to maintain that reasonable level, not just in this year as we approve the fee, but as we move forward, that reasonableness kind of is maintained. Next slide, please. So as we look at the fees, and I'll go through very high level the specific categories, and then can answer very specific questions from your council. As we look at our community development fees, those are mostly related to permits and planning fees. We maintain that deposit structure where an entity or an individual that is looking to utilize those fees would put down a deposit based on a discussion with our community development department. The big change is that we are looking in many cases to go to actual cost, and we've reevaluated the actual cost of service, meaning the cost of each employee is now at a more accurate level and will be updated as we move forward to ensure, again, that cost reimbursement, the deposit estimate and that cost reimbursement against that deposit estimate are true and accurate, and allowing the city to recoup the cost of doing service for those specific fees. The other fee increases throughout the community development section are largely related, again, to just more accurate collection of data related to the cost of the service, meaning the amount of hours being put into those specific fees, and then the overhead charges related to that specific fee work. Next slide, please. Police department, the fee increases were actually truly just mostly based on the inflation costs. So again, the cost of doing business for the staff. There wasn't any significant jumps in fees that I can recall. It was really more about right-sizing the actual cost of the individuals delivering the service and matching that to the new fee structure. As we look at facility and park rentals, again, much like community development fees, it was, again, more of an accurate representation of the amount of time and the cost for those individuals to provide that service. That accurate representation, in essence, increased the cost of delivering service and the fee related to facility and park rentals. Next slide, please. So we look at Clayton Community Park. Again, there we were utilizing fully burdened cost rates, again, plus more accurate time estimates from staff. You'll see that as a theme kind of throughout the rate study for the majority of the areas is historically we just haven't really maintained a good analysis of the reasonable amount of time for each function related to the fee and then the fully burdened cost of staff. And so because of that, some of the fees have jumped significantly in certain areas, and that is truly because of us just not kind of maintaining and moving forward. Back to my original slide when I talk about why it's important to kind of continue to increase cost as the city's fees go, our city's costs go up, because you don't want to get in a situation where you're having to drastically increase costs because you just have not kind of slowly moved it up with the cost of doing business. An area that probably will have the majority of the conversation, I assume, today is our special event fees. As you can see, we've added street closure fees. Unlike, I think, other fees that are specific user fees that are based off staff time, overhead, and cost doing business, recreation fees in most cities that have a parks and recreation type of division and these type of special events fees can be market driven, meaning they're much more supply demand as you would see in a business entity as far as charging services. And so special events fees fall into that category. And so you can see we've added a street closure fee in here at a variety of tiers, depending on the usage level. That event size, part of any fee or any rule or law that we put out as an organization is, how do we enforce it? And part of it is being realistic when we look at the various tiers and the applications is that initially it'll be based on the application of the specific entity, and then staff will work over time to operationalize how we go about spot audits to ensure that we're not meaningfully off with an agency saying they're only going to have 500 people, but they end up closing the street with 5,000 people, which would drastically change the fee. Some of that will become obvious if those either unintentional or intentional, I guess, could happen. Decisions were made by the applicant to kind of misguide the city, but ultimately we believe most, if not all, applicants are going to be doing their best judgment to determine what they think their population would be relative to that kind of special event street closure fee. And again, we will work to spot audits to kind of validate it within reason, just assuming we're not off by significant orders of magnitude moving forward. Next slide, please. As we look at administrative fees, again, it's just more utilizing fully burdened cost rates. These are fees you look at for, copying, some of the more mundane and basic functions that many of our citizens will probably never utilize. Those, again, were just the cost of doing service and the time staff would essentially be involved in the process and more accurately representing both to get to our new fee structure. Next slide, please. So the policy section, no, so in general, unless prescribed by your council, staff would look at, in most cases, unless identified other in the current fee structure, receiving 100% of cost reimbursement related to our specific fees. Now, as I said earlier, there are instances where subsidizing fees are an effective public policy tool. If we're looking to encourage participation in using specific fees because we feel like people are avoiding specific fees and there's a potential public safety or other risk because those fees are too prohibitive, you can subsidize in that instance. If we're looking at compliance with fees, there is an ability, again, to subsidize to try to achieve compliance for a greater public good. Additionally, if we're looking for access or use of services and you want to promote, there's an argument there for subsidizing fees. And, promoting community involvement or community enrichment, as part of the public good, which not always, but many times is done by, nonprofit organizations or commonly referred to as 501c3s. Those aren't all the reasons why subsidies would be important, but they're the core categories that you typically see of why, from a public policy perspective, some level of subsidy can be a reasonable public policy approach moving forward. Next slide, please. Oops. And so that brings us kind of staff's recommendation. And so our policy recommendation is, there are a variety of ways we can look at that CPI accelerator each year. It could be based off of, negotiated MOU costs. It could be based off of other specific criteria. What staff is recommending is to use essentially a CPI index, an April to April CPI index, to be the driver for how we would increase these fees moving forward on an annual basis. And then basically doing another comprehensive fee analysis like we had done for this purpose every 3 to 5 years. And you do that just to make sure kind of the cost of doing service and the fee is not dramatically outpacing each other. And it's more of a check and balance to ensure, as I said earlier, that you're not dramatically under recovering the fees necessary and impacting the general governmental dollars that are going to broader community services, and or that you're not outpacing the fee relative to charging too much relative to this cost of service delivery if you are now extremely more efficient in using technology or other ways that may lower the cost basis for actually delivering the fee-based service. That would be staff's recommendation. And then again, for policy direction, what I need today, among any other topics you'd like to provide direction to the city manager on, is there a desire to have a level of subsidy related to nonprofits similar to what we have in Endeavor Hall and other facilities for the special event street closure? And so getting policy direction on that from your council will be important as we kind of refine this fee schedule and move to the public hearing and final adoption sometime soon. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from Council?
Thank you very much. That was a lot. And you're how many days in the seat? Appreciate it. I appreciate it, especially since we don't have the finance folks on the line. And I know that you have extensive background in this, so your timing being here is great. I don't even know where to start because I have a lot of questions. So the first one is, I'm going to need a little bit of education from you on Prop 26, and specifically because on the staff report under the analysis section, it mentions that since the passage of Prop 26, fees cannot exceed the cost of providing services, and 2, individual customers paying for these fees cannot be charged for more than the services they receive, meaning they cannot be overcharged to subsidize fees for other customers. Included in the analysis of each of the proposed book of fees changes below is an explanation of the proposed change of compliance with Prop 26. And then as you go through each of them, I'm not seeing the actual explanation for each. And so what I'm trying to understand, and I sent this to you earlier, and unfortunately I can't access my questions that I sent you. So if you have them and you want to read some of them and then give me my answers back, because I can't see it. But my main question was, I don't have staff's job descriptions, and so I'm curious from their regular day-to-day work that they're doing, i.e. in terms of filling out a permit and processing that when someone comes in. What is above and beyond what they do in their normal course of business for each of the things that are listed in here. And I'm not saying itemize it, I'm just trying to understand and make sure that there's no, I don't know if we want to call it double dipping, but I'm trying to understand what's above and beyond what they would normally do.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think many times propositions are very difficult to understand for the general public, anyways, the way they're written, and so happy to explain. So when we look at any fee for service, so essentially when something is outside of, I think, a service that provides a broad benefit to the community. So if I'm going to get a permit for something to do with my house, every activity, which may even seem clerical in nature, related to that. Pulling that permit, creating the application and working with the applicant for that permit, having the community development director potentially look at that permit, if the city manager needs to go involved in looking at that permit. All of those activities essentially are a fee-for-service activity. They may be part of the standard job function of the individual, but the fact that someone very specifically needs that service for their individual benefit is where the line's drawn. So their job function may be an assistant planner that does this day to day, but that in essence is an allowable charge because the function of pulling a permit and all the applicable pieces along the way is related only to the benefit of that individual that's doing it, or a group if they're looking at a street closure. And so that's where, when we work on the amount of hours that the reasonable estimate comes in, it's how many hours, or half hours in some cases, does a specific individual spend on that specific fee for service. And so it's not meant to subsidize their general admin time. It's not meant to subsidize the time they're on vacation. It's really saying position A, position B, and position C collectively work an hour and a half to generally pull a very standard water heater permit, as a very simple example. You add up the time for position A, position B, position C with salary and benefits, and any other applicable costs related to it. In that case, it's probably minimal. And that essentially gets you your fee base. And that happens basically throughout that entire fee schedule, separate and distinct from, like I said, special events or recreation activities that are market-driven based on the code and are allowed to be much more supply-demand structured than the user fees themselves, which, again, aren't specifically related to community development, but much of them are in that community development world. Does that answer your question, council member?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you were getting me there.
Okay.
So, but then it also brought up another question that I have then. Was the analysis done based on, I'm trying to see how I want to ask this question. The new employees that we have in-house. And the reason why I'm asking that is if somebody is trying to get up the learning curve on learning a role, it's going to take them longer to do this, the particular task at hand. And is that the reason why it's, I'm not going to say, I don't mean this in any bad way at all, so I don't want staff at all to think I'm trying to disparage them, because I'm not, I'm just trying to understand. Is it taking longer now because they're new versus people who had been in the seat and knew it like the back of their hands? Do you have any feel for that?
Yeah, I do. So that's part of when we work with any consulting firm, and I've done with this in the past, that's the reasonableness target. And so we are working with, and that's many times why you outsource this work to a firm, is that they see it broadly throughout the state. And then they can say, your permit times are, I'm making it up here, community, 4 hours to do a very simple permit. And I'm typically seeing an hour and a half to 2 hours. We need to move this back more to an hour and a half to 2 hours. And so that analysis was part of GovInvest's work. And so I'm confident in that level of time it takes. Now, what I will say is the reason why you also look at this every 3 to 5 years is if we were to move to a community self-service model for some of these activities, i.e. facility rentals, we may come back in 2 years when that's implemented and I say, well, the cost of the software is X. We touch it in the back end, but we only touch it Y. We may have instances in the future where we have minimal increases to cost of fees for certain activities because we're utilizing efficiency through technology to, in essence, be better stewards of the community dollar related to fees. And so we will look to do that in the future. And so all of that's gets taken into consideration, and why every 3 to 5 years you want to do this comprehensive analysis to ensure that you haven't changed your business practices in a good way, as much as you haven't been paying attention necessarily to maybe the cost of business in the other direction as well.
Okay. Thank you. That's also helpful. Did you have something along, you leaned forward like you had something?
Well, I've got a few questions, but not really.
Okay, I didn't know if it was that. Okay.
Keep going on yours.
All right. And then there was another one. I think I need to get in here. Now I'm going to just start digging and going into each of these fees.
I'm looking to pull up to see if I'm missing anything. I know those two were specific, related to fees.
While you're looking, I'll just ask in general.
Yes.
And I think this is one of the questions that you're going to find in there. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the fees entail? For example, if there are fees associated with police, maintenance, et cetera, are those already included in that cost? Or is there an additional cost on top of that?
So it would be specific to, I think, the type of fee. So I think it's maybe not a one-size-fits-all answer. I'll take a half step back and say part of once we get an approved fee schedule is how we implement the fee schedule and how we make it user-friendly for the community. I think there are aspects of any fee schedule that I think, much like any time you look at any fees in private or public sector, there can be some questions and it can be a little bit at times difficult maybe to figure out exactly your final fee. That's also why we have staff here to help the community. But as we look at utilizing technology, it may garner me to come back sometime down the road and say, we need a little bit of clarification or a simplification of some fees to better use efficiency to get us there. I don't want to presume that that's going to have to happen, but that's a real possibility I've had in the past where on paper it looks great, in operations it becomes almost prohibitive for us to administratively implement it. And so we'll be evaluating that along the way once we get a final fee schedule, and I'll be happy to come back if we run into those hiccups to make sure kind of, again, your council's broad direction is being met and our benefit to the community and their ease of understanding our fees and utilizing our fees to the various services can be met. In most cases, we want to try to articulate as best we can what's included in the full fee so people are aware. So you're not essentially feeling like you're paying for, I'll just use a street closure fee that encompasses road closure and police presence, and all the things that it may include, and then we're getting a subsequent fee for the same thing. And so that's part of what we will continue to, I think, as we operationalize this, it'll be important to maybe have the fee schedule as the reference guide, but get to a little bit of a FAQ kind of situation for our community. Like if here are the 5 general fees that most people use, what does that mean? And give examples. It won't be a be-all, fit-all approach, but I think it can provide a pretty broad sense of understanding for the community, and we would work to that. And then if we had any ambiguity, obviously, we always can come back to council on a given Tuesday if we needed to clarify or fix administrative issues that we see relative to the broader fee schedule as we move forward.
I'm glad you said the last part that you said, because as I'm looking, and I know we're going to get into the special events piece, maybe even as its own topic in a minute, but it would be helpful if the staff resources could be outlined there. And the reason for that is, I think I even put it in one of my questions regarding the Grove Park closure. I was the permittee who had the Clayton Pride Parade permit, for the temporary use permit. And I know that we had to put down a deposit for the Grove Park. That's outlined in this document. And there are 2 different fees for that. One was just a general deposit of $1,800, I believe it was, and then it jumps up to $2,200 when there is a street closure along with the Grove Park. And I questioned what the additional $400 was for, when I also had to pay for a street closure fee and a temporary use permit. So I'm trying to understand why the jump and are we paying twice?
So our consultants, I asked that question, was able to get an answer before I came in to this meeting, luckily. And they say currently it's two separate fees, right? So one is the Grove Park kind of closure, and then one is the related street closures of $400 to get you the $2,200. These are the decisions that council, I think it's in your purview. Is that a reasonableness that you all have related to that, or is that something you want staff to look at more closely with the consultant of finding either a more collective fee structure that's simpler or a different model? You know, those are the directions that the majority of the council can provide me, that I can work with the consultant before we come back to the full public hearing discussion on adoption of these types of fees.
And I would say that that's not entirely accurate. There were two fees paid. So I'm glad to hear that the thought process is that the $2,200 would encompass a street closure fee. I paid both. $2,200 for the street closure and the Grove Park.
Yep. And I will.
And an additional street closure fee.
So that's where I would have to talk to our consultants about why the separation, and I'm happy to put that question to them before we come back to the full council.
What my point is that it's not clear. There's no clarity in the document, and it would be nice to have that, because if I'm confused, then any other resident who's coming in would also be confused, and it would be helpful if it was outlined exactly what they're paying for. For example, I know that maintenance actually put out the cones for us and the barricades for the police department. Thank you guys very much for all of your help, by the way. And that I also had to pay for the maintenance. I had to pay for the cones, I had to pay for the barricades, I had to pay for the time for the staff in the maintenance department to do that, as well as for the PD's time. So all of those things were itemized, and I can see how much they were. It isn't clear when you're looking at this document that that's actually what you're paying for, so it'd be very helpful if we can see, as permittees coming in, this is exactly what each dollar is paying for, not dollar to dollar, but if staff resources are outlined so that you know what the street closure fees are, which maintenance, staff, et cetera, you're paying for, the police presence at the event and the hours that you're paying for, all of that I got, but it's not listed in here.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit of, so typically what you see in fee structures is you'll have a broad-based fee levels, and then each applicant as they come in, similar to what you would on a major development where you have like a pre-design meeting. I typically have seen applicants come in and have that discussion with staff to get that estimate for their event, because there is a lot of nuance in most fee structures that has to be talked about with the applicant as far as the level of fee-related service that they want. Now, that said, if it is council's pleasure, we can look at a revised simplification of a fee schedule, which is, we would have to go about some things slightly differently, which is within your purview as council, if the majority of you want to go in that direction, to create, I would say, less items, but a broader sense of what each of those items are addressing. That's an option that is, I've seen it in other agencies, and we could absolutely move in that direction if that was council's pleasure.
Okay. I'm going to let somebody else talk for a minute, and I'll come back.
So it's been stated that you can just hop on and look at our fee schedule and figure out what the cost is going to be for an event. And as I'm looking at this fee schedule, and if I were to try to put on an event in downtown Clayton, there's no way that I could figure out what the cost is going to be. It's not intuitive as it's written. And what I would need to do is go to you at the counter or one of our employees and say, hey, what's it going to cost to do this? And your staff would have to put together a fee schedule and come back, because it's going to cost approximately X. It's not intuitive. And I think that the perception that you can just go, oh, there, it's right on the fee schedule, is incorrect at this point. And then I think that was part of the reason for having a master agreement historically. Now, I agree, we're moving away from that. I understand that, but there was a simplicity in that initially. So I think for the public's purpose, there has to be some simpler way to do it and understand what the cost might be. And from a staff standpoint, there's got to be a simpler way to be able to figure out what those fees are going to be. Because as it reads right now, I don't know if I wanted to do an event and there's cost for time for staff. I don't know if a business downtown who's complaining all the time and talked to you with 20 phone calls is part of the time materials basis of that fee or not. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainties of what the cost might actually be, and I think that we need some clarity on how to figure out what those costs are.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear what becomes almost a theme a little bit as two of you have gone so far. You know, I get that I think there needs to be an operationalizing of the fee structure. As I continue to hear from council members, you know, I'll get a sense if the full direction is there as far as what I think is creating a slightly simpler schedule that achieves a similar objective from a cost recovery standpoint. And so Councilmember, is that what I'm hearing, essence your statement is at this point?
It's got to be much simpler to understand. You know, and I really appreciate the pressure under which GovInvest and Atish was put under to put this together in light of everything else he was doing for us with our turnover and everything else. So no disrespect for his first effort. But this is going to take some time to really get into, and I hope we're not in a hurry to get this passed. I understand there's some value to getting it, to knowing what the fees are going to be and to get a policy forward, but I really need to dissect it because there's a few things that just are gone. We don't have a noise permit. That seems to be gone. An alcohol permit fee is gone. I've gone through some of the analysis of the fees, even for the use of Endeavor Hall. There's some holes in the table as you look at Clayton nonprofits versus non-Clayton nonprofits versus Clayton residents versus non-resident commercial. There's fees that are missing in the schedule, and I would love to ask him directly why that's the case. In addition, if you look at item G of the report. Let me get over there real quick. He indicated that there was a potential cost, where is it? Of $36,000 of a cost recovery or a fee recovery from this additional fee schedule, increase in the fee schedule. I assume he's missing or leaving out the road closure fee.
Correct.
In that function, because quite frankly, at $10,000 a day, 4 times, I remember days that would be substantially more than $36,000. So there's got to that's out apparently.
It was a variable that was a little too uncertain to put in any kind of document that would impact our budget conversation. And so this is the $36,000 from my conversations with GovInvest is more about our standard fees that we typically have and those going up because council's discussion and direction related to special events would dictate really what could be happening related to special event revenue moving forward. I will say, we have time to come back and make some changes and approve. The downside is the longer we wait to approve it, the less the benefit from a dollar perspective for next year's budget is there. But I think there's probably a reasonable time for us to still get back where that wouldn't be too dramatically impacted.
So I would like to take some time because this is a sizable document and significantly different in increases. I mean, I'm seeing anywhere from 25 to 28% increases across the board for the most part. I would like to see, be able to provide a list of questions to GovInvest, our third-party consultant who put this together in the first place, and get some of the logic and reasoning and the data back up for the number of cities put together. Because I think they're just maybe not comparing apples and apples in our comps. As we get into the street closure conversation, the $10,000 fee for street closure, I want to see what the comp is that caused that in the first place and actually evaluate our 3 blocks of Clayton versus where he may have got that might have been 10 or 15 blocks of another downtown. So that it's not apples and apples. And if you're talking about market driven, I mean, what market do we have to put these things in Clayton? These events driven in Clayton. I mean, and how that was discussed in the first place. It's just there's maybe some inconsistencies that we need to actually look at to figure out what the real number should be, irrespective of whether we give a discount to nonprofits or not. That's I just want to know the data backup for where he's got these numbers in the first place.
And related to special events, which I think we should have a very poignant, singular conversation tonight on, and if we can. I know that he did look at surrounding agencies, i.e. Walnut Creek, I think a little bit of Concord. With some of this, in my experience, it's hard to get a full apples to apples when you're looking at market rate because every city is slightly different. And so I think that is part of the reason why the code allows for discretion a little bit more in those areas than you would in a user fee calculation where it's an actual cost basis. And so again, your council has discretion to have those conversations on the dais and provide direction in either way of where you feel those type of fees should be moving forward.
Yeah, it also takes a look at, and we'll have that conversation tonight about nonprofits. I think, a city that might have had let's say a $12,000 road closure fee, who are they closing it for, and what is their, commercial rate for the entity that is for profit that might be putting on that event versus what we're talking about. I would like to get the data from how he got these numbers in the first place, and that's always what I'm asking for is backup and data. And without his presence here, it's difficult to get clarity on that.
Okay. Vice Mayor Diaz, did you have any questions for staff? Nope. Okay. Councilmember Trupiano, did you have questions for staff?
No, I don't really have questions for staff, but and it is a shame that Nitish Sharma is not here tonight because I know he's been working on this most of the year actually for several months, and we can have that discussion about nonprofits. But is there a way, Councilmember Cloven, that maybe we can all put our questions together, that we can get them to him and maybe have him address those at the next city council meeting?
So, Councilmember, my suggestion would be that anything that's not resolved today, if council members would send me those questions directly, I will work with Nitish to have those questions, and then again, assuming schedule permits, we could come back on June 20th. Most likely, I'll have to look at the agenda with the mayor to make sure we're not so impacted that it's too difficult to come in, but an agenda very soon, if not then, and have him outline it all. Again, we were anticipating having a permanent finance director still here, and that's the conflict of schedule that happened, and so we didn't want to hold up having some conversation on this to move this forward, because we know it's very important to the council, and so that's our conversation today. And I think we can get through a lot, but any unanswered questions, we'll get to him, and we can bring back as part of kind of the next wave of discussion on this to move forward any of those answers with him.
So I'm going to drop the first salvo on the discussion on possible discounts for nonprofits on the street closure fee.
Actually, can we stick to questions for staff at this point?
Because
why don't you? I'll yield to you. I have several.
Well, you see my pages. You go.
Sure. Are you aware of the last time that we did a comprehensive fee study?
I think when I last talked with Mr. Nitish, it was 5 or 6 years ago, I think, if memory serves me, and so it's been a while, probably outside the sphere of time that we probably should be doing it, and maybe even slightly longer if memory serves me, but definitely not within what I would consider the normal time of a firm like his doing, I think, a full boat review of the whole fee schedule.
Okay. Yeah, I looked through the records and I could not find any instance of that happening within the last more than 5 to 8 years.
Sometimes cities do it their own and call it a comprehensive fee schedule. I'll tell you that's not really the best practice. I think you should, in these cases, use consultants that do this for a living to evaluate it. So too long is probably the simple answer, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, from what I gather, we typically take CPI and do a riser periodically. So This, if we do update the master fee schedule, it requires a public hearing and notice. If we bake into some practice or policy that we will insert a CPI riser, does that then also require a public hearing each time that happens, or would that be an automatic riser?
That would be
going
automatic based on the timing, that you put into those CPIs. So until we come back with another comprehensive review, it would essentially just continue to move forward year over
So
year.
we can say an auto riser based on some factor.
Some very clear index that we use, and then we will update the fees and bring them back to you in council session each year to notify you of the change. But typically my experience has been that, because that's baked into essentially the policy decision, that we update those fees and make everybody aware, but council has already pre-approved those CPI increases.
Okay. So then would you say that absent any riser and all other things being equal, even if staff were to perform exactly the same function over time, given rising compensation, the actual cost that would be recovered would have to rise, or would support a rise based on just the cost of labor?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my experience is that that's why it's so important with my second slide of today that I say about the ongoing increases, because that is really where, whether you're talking about in typical agencies, water rates, sewer rates, or these fees, you get behind and all of a sudden the magnitude of which you have to catch up becomes pretty substantial to the community. And so it feels like in many cases, to be quite honest, massive fee increases, but what the root cause is actually you have not increased in so many years that what feels big is really just the lack of annual increases over a certain amount of time.
Okay. And for the fee schedule is broken out into many sections. So for tonight, this is not a public hearing. So tonight you are looking for direction.
Correct.
So what would be the timing then? You would come back, you would receive direction, come back, public hearing. How many times does it have to come back? Refresh my memory.
I'll look to the city attorney to remind me. Is it once after the public hearing or by resolution, or do we have to go twice?
We can just adopt it once if you're.
At that public hearing?
Mhm.
Okay.
But it has to be noticed with, I think 14 days.
14 days, yes.
Okay, thank you. Then, when I look at it, most of these fees that we're talking about are not net new. I would, as we discuss this on council, I would say for those that are not net new, those may take a different character than the others, but we can get to that in discussion. I think if you had further questions, feel free.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
With all the dialogue going on around this, I just want to be assured, are you using as a guiding principle cost recovery? Because that's what's key to me.
Yes, so the intention with the consultant was that we get 100% cost recovery as the basis for what you're seeing in front of you today for those fees that are user fee calculated, not the market rate stuff that we've talked about. And that becomes the basis for your council's discussion on whether you want to hold what we'll call 100% cost recovery X this very specific identified nonprofit rates for Endeavor Hall and Hoyer Hall that are already in the fee schedule. Yes, Vice Mayor, that is exactly what we're doing as a full cost recovery analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The additional question I had was about the special events fees / street closure. Gosh, that was a tongue twister. Letter F. It mentions significant staff resources and city-owned assets. What are the city-owned assets that we're talking about?
City-owned assets are if it takes, you are allowed to, police cars are used, you're allowed to depreciate a certain amount of time into what the cost of that is. You're allowed to, if we're using, I don't know, backhoes or things to move big, barricades or something like that. And those are all city-owned assets that, in essence, can be applicable to the fee calculation because, in essence, there's a depreciation for their use that's calculated as part of the fee analysis.
And where is that in here? I don't see it in the schedule.
So typically in these fees, you don't break it out by equipment. It's wrapped into the actual full fee. So if the fee's X dollars, right? If it's a user generated fee, that'll be part of staff time, overhead, right? All of the things and amount of hours that are applicable to it. If it's a market rate fee, then, I think there is a little bit more discretion. And I think in that case, we're identifying that that's part of what that fee recovery is going to do, in addition to the fact that there's a market factor that's taken into consideration when we're looking to identify the fee levels for a closure cost in general.
So if I wanted to come in and put down open up a permit, turn one in, submit a permit for an event that's going to have 2,000 people there, what fees am I paying?
So my understanding right now, under the proposed fee schedule, is that you'll have, depending on the type of event, you'll have a street closure fee if that's what you're doing. That encompasses, from my understanding with talking with Natish, the barriers and things that are necessary to provide a closure. Depending upon other activity that you might need relative to police presence at the event, maintenance team beyond that at the event. If we have additional trash pickup, we have to do it at the event. There are aspects of that within the fee schedule that would be triggered depending on that event. And so that's where it becomes a little difficult to do a one-size-fits-all evaluation. And I hear from majority of the council members so far, or at least some of you, that's where I think the difficulty in using the fee schedule can be there. And I think, again, that is also why we have staff, is to walk through that with applicants so they ahead of time can be able to walk through and talk with them. Now, as I talked about before, as we move to technology potentially to help us with some of these things, there may be instances where we need to look at the fee schedule again to fit into a specific technology resource. We'll address that when those time comes, but in essence, we really will look to applicants to, well before their event, come in and talk to staff to be able to walk through all of the applicable fees relative to all the applicable needs of that specific event, which can vary, frankly. A street closure for one thing could be very different than the demands of a street closure in a type of event for another. And so it's, again, a little hard to get an apples-to-apples discussion on that piece.
So I'm just going to probe on that piece just a little bit more. So if I want to have an event like the Pride Parade, downtown, street closures, it's optional if I have PD presence?
No, I think depending on the police chief's discretion, he may want them there. But what I'm saying is, a street closure for, in essence, if I wanted to host a Sweet 16 party, I could close a street, right? In theory, probably doesn't require the level of police presence as a parade with automobiles and other things, right? And so that's where I'm saying there's a variability. And so the basic fee covers kind of the basic closure, and then kind of the additional staff resources that are required is then where kind of the additional conversation and fee estimate comes into play with talking with staff. And that's where it really is dependent upon the activity to understand those additional layers that I think a street closure broadly wouldn't be able to cover. And that's why we have to have discussions with applicants to be able to kind of give them the estimate fully burdened that they would get relative to the activities of their specific event.
Okay. And then as far as participants at an event, what defines a participant? Is that the vendors? Is that the people who are watching? What's a participant? What's a participant?
Attendees,
volunteers?
Well, I think we can define that more clearly.
Okay.
I think could be helpful. And my initial reaction to that is attendees, right? Attendees are participants. And so, the individuals that are coming in and essentially utilizing the street closure would be how I would define it. I think that's my understanding of generally how we would want to look at participants. But if council has a different desire of that definition, I'm happy to hear that direction.
Well, I think that we should discuss that a little bit during the discussion piece. And the reason why is, I think it was Rosie who spoke and said there might have been 600 and something participants in the actual parade. That wasn't spectators. So are spectators contributing to this, or just the people who were in it on the street, not the sidewalks?
When I define attendees, that's people in the parade in that example and those individuals enjoying the parade and all that it has in that example, right? And so what I'm not referring to is like the vendor selling food or whatever might else be sitting there. I think those, I'll call them nominal for sake of the count, individuals are the fringes that we otherwise probably wouldn't identify anyways. That's where I'm saying those aren't attendees, but anyone who is in the event or enjoying the event or observing the event inside the specific area, I think all of that is considered participants for my definition, but again, happy to have council provide direction if they feel differently.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have. The rest is discussion. Thank you.
One follow-up to that. So acknowledging that there could be variation in the nature of the event based on that. I mean, in other circumstances where city staff is tasked to work with applicants, like in community development areas, we require a consultation up front to discuss and assess the event. Could we build in that in the same manner?
Yeah, you're talking to like a pre-application meeting that you typically hear in community. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if that is a direction we want to go specifically to street closures and that type of larger discussion. When I was with the county of Napa, dating myself back a little bit longer, when we had road closures for marathons and such, we required that as part of the application process. Again, I think that goes to the operationalizing of it, and I think if clarity is the ultimate objective of how we get there, I think there's some adjustments potentially on the fee schedule, but also in process that can get us to achieve that objective. And we can look to utilizing technology. It doesn't necessarily mean those applicants have to come to City Hall. I mean, Teams, Zoom. There are a lot of ways nowadays to connect with individuals to make it convenient that I think staff would be more than willing to move that direction, and we could work on operationalizing that piece if that's a mandate that council feels would be beneficial to the process as a whole.
Yeah, because I think then it resolves the idea of like trying to interpret what could be a complex document.
Yeah, I would never want a community member to guess, I guess, is where I'm going. Just like we wouldn't in a permit situation where you're trying to remodel your kitchen and you're trying to guess your permit cost. You know, we have the fee schedules posted to give everybody a really great idea as best they can on what it would be. But truly, that's why we are here to serve the public. And so I'd want staff, whether we end up moving to technology or staff, staff is always still there to provide that level of service to help the community through any pre-application process.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilmember Tripiano, did you have any further questions for staff?
I don't.
Thank you. All right, I would open this up for public comment. If anyone in the audience would like to make public comment, now is the time, or anyone online, feel free to raise your hand. If you turn in a speaker card, you're welcome to make public comment, sir, and if your speaker card is available, or you can give it to our... Oh, excellent. This is on the previous item, but okay, go for it.
I want to thank everybody for attending here tonight. I mean, for some of you, it's probably required. And so forgive me, I've never done public speaking in this kind of event before. So I might be a little bit nervous, and I tend to talk with my hands a lot. So I've been listening to everybody talk about these fees. I haven't heard anybody talk about the quantity, right? Dollars are made up of two things. Some price times some quantity equals $1. So if you raise the price...
Can I ask you to speak into the mic so that...
Oh, yes, sorry. Well, if you could actually take this with me, would that be okay?
It's all yours. Please don't break it.
Yeah. So if you can actually then... you interrupted and I lost my train of thought.
A price of $1. Okay.
So dollars are a function of two things, price and quantity. If you raise the price, something's going to happen to the quantity. And we all know what happened when demand dropped for the price of oil when the pandemic hit, right? The barrel of price of oil went negative. It would be probably very prudent for us when we look at our fee schedule and the prices we're going to put it at, what is that going to do to the demand? So if we're going to raise the price up by 50%, what's that fee? What are the dollars going to be if demand drops off by 10%, 20%, or 50%? That would be a very important analysis to have before making any final decisions. 2, in the comparison of the fee structure, or the fees that I see, it would be very beneficial to compare the 2 fees side by side. Not only compare them, but then map from one year to the next. This is a new fee, or maybe we have 2 fees from the prior year combined into 1 fee for the current year. So there's 2 things here that I think that would be very beneficial for council to look at before they make a final decision. Thank you.
Just FYI, there is a current and proposed fee column within the document. It's way down, not in that document, it's on the posted agenda online.
All I got was this.
Yes. So for later edification, if you look at it, it starts somewhere on page 100 and a lot. 123, I believe,
Correct.
of the PDF, and it does show current and proposed.
Mayor, if I may, anytime I've done a comprehensive fee review, I've always come back, as essence, 12 months later to council, irregardless of a comprehensive fee review, and articulated the supply-demand issue. And so that would be our practice here, no matter what fees ultimately council decides to move forward with, is that come back around this time next year and say, here in essence was the impact, whether it's what we wanted or not wanted, and does council, want to adjust. And that's just really kind of the first year good practice, just to make sure the benefit and the policy direction the council wanted to achieve from the fee changes is happening. So no, that's again part of operationalizing it. It would be something we would do as a matter of practice.
I can't call on you twice, sorry. Is there any other public comment from members in the audience?
I received a speaker card from Bassam, so you can go ahead and take the microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Tillman and Cloven, for doing your homework and asking significant, good questions. My question is, or 2 questions. The population of Walnut Creek is 70,000 people, and the population of Clayton's 11,000 people. That's the census or 2021. So when it comes to the participants, and this fee schedule looks like it's identical to Walnut Creek fee schedule. But we are not Walnut Creek, neither commercial-wise, neither business-wise, neither size-wise. So I'm wondering, how are we comparing right now that we are paying fees almost exactly as Walnut Creek, and there are some potential hidden fees that we don't know about that might come in. We might be even paying more than Walnut Creek for closures. The other thing is regarding the events and the events who are paying for these fees. I understand there's a city sponsored events and versus other events. I understand city-sponsored events usually are like Memorial Day, 4th of July, Veterans Day, something that is significant to a class of citizens. Why would a car show be a city-sponsored event versus a pride parade? That's it. Thank you.
If there's any other...
Thanks. Hi, Erin Bennett, 27 Seminary Ridge Place. So I would just like to ask, as a member of the public, that we have some really nice, transparent examples of what the fee schedules would be for some various events. So if I'm the team mom of the soccer team that needs to rent a facility in the park for the team party, how much does that cost under the old schedule and under the new schedule? If I want to host a family reunion in the Grove, how much is that going to cost? If I need to close a street, if I don't need to close a street, does the street closure cover all the streets? If I want to close all the streets in the town, or is it per block? How is that measured? And then again, what are our community nonprofits going to pay under the old fee schedule? We've got a lot of really great examples of events, whether it's the barbecue or the car show or whatever. What would they pay under the old old structure with the new structure. Because I think to echo Peter's comments is, I looked at these and I wasn't sure how to pick and choose from the a la carte menu. So I think if we could apply it to some real world examples, that'd be really useful. Thank you.
We're doing a hand raising. Method.
Okay, so I'm Howard Kaplan, 1194 Easley Drive, and the question I have in the street closure is looking at those numbers. What are fixed costs and what are variable costs? Because the schedule says that a lot of the cost is driven by the participants, and given that it's not clear whether that includes police or not, what's in and what's not in, I think that your questions really address that well, but when I looked at that, it's $700 to close the streets for a small group, but way more to close for a large group, and it seemed to me that streets are either open or closed. And so what are the drivers of the variable costs, and how are those costs determined to make sure that the market rates are not exceeding cost? And that may already have been covered, but I wanted to make sure that was covered. That's my question. That's all I have.
So I'm taking notes so that I could actually address your question. Anyone else in the audience that would like to make a comment?
I do have a speaker on Zoom. Ed, as I promote you to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, and Aaron Rowe Bennett, I actually am going to give an example in my talk here, so hopefully you'll find that illuminating. Mr. Mayor and esteemed members of the council, I deeply appreciate the broad and detailed analysis you are undertaking with respect to the city's operational budget for next fiscal year. Everyone serving on the council has always stated that their intention is to keep Clayton the special and unique small town that it's always been. I'm concerned that the new master fee schedule might change our little community in unintended ways. My concerns boil down to these few points. Number one, many of the rates match or exceed Walnut Creek's rates for their vastly larger and more accessible facilities. And I'm afraid that many events or activities will move out of town, or new groups cross Clayton off the list of consideration because our rates aren't representative or competitive. Number two, many of the fee increases will hit families on Main Street hard, causing them not to rent out parks for birthday parties or soccer club. One small picnic area, for example, would go up from $150 to $500. These are going to be felt in everyday life. Number three, the estimated improvement to the city's budget in the report, at least, is only $36,000 per year. Now, for starters, I think it cost the city $35,000 or more in consulting costs just to come up with these rate suggestions, which is going to nullify any benefit this year if that's in fact true. However, I think it's far more likely that the estimate in the report is way too low. As for example, each of the CVCA events would generate at least $20,000 more. The big two CVCA events alone would generate $40,000. That's over the 36K estimate, and that's not even considering any other events or fee increases. If events leave, how much will the city retailers suffer? That's point number four. It might not be felt by the city if a 1% sales tax is lost, but for the business owner, these are visitors that'll never come, never spend their money, never discover our town to come back for future visits. And so if I can expound just a little bit, the tiered fee schedule for street closure caps out at $10,000 a day which at first glance appears to match Walnut Creek's tiered schedule. But that's just closing off 2 city blocks of bare concrete in Clayton. And that's being equated to the fee that Walnut Creek charges to rent out its 102-acre, beautifully landscaped Heather Farm Park with its generous parking and giant playground. Clayton's 10K street closure doesn't even include use of the Grove. It's just sidewalks and streets. It's not renting a facility, it's blocking off street traffic. I know I'm out of time, so I will stop. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Scott. Scott is your promoted to panelist. If you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hey guys, first I just wanted to say I neglected to mention earlier, Kim, I'm sorry you're feeling down, and I really hope you get hope you start feeling better soon. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm not I'm not a guy who's gonna say I love the way things have always been. I'll do change just for change's sake. But we are clearly seeing in real time right now how these new fees are going to work and are working. We've seen with the VFW, their celebration get moved because they were afraid of potential fees. To that I say, thank you, Jeff Wan. The Barbecue Fest was canceled by CBCA because they had no idea, much like Peter was saying earlier, how do you plan an event when you have no idea what the costs are going to be? And so CBCA was forced into the position of canceling the barbecue festival because they had no idea what the fees were going to be. Again, thank you, Jeff Wan. When Clayton Pride, who just had one of the most successful recent events in our little town's history, honestly, when we are forced to move to Heather Farms, to Todos Santos, to other areas, and the kids in Clayton can't witness a parade in their small town and feel a little bit more safe just for a day, when we're forced, because of astronomical fees, to move to a different location. Again, thank you, Jeff. Finally, astronomical fees being used in this regard, which is essentially prohibitive in nature, are a direct violation of Proposition 26. Again, thank you, Jeff. This is why Proposition 26 exists, so that prohibitive measures, just like with Jim Crow laws, are not used to prevent access and free speech. You know, I heard Brett talking, rightfully so, about promoting the public good. And so we've all heard about what kind of fees Pride had to pay, and we did it. And we had a successful event despite the obstacles. Meanwhile, people like Jim get a free car show? Seriously, guys? We need to stop picking and choosing winners and losers. We need to define this more accurately, but more importantly, we need to examine ourselves when it comes to promoting the public good. Kids being inspired by a parade in their town versus cars. Thank you for time, guys.
Mayor, if I could add just a point of clarification, if you don't mind. Okay, all right.
Our next speaker is Terry. Terry, as I promote you to panelist, if you can please unmute your microphone, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, thanks, folks. So I created a significantly large list of questions, and honestly, I'm so damn confused by this agenda, and I can assure you there is not a person in that room that has studied this fee schedule more than I have. I will tell you guys last year what Holly and Peter described as far as working with the city on Pride this year. that was the role that I did last year. And I will tell you the experience of sitting down with the city, and it was worlds better this year, but last year I got 3 different estimates from the police department. I got 2 different estimates from the maintenance department, both of which were like orders of magnitude different than each other. We went back and forth on, is a road closure fee, does that apply? Does it not apply? The fee schedule as it existed before, I think, was even confusing to the staff itself. And now when I look at this, I spent hours trying to understand if I were going back to them like I did last year and saying, hey, I'm a brand new event. It's not even really honestly clear to me. It's not even clear to me how we do this a la carte, per hour rates. So a couple of things I did want to point out as far as inconsistencies that I'd suggest that the council and the staff take a look at that I noted this morning. There is a note about the Prop 26 and not being overcharged for subsidizing fees. But then in the 3F section, it mentions specifically that the city has not been very active when collecting fees from impacts of the events. So impacts of the events feels a little bit excessive, so that unless I can have clarification on that, that sounds like you're saying that you're saying that if the grass gets messed up in the grove, then the event person is paying for that, but then everyone benefits for that. So the fee for benefits that the city manager said earlier is kind of not lining up there. I'm also wondering too, if we're getting the cart before the horse, because I keep hearing that the city events are not going to be charged or have not historically and will not continue to be charged for fees, even though those are privately fundraised, just like all of these other private events. And so then to me, rushing and putting this fee schedule in, and without a clear understanding of what are we calling a city sponsored event and what are we not, to Scott's point, feels like we're picking winners and losers. Last thing that I wanted to clarify, or a couple of things, the Grove rental fee. The Grove rental fee says that you pay a security deposit if cleaning is not done, but then that is also worked into your fees. And the last thing is if a person estimates the wrong participants and they overestimate, does that mean that they get a refund? Thank you.
Janet, do we have any other hands raised?
Mayor Wan, I do not have any other hands raised on this item.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring it back for discussion. I will attempt to address some of the questions here just for clarification, and then I'll turn it over to the rest of my colleagues here. Let's see if I get this right. One point of clarification that I think was common in some of the questions were regarding cost recovery versus items that I think you characterized it as market-driven. But I don't think they're, market-driven is probably not how I would describe it. The way that certain charges for use of city facilities works is that it's a market rate, not necessarily market-driven, in that it is whatever a willing seller and a willing buyer is willing to pay. That's the only rule that there is. And those fees, or those charges, excuse me, those charges are part of Prop 26, and they are detailed in one of the exceptions in Article 8, Section 1, subsection E, number 4. And in those items, it describes uses of city facilities. Let me get the exact entrance to or use of local government property, or the purchase, rental, or lease of local government property. So I think one of the questions was what constitutes government property? That's anything that the city owns, including the streets, the roads, the parks, any facility that the city owns. So that rubric for determining what that charge is not subject to the cost recovery limitations. So that's the one point of clarification. Let's see here. I think there's a question about fixed versus variable costs. And so I think my prior clarification kind of addresses that. The nature of those charges isn't based on fixed nor variable costs. So it's kind of mooted, it kind of moots that question. What counts, sorry, that was a different one. So I do agree. I think examples of common events or fees that would be paid for normal uses would be a great illustration, like as an example of some of the more common things. Birthday party, the covered structure at the community park is often used. So I think that's, things like that would be helpful. And then maybe some specific types of events that are more common, just like, a handful, that would be good. I think that'd be a nice illustration to help clarity. The cost for the fee schedule that we paid GovInvest for was, if I recall correctly, was $14,000, give or take. It was done in the November 22 timeframe. It was approved. So I think that was a question, or that was a comment. So just to clarify that. I took notes in lots of different areas, so. I do think it's, there's many of the fees are rather straightforward and they are unchanged. And so what I would suggest is that I think the vast majority are pretty plain vanilla. These are the things that we have existed for a long time, and this is based on the cost analysis on both staff time and what it actually takes to do them. I think those should move forward without much fanfare because they're our regular course of business. I think a lot of the discussion is around, sorry, I'm pulling up a different document here. A lot of the discussion is around those special event things, the special event section, and perhaps the other items on the fee schedule in the actual document. It indicates what fees are net new. And so some of those are breakouts of prior fees that were previously grouped as one thing, and they're now split into multiple things just for clarity. And so those are indicated on the document. So if you review it, you could see those. Let's see here. And then I think when we talk about what counts as participants, I tend to concur with our city managers that it would be characterized as those individuals that would not normally be present, but for that event. So that's how I would characterize it. And that includes the vendors, in my view. And then I think I do really like the idea of a required consultation for any event that is of sufficient size. I leave it to your discretion on what that is. But it would add clarity, especially for the planning aspect, because an event that occurs would typically, you can't do it. I think there's a required 45-day, I don't know, actually, don't quote me on the days. There's a number of days that's required, and so that kind of recognizes the fact that there is planning involved, and so part of that planning should involve a consultation with city staff to clarify and make sure that everyone's on the same page of what it actually is. And then I think that the staff report is not that, you did make that clarification, but I want to reiterate that the special event fee, as indicated here, is not baked into either the staff report as it stands, nor is it baked into the budget proposal that is a later agenda item. So what's indicated in the staff report about the net increase in revenue associated with the adoption of the fee schedule does not include the new fees described in the special event section. So that's just a point of clarity. And then, I guess, the only other thing was that I had, and maybe I should have asked this during the question section, but Councilmember Tillman, you mentioned that there were different line items that were charged for a single thing, and it seemed like it was overlapping. And so, when we talk about special event, I think we're characterizing this as street closure, but in some instances, I can't tell actually if this wraps in like the Grove rental as well, or is that separate and apart from as indicated here?
My understanding it's separate, but I want to confirm that with Government Investment. My understanding is it's separate.
Okay, great. Okay, and I think that's my commentary here for now. Did you have other items that you'd like to raise?
Yes, thank you. I did have a couple of them. So I wanted to go back to, I think it was Mr. Kaplan who mentioned this, and he said he wanted to know more definition around street closures, which I appreciated because maintenance is putting down the barricades. And so if the entire downtown area is going to be closed off, it doesn't really matter the size of the event. So I would like to understand, what difference does it make if there are 10,000 people versus 200? If the same streets are being closed and the same radius is being used, the same perimeter, and we know that PD is going to tell us how much they need to staff for the number of people that they have, so that cost is going to be in there. Maintenance is already going to put down the same number of cones that says that there's no parking, which is what they had to do. There's no parking on these streets, and they close all of them down. And then they put the police barricades for the PD to put up. It doesn't matter if there's 10,000 people or 200. So I'm trying to understand what the difference in the price is for a street closure. Can somebody tell that to me?
Well, would you think that the wear and tear on city facilities is greater with one versus like 100,000?
No. And the reason why is because I'm trying to understand if there's very minimal people in the Grove and they're just milling the streets on the sidewalk, and I'm even going to exclude the Grove Park for a second. It would be no different to me than having a concert in the park, which we're actually sponsoring, and it's a city-sponsored event, where they're copping a squat in the grass, and we have to do more, copping a squat, sitting down in the grass, putting their chairs on it, all the things are ruining the lawn. To me, that's more wear and tear on the actual park, but we're going to incur that cost. And so those things are what are playing around in my head, and I'm also trying to understand, I'm looking at the Clayton Community Park versus the Grove Park, and trying to understand, okay, so for the adult sports field rental, it's only $50. The new proposed fees are $50 when they are in the grass, they're playing ball. I played adult softball. That's $50 if we were doing that. The youth sports rental, $28. I'm trying to understand, when kids are running around and they're playing on the grass, why are we going to charge less for that and we're going to charge a lot more for people to not necessarily be in the grass at the Grove? And it's just not making any sense to me. So it'd be nice if we can kind of have some consistency around that. I'm also thinking about Endeavor Hall and the fees, and whether or not a group is using the parking lot, which we use for ADA parking for the parade that we had, and all of the other events that happen in town. Even the Rotary, they left. Good for them. And they have their pancake breakfast, and I know that we're charging a fee for that. So at what point do we make things cost prohibitive? I'm thinking about the Garden Club, and they're using the parking lot in downtown. Are we really going to start charging these folks based on the number of people that they have come with a very little amount of money that they might be bringing in? And I'm really concerned that events are going to start to be cost prohibitive. Farmers markets, like we used to have, be nice if they'd come back. We start to push out folks. And so I'm wondering if, and I would hope it's not, but it's starting to feel like that's not really being thought of. And if it is, if that's the ultimate goal, which I would hope is not the case. That's all for now.
Yeah, I would say, like, when we talked about Endeavor earlier this year, one of the specific things that we or at least that I, and I think all of us wanted to do, was to recognize that there are certain activities, and I think the plant sale was the example that was used. You know, they do it once a year, and it generates some revenue, but not a lot. And, you know, we want to recognize that and really encourage that type of event to still be there. And so we specifically carved out the utilization of that facility and said that's a no-cost use up to a certain number of days. And, you know, that is an attempt to address utilization by certain groups that, you know, don't have a high use, but, you know, we think is worth subsidizing. So that, hopefully that addresses that. I mean, definitely the goal is not to crowd out utilization, but it is definitely the goal to recover cost and to, you know, in effect, to monetize certain activities where the city was not doing so in the past. And the proposed fee schedule, I think, recognizes that.
Okay, so the numbers are, well, it's subjective and arbitrary. We're just making them up because that's how much we want to charge. We don't have an actual figure on the wear and tear in the downtown area.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a red herring to try and narrow down dollar for dollar cost. It's not required, nor is it something that we would be able to do. And it doesn't, at the end of the day, like as we discussed, use of city facilities is not subject to the same limitations as fees for service. So in that regard, you can characterize it as arbitrary. You know, I think our consultant, Mr. Sharma, tried to benchmark those fees, and obviously it does model closely after what Walnut Creek has on their number. You know, if we think that there should be a flat fee without regard to the number of participants, I think that's possible. You know, but I think what it tries to recognize is that there is a graduated amount, whether or not it's a level of precision. I don't think that's not really the goal.
It doesn't need to be, and thank you for that. It doesn't need to be, but what I'm starting to think about is if this was mirrored after Walnut Creek, and it could have been their downtown
I'm not
area.
actually sure if it was.
It looks just like it.
But it does look.
It looks just like it. And the numbers are, you know, kind of the numbers, and the tiering, et cetera. So it looks very similar. I won't say it's identical. But what I'm trying to understand is, you just made me lose my train of thought. We're talking about a flat fee versus a number. Oh, if this was taken from Walnut Creek, if they were using their downtown to block off streets, and we know that they have metered parking, et cetera, things that they can really not be able to recoup those costs from, then that makes sense to me, because they know on a given day, with the meters that they have, that they're actually bringing that amount of money in. So it'd be nice to know from...
but again, I think that's a red herring, because you're trying to say, well, if I could otherwise get this, then therefore I could justify that. And the two do not have to be connected.
They don't. But given that every single one of us ran on transparency, I think it is not, because you don't know what that is from. You don't know what that number is from, which is what I would like to know. I want to know, how did this number come up? And I've actually put a call into Walnut Creek to ask them how they came up and derived those numbers, because I think it's important, and it actually helps us make it's an informed decision, which I would like to have, and I think many of us on the dais would as well. If this is based off of a lot of other factors that we don't know, and we decide that we want to actually use this, I want to be informed on why I'm using it. And so I know it can't be apples to apples, but I think it at least makes sense to understand, how did they derive these numbers and what's behind them? Or we go to a flat one, but I think that, you know, what's the difference between 4,999 folks and 5,000? Did that extra 2 feet really cause more wear and tear? And I don't think it did. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind this, because to me, again, it's not a red herring to me. We're throwing up numbers, and it seems, again, to be cost prohibitive for people to come in and throw an event if there's a large one. And is that the goal? I keep going back to that. Is that the goal, is to not have events in town, which is what it's going to end up coming to eventually, especially as you start to increase if you start from here. If this is a starting point, and we know that we want to have CPI tied to it, like we say at the bottom of this, it just goes up from here.
I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Trupiano, who made the suggestion earlier that we put our questions together and provide them to GovInvest and Nitish, and have him meet us at the next meeting with a list of questions and answer those questions, because I think these questions on fees are pretty premature until he answers the questions we have. So I would suggest that we be given an opportunity to get the questions to him so that he can answer them at the next meeting with the city manager's direction.
Yeah, we are not adopting the fee schedule here. It's not on the table at the moment.
For clarification, though, I mean, I think there's a lot of questions, and it would be great to see how these numbers are derived. What's the data behind it? I think that the wear and tear thoughts of between $4,999 and $5,000, and the cost associated with that is kind of ludicrous. Matter of fact, I think a lot of the wear and tear question is ludicrous relative to some of the other activities that cause actual wear and tear relative to some of these functions. So
I wouldn't get fixated on wear and tear.
I bring that up because you brought it up historically.
It was something that I mentioned, but it's not. I would say that no matter what happens, the fees, especially when we're talking about facility use rather than fee for service is based on cost. Facility use isn't. So, we can couch it in different terms. I think that there are drivers for that cost, but you're not going to have any perfect matching. You're always going to have variance, and if anytime you do cliff numbers where it's like this plus one goes to the next level, you're going to have some weirdness in how that makes sense. I don't think that's a great way to think about it, especially if, the idea is that these are essentially market driven. It's a market rate, and that means that it is what a willing buyer and a willing seller agree to.
And I think that kind of the challenge is if our numbers, which appear to have a lot more administrative fees behind them than just the flat rate $10,000, it will definitely be a market rate decision to not be in Clayton. I think that the challenge we have in this conversation and with these numbers as they're presented is that the decision will be not to be here. And if that's the desire of some to not have those events here, that'll be effectively what will happen. We still haven't got to the conversation about having a graduated fee based on nonprofit use. We already have that as an example. We already have a graduated fee in our use of Endeavor Hall and our use of Hoyer Hall, where our Clayton-based nonprofits are getting anywhere from a 65 to a 93% discount versus commercial non-resident fees. And if we're going to talk about using precedent for reductions in fees for whatever that number is for street closures, we got to look at the number which we already have precedent. So now I've done the table. We have a 65.18% for use for reduction for Clayton-based nonprofits for Hoyer Hall, and up to 93.1% for use of Endeavor Hall. So again, these are all great conversations to have, and it's all be predicated based on the information that our outside consultant comes to us with, who answers our questions and how he derived them in the first place.
So I think the questions that we may have for Mr. Sharma will be interesting, but those are not necessarily the same as what you're raising now. I mean, so I guess however the figures are derived, do you feel that there should be a fee charged at all?
I would
or let's say for our streets. Sorry,
I think there is a fee which would be acceptable, yes, for street closures. And I think that if you're going to do a fee for street closures, you're going to need to have a fee for commercial, Clayton entities, just like we do for Endeavor Hall and Hoyer Hall. And we have to have a fee for resident uses and a fee for nonprofit use, just like we have for Endeavor Hall and Hoyer Hall. And we need to consider what that might look like so we can figure out. So, for instance, if we take the lower range of it, 65% discount on, well, keep your $10,000 fee as it is. That would be a $3,500 fee for street closure. And I think that might be palatable for the city to actually receive now $3,500 a day for, let's say, for a 3-day event in Oktoberfest. Now you're talking about you have an extra $10,000 of income. And I'm sure that covers the wear and tear that you're talking about on our city infrastructure.
Again, I wouldn't fixate on wear and tear.
I'm only doing that because you've mentioned it multiple times.
I'm trying to, I'll pull that back. So maybe if you'll oblige. There's no requirement that we separate or delineate a special event fee in the gradients that you're describing. It's a suggestion that I hear, but again, just because we have it in one instance doesn't mean we need it in others. So I wouldn't say that now that we have to do this. That's not the case. We could do that if we want, but closing all of downtown is not the same thing as Endeavor Hall in promotion of the arts. I don't think that's necessarily the same thing.
I think it's worthy of discussion.
And that's what we're doing now, right?
And I'm looking forward to having the conversation again after Natish answers some of the questions of the inconsistencies in our schedule, and with having Councilmember Trupiano being here at the dais in good health. Because I think that she would also be a great voice in this based on her experience.
Sure. And I think what staff is looking for is direction from us on what to come back with. And it sounds like, clarify if I've misinterpreted, you're suggesting that staff comes back ready to answer questions, and that's the extent of the direction that you're wanting to give at this point? Is that accurate?
I would like to have several questions answered so I can have an understanding, yes. And then based on that, those questions being answered, we can give the staff additional direction where to go on how to proceed.
To create a level of expectation on some of that, I think it's important to know, I think Mr. Sharma did model, from my understanding, a good amount of the comparables on the market rate side from Walnut Creek and surrounding areas. So questions, I think it would be important for me to get direction, I think, and clarity on when we talk about community development fees, when we talk about police fees, when we talk about administrative fees, those sections that are user fee driven, we'll call it, are those generally acceptable? And the reason I say that is that we can then tailor kind of the presentation when we come back to only the areas of discussion, number one. And two, I want to create expectation around kind of the ability to answer the questions separate from what you compared them to get there, because what we may end up with is a very similar policy discussion that he compared them to Walnut Creek and surrounding areas for, call it park rentals or facility rentals or street closures. And so the dais will have the same dialogue of it really is council's discretion to feel like what that market rate should be. And I would still need direction on what level you guys feel we should move to, because I don't believe those fees are calculated with a bottom-up mentality, but more as a market rate comparison. And so if we believe the market rate or the comparable agency or agencies are not correct, I think we still are going to end up in a situation with those facility rental, community park, and street closure sections of me looking to all of you for direction on what you want those fees to be then, based on, your thoughts about, whether they're prohibitive or what they should be relative to the cost of the market rate. And so I just want to create expectation setting for what Natish would bring back relative to those discussions, separate from the fee-for-service questions that you might have.
And I recognize that Councilmember Trupiano has her hand raised.
I'm just trying to, it's kind of hard to get a word in edgewise when you're not in the room. So I just want to say a couple of brief comments here because, you know, we haven't done this process in so long that nobody can even remember how long ago we did it. And again, we're talking about cost recovery for a city that the city and its 11,400 residents deserve the cost recovery, right? So that the city will retrieve the cost that it's laying out for these events. And so I think we just have to continue to keep in mind that we're not here to favor one organization over another. I honestly don't even think that we should be talking about any future master agreements. I think we should be looking at the rate card as a one-size-fits-all for all organizations, and whether we come up with a nonprofit rate or not, I think is a great something to entertain for sure. But I think we really have to just remember why we went through this process is to recover the costs that are owed to this community and its citizens. And so whatever shape that turns into in our next discussion, it'll be interesting to see, but I think we have to remember why we're doing this. And also, I do think Clayton is a very, very unique community. And I think the ambiance here is a real draw to many of our events. I don't think we should be afraid of losing our events. And I know we'll have a greater discussion about our special event policy, including concerts in the Grove and the car shows and what is not a city event. But let's keep in mind why we did this, and hopefully we'll have some answers from Nitish next in the next session. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a little bit difficult, especially with the lag and me not seeing your hand raised because it's a tiny icon on the screen. So feel free to just talk over us so that you get our attention. That would be fine. I guess I come back to what you said. The direction to any answer that we get will lead us to the exact same place that we are right now, and it definitely that won't change. And so it feels like if we just want to wait without giving direction, then it feels more like delay rather than actually decision making. And I know that there are definitely things that we do not have. I guess this is disappointing that we don't have the opportunity to get those questions, so that's unfortunate. But I would say, I think that, I would be comfortable giving certain certain direction to staff so that when we come back next time, we could have a fruitful discussion over these specific items. And then when we do that, my understanding is if we properly describe this, then if there are certain changes that we want to make at that time, we would have the discretion to make them then and there, and then move forward, rather than have it drawn out over the next several, I don't know how long. Is that accurate?
So I think if we want to do this in one fell swoop, meaning we get Nitish to come back and we notice the public hearing and essentially make the changes on the dais and then approve them. I'll look to the city attorney, but I think that would be within the reality if that's council's pleasure. The 14-day notice, that would be at this point July 18th because it's just the not having a fourth meeting. What we could do is still hold that July 18th date as the public hearing time and come back, assuming Nitish is available, June 20th, and the agenda can absorb it. We could come back and have the discussion in essence, iron everything out, and then the 18th becomes more of a clean process at that point. I mean, you still could make more changes if you wanted to, but we'd initially ironed that out on the 20th. Since I only bring that up because we have a delay in timing just because we don't have a July 4th meeting. Otherwise, I would say July 4th probably would have been perfect timing to do it. Or you can have a special meeting if we want to do it sooner than that. And I'm happy to schedule that with Nitish and the 5 of you to do a special meeting in between the 18th, July 18th, and now to make it more time sensitive and beneficial to the whole.
Okay. It's going to be really difficult with timing with summer.
July is never fun for any council. I'll be honest with you. In my experience, yes, I understand that.
Yeah. So I guess I would say, I think, where is it? Sorry. My bad. I couldn't read my own handwriting for a second.
Can I jump in while you're thinking?
Yes, please.
I was just going to say, in the past, we've done special meetings, extra meetings in June, and I know it is summer, and I'm going to be the culprit who probably you can't schedule around, but I'll do my best. But is it possible to think of dates between now and June and also in July, but does this have to be done by June 30th? Is the most important question, because then there is no rush, quote unquote.
Has to know, beneficial to the sooner for clarity for the community, helpful, beneficial for the budget and being able to kind of continue to see the new fees move forward to help
Sure.
that process sooner better. Mandated, no, but I think the globally and just for staff being able to do this well, create the FAQs afterwards, operationalize it. You know, it would be nice to wrap this up sooner than later, but June 30th, it does not officially or by mandate have to be that date.
And then I'm going to look at the city attorney and ask this question. If we provide all of the questions and compile them to the city manager, he can condense them so that there's no redundancies and then send them to Nitish to answer. Could that be publicized? And would that be noticing the public as well so that they can at least be looped in and we can still try to do things by the 20th? Is that too tight?
No, we can't notice it in time for the 20th.
Okay. But we could for another meeting before then, before the end of the month, if necessary, or sometime in July? Or would we rather just all this happen out in public at the 20th meeting, which is fine with me too?
I would recommend that we schedule the public hearing for the second meeting, or I guess it's the first meeting in July, for July 18th. Let's target a public hearing and notice it properly for July 18th. I would definitely want to include in there a required consultation for special events and also examples of common use cases for clarity, with the caveat that those examples may not perfectly align with a specific event, but just make some assumptions and illustrate those for the public. I think that'd be really helpful. And then and we could hash it out during that public hearing. And we can talk offline if Nitish is available for the 20th for a Q&A session to help elucidate any of those prior. But if not, then we would push to the 18th.
Mayor, I just want to caution the council that if you just do it on the 18th, we wouldn't be able to add new fees. I'd be a little concerned about trying to make adjustments and creating new categories without then having a continued hearing in order to adopt it.
What is the nature of changes that can be made and cannot be made?
I would suggest that if you took this schedule and let's say the amounts were higher than you wanted to charge and you wanted to reduce them, I think that would be within your purview. Creating new categories, potentially increasing the amounts, I would be concerned about trying to adopt it at
So
that
going
same
down
meeting.
is okay, going up is not?
I think, yes. that would
Adding
be
new
my-
categories is not? Collapsing categories is?
It probably depends. You know, you want to give transparency to the public, And in fact, we have to actually have the document available, even though the hearing notice is 14 days in advance, you have to have the document available 10 days in advance to the public. So the more, you typically don't make these changes on the fly at the hearing. This is why you have multiple discussions, and then when you actually adopt, you're ready to adopt with not much vetting because you've already had the discussions. So I want to caution you, if there is to be a big discussion, I wouldn't encourage you to try to adopt at that one meeting.
Got it. Okay. Let's target the public hearing for the 18th, and hopefully our Mr. Sharma will be available on the 20th for Q&A and any other direction from council at that time.
I have additional things I would like him to include when we come back on the 20th, please. That aren't really questions. It's regarding the differences I was mentioning between the Grove Park and the Clayton Community Park and the rental of each facility. I do not see where you can rent out the entire Clayton Community Park. And I know that there are different teams that do that, et cetera. I don't see that on here. And I think that should be, that's probably an oversight. It should be included. It's just an hourly rate, which there's tournaments, et cetera. I'm not understanding why that's not included on here. So it'd be nice if you can include it.
Again, it's part of the inconsistencies, which in getting into the detail of the fee schedule that we could provide. Say, can you add this to the fee schedule? It doesn't mean that it's going to increase revenue per se, but it's just something that isn't there that I would like to see. I'm even putting together the spreadsheet related to the hourly and weekly and hourly and maximum rates on Endeavor Hall and Hoyer Hall. There are some holes, and again, I'd just like to know what that fee would be for a certain rate. My question is the $30,000, which he chose as a number which could be possibly used towards budgeting purposes for this coming year. I mean, I'd just like to know what the breakdown is, and that would be nice to have at the next meeting so we can use that. Is that included in our budget calculations?
Are you talking about 36,000?
Or 36,000, yeah, for that. And then that's irrespective of the street closure fees, but is that something we're including in our budget for this coming year? Okay, that's good. It's good to know. And to add on to Ms. Bennett's question about typical cost for, let's say, renting for a birthday party in the Grove, it would be beneficial for our community to see what the costs were for running Oktoberfest or Art and Wine and what the proposed cost would be based on this new schedule for doing it for next year. So we can actually see the delta. Because quite frankly, getting back to my understanding of looking at this, I can't figure that out. And if we can actually see what the delta is, irrespective of the road closure conversation which we'll have, or I'd like to know what the change in costs are.
Well, how can you do that irrespective of the road closure?
Right now, we'll use your $10,000 number as what it is, but all the other fees that are in here, I'd like to know what the new costs are for throwing that event. And just
so not irrespective of the road closure.
Yes. We know right now there's a $10,000 fee, which we have to have a discussion of what we're going to do with that. I would like to know what the changes are without that fee. What is it? Is it a 25% increase in fees in addition, or is it just the $10,000 fee flat? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out is what is the cost? It was stated on social media, oh, you just look at the fee schedule, will tell you what the cost is. I can't figure that out. So
I could tell you what that is. And the reason why you can do it is because on the master agreement, it dictates what fees are waived. And so if you just itemize those fees, it tells you.
I'm looking at last year versus this coming year. I want to know what the fees are versus last year versus this coming year based on the new fee schedule. And I think that's an Excel spreadsheet that we can have a staff put together and just have that. This is what it was, and this is what it's going to be. I think it's important for the community to know what the increase in costs are. I don't think we can answer that question right now.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good.
So thank you for the direction so far. What I'm hearing is we really are focusing the next conversation on facility and park rentals, Clayton Community Park, and special events sections. And then essentially everything else is okay. Police, community development fees, administrative fees, user-generated fees, we'll call it. Time and material fees. The reason I asked too is, we may have the agenda on the 20th, but for public posting purposes of all this information we want to talk about, we're really talking more about 16th. So I'm really talking about a consultant and pushing him to have this done in, we'll call it 8 calendar days, to make sure I can articulate and create and all of, FAQs and comparisons and scenarios. And so again, it's trying to me to create some expectation setting on timing so we're able to provide that next conversation to get us to a point to be able to adopt this, whatever form it takes, on July 18th is my goal. So if we can narrow the focus truly as narrow as we can make it and still meet council's desire, that would be helpful.
I'm comfortable with all the user-generated fees as indicated here in this draft.
I think I sent you questions about them, but I can't remember what they were. I don't know if you have access to them.
I do. It was more about, we made an adjustment with supplemental agenda. It was just a rows that got hidden related to the cost of the actual people, bodies, where finance director was out of there. It was a row hidden issue, not their issue.
Okay.
That was the majority of it. As far as the amount of hours per each, again, I think I'm looking at a reasonableness that our consultant used. That was within that question. I want to say, Councilmember, the majority of the questions were really focused on the facility and park, community, Clayton Park, and special events. They maybe have been around how we got there, but again, I think that's where it becomes that kind of market rate discussion that I think is going to provide a level of subjectivity that your council will have discretion to come to some agreement to related to those fees. And so I don't know if there's going to be a calculus for that, is what I'm creating expectations for the next conversation. I think I have enough head nods on the narrowness that I need to bring it back with that clarity.
Yes, I think that should be the focus, those items that you indicate.
Do we want to wait till the 20th to have a discussion on the level, if any, of nonprofit-related subsidies related to those fees, specifically those same categories that we're going to talk about? Or we'd like to have that now, direction-wise for me?
Well, I think if we were to request that Mr. Sharma delineate, he would need that direction ahead of time.
Yes.
Otherwise, he's going to get it on the 20th,
And then
he'll have to.
Correct.
He'll have to scramble a little bit.
To get there on the 18th.
To get there on the 18th.
Yes.
So I think we should probably have that now.
Okay, that would be helpful for your city manager if you could.
That way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that way you can provide feedback to Mr. Sharma adequately so that he knows what he should be doing by the 20th. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the question on the table then is delineating any of the extant rates for in a similar fashion that we do for other areas like Endeavor Hall, where we have both, I forget the number of cuts, but I believe it's resident, non-resident, weekday, weekend, nonprofit, commercial. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Clayton-based nonprofit, non-Clayton-based nonprofit, Clayton resident, non-resident commercial. There's 4 different categories. And then we have weekday hourly, weekday max, weekend hourly, weekend max.
Is that a 16 permutation? I don't know.
Anyway, I had to see it in a spreadsheet so I can figure out exactly what it is that Clayton-based nonprofits, what type of discount they are getting. And they're getting a discount on the weekday hourly rate at Hoyer Hall of 65%. They're getting a weekday hourly rate discount of Endeavor Hall at 93% and a weekend hourly rate discount at 83%. So again, there's already a precedent to give Clayton-based nonprofits a pretty substantial discount. And if we're going to charge non-Clayton commercial entities a retail rack rate, why not give our local nonprofits a discount rate as is precedent is here? So just taking the lowest rate of that is 65% of that, and that was the rate that I came up with because it makes sense. It's the lowest, discounted rates, which would make a $10,000 rate for street closure day down to a $3,500 rate, which I think still creates the income and I think is palatable. I think on a lot of sides of it. That's kind of my take.
Does it have to be Clayton-based nonprofits, or could it just be nonprofits?
Nonprofits work.
I think, the complexity there, I think the special events are different than Endeavor. And I would not be inclined to treat them the same. Just because we have one, I don't think it means we need to have the other. I know that we, with sorry, I'm trying to formulate my thoughts at the same time. The course of action that we had decided upon earlier in the year was that after we adopt the fee schedule, then we would engage with CBCA, because that's basically who we're talking about, in discussing whether or not we wanted to, whether we could come to terms on a new master agreement, if that's the desire. And so I'd be inclined to not delineate the special event cost for whatever it happens to be. I would give direction to Mr. Sharma to say one rate for all, and then we would address at a later time whether or not we thought it prudent to engage with a new master agreement if we can come to terms. So I don't think it would make sense at this point to have that delineation as we adopt or as we move forward with the process for adopting the new fee schedule.
I would concur with Councilmember Trupiano.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Earlier said, why even have a master agreement? Why can't we just have a flat rate for market rate, commercial entities, and then a flat rate for nonprofit entities? And it seems to make a lot of sense to just do two different rates and not have a master agreement. And that's it's clean. It's just really clean. Why negotiate a master agreement if we have a fee schedule that we can compare? Okay, this is last year, this is this year, and here's this rate. It's just very clean, with no negotiation of a new master service agreement.
I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. I think it's a good idea. I'm also a little biased since I'm the vice chair of the Clayton Pride Parade. So I know that going from a less than $500 street closure to a $3,500 street closure is still an issue, but I guess that means we'd have to fundraise our butts off, and we just do that or get more sponsors. So I like Councilmember Trupiano's suggestion.
I think, Councilmember Trupiano, did you want to, it looked like you had a comment, sorry. I couldn't tell.
No. I'm just glad I had something useful to contribute, and I do think it makes it cleaner and then fairer across the board for everyone. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. I'm thinking about what the best path forward for this one is then. I think what I would suggest then is let's put I'm working out the logistics of how you could do that. So let's put special event, 2 lines, one for, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about this. do we consider, is Clayton Pride a Clayton-based organization?
Our fiscal
It's in the name.
sponsors, it is, the fiscal sponsor is Rainbow Community Center, which is in Concord technically, a 501c3 in Concord.
Why don't we incorporate here? Why don't you incorporate here?
Again, you could just make it
It's really easy.
a nonprofit rate and a commercial rate. I mean, so that I don't know of any commercial fairs that would want to come in and throw a festival in Clayton for profit, because I don't think it would work financially, because they'd have to hire employees to run all the things that are done in a all volunteer manner by CBCA. But I mean, throw a commercial rate out there and then throw a nonprofit rate.
May I ask a question? For this nonprofit rate that you're suggesting, how are you going to differentiate between a nonprofit that doesn't raise any money and one that's purpose out there to do it is to raise money? How do you differentiate?
So explain that again. Somebody who, I mean, nonprofits that I'm aware of raise money for a reason. They are gathering funds for a function or a purpose. That's what a nonprofit does. Correct?
Well, I think what you're saying is that, you know, Clayton Pride is a very different endeavor than like Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest generates hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Clayton Pride doesn't, right? I mean, you don't.
No, we do not.
You're not selling wares. I don't know what's the. I mean, it's the nature of these events are different, and I think that's what you're getting at. So,
but not necessarily.
That's where I'm struggling.
I mean, if you look at it, it's both for the good of the community. I mean, it's for CBCA, it's about raising money to give back to the community. For Pride, Clayton Pride, it's about putting on an event to support the community and those who feel marginalized in the way they are. And that's, I mean, it's both for the good of the community, and both cause incredible revenue to our local restaurants. I mean, so there's not a lot of difference.
But I suggest that there's a significant difference in the purpose for why they do that. One is not out there to raise money, even if it's to this altruistic goal of giving it back to the community, versus one that is not.
So are you saying then, Vice Mayor Diaz, that it should be the reverse, the flip? The ones who are giving back to the community should get more of a discount?
I think there ought to be consideration for a difference between nonprofits that are out there to raise money and nonprofits that are not. That's simple.
The other one that I just thought of too were the gentlemen who were here earlier from the Rotary. Rotary's not in Clayton, is it? I think he said he was in Concord on Alberta Way, right? So
I don't know. I don't actually know what their basis is. That's where they meet.
Okay. I think it's a Concord Rotary, though.
It's the Clayton Valley Concord Sunrise chapter
Okay.
of Rotary International.
Okay.
So I can't quite put my finger on.
Councilmember Trupiano was going to chime in and say, do you know if they're a Clayton-based or
It's
Concord-based?
both. Yeah, they cover both areas.
Well, so does Diablo Valley, but what, like, people with
Yeah, I
Diablo.
don't-
So my point is someone like that who's putting on the pancake breakfast, et cetera, or trying to do their 5K run, or the parents who came to me and said that they eventually want to do one for Clayton Valley Little League, which we know has a name Clayton in it in its valley, but they're in Concord. They want to do one too, which means they're going to have to close down streets, et cetera. They want to do one later in the year. I'm starting to think about all these entities who could be impacted by high fees if they're not Clayton-based.
Or raising funds.
Right.
But it's also very different to be having a festival where you're talking about selling your own sponsorships and vendors and selling food and selling alcohol. I mean, that is very different than the Clayton Pride event, is it not?
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
So if I could jump in administratively,
Yeah.
the distinction is very difficult to manage and
Yeah,
enforce.
that's the problem that I'm having.
So
with this.
I, regardless of the net result of any nonprofit group. I think if we got to try to simplify, what would be my advice to council, to try to simplify this reality, because we can't, enforcing that, it becomes almost like a gross revenue conversation. And I frankly don't want to be in the business of doing that with every nonprofit that wants to come and have a special event. So if we can try to simplify, that would be great, for council to have more of the discussion on that.
I would say I like it the way it is, and I would not differentiate between the nature of incorporation of the entity, and have it and bring that back on the 20th at our next. That'd be what I would recommend.
You're saying keep one flat fee, please?
Yes.
Okay, and I would basically like to have the continued conversation as a council to have two fees, one for a corporate rate and one for a nonprofit rate.
And I think when we discuss it on the 20th, we still have that option.
Yeah, I think where I would just caution council that if you don't come to a clarity then the 18th becomes in question. Right? I think if we can get clarity on this discussion on the 20th, then the 18th is fine as far as getting this thing adopted.
Well, why not just have this conversation now? I mean, let's continue. Let's continue it. I mean, let's not bring it back. I think this is a good time to have it.
Okay, so I think that you've made your position clear, right?
Can I throw out another one?
Sure.
What if we just have it a flat fee and not tiered by number of participants and make it a lower fee? So if we don't want to get into tiering, we don't want to have to differentiate between what the entity is, whether it's nonprofit or commercial, et cetera, with all the permutations you mentioned, why can't we just have a, since it's a number and we don't know the wear and tear, et cetera, I mean, we beat around the bush, beat a dead horse. See, it's really late. Beat a dead horse on this earlier.
We haven't even talked about the budget yet.
I know. And it's 10:30. Why couldn't we just entertain a flat fee?
I think that definitely would crowd out, because sorry, I don't know if I'm in the mic. If you want to do a block party for your neighborhood, that's a lot different than a commercial endeavor downtown. And if you just have one that doesn't take into account volume, I mean, the ability to pay comes into play. And if you don't have something that delineates that, then only those with the ability to pay would be able to do it. And you essentially crowd out everything else.
Didn't we see in here that there were, if you wanted to have a cul-de-sac party, that was one fee, like a neighborhood, I can't find the page now, a neighborhood
It's at
party.
the beginning, right?
That was different than having a special event, right? Because a party on my block is different than closing down a cul-de-sac is different than closing down downtown where the restaurants, et cetera, are. So I can see differentiating between those two. And my point is I can't find it. Just don't have a fee.
Oh, no, that's right.
Same page.
What page?
Same page. Yeah, the same
143.
page.
Thank you. 143.
It's hyphenated, so if you search for it, you have to search for the hyphen.
Thank you. So if
But
that's
also
the
based
case,
it's not, I mean, I think that's cul-de-sac. I don't know if that's controlling there or if it's based on participants, because everything here is participants.
it says 0 to 99. So less than 100 participants, you pay a certain fee. And then I don't see what happens if you have above that. Maybe they assume that on a cul-de-sac you shouldn't be fitting that many more people on there. I don't know. Maybe Nitish could help flesh that out a little bit too. But my point is, that's different than fees for another special event. So I think you can have tiering in that way. What I'm saying is that you don't tier it in the number of the different tiers that we have here. Just lower the amount if we don't want to have to differentiate between the two. It's just another one to entertain. And I'm really going to need a bio break soon.
Okay. Councilmember Trupiano, do you have thoughts on segregating delineating the special event fee between nonprofits and others?
Well, I know that it might, as our city manager said, might be very difficult to manage. But I guess there's a part of me that feels like maybe we should have some special dispensation for our Clayton nonprofits. I mean, the other thing I want to say too, I mean, I think we're, I know, kind of beating a dead horse at this point, and it is getting late in the night. We've got so many other things to discuss, but I did a very informal survey in other communities of their similar events. And I know several of us did this. We called other communities, and these fees were not, that we're looking at right now, are not out of line with what other communities in our surrounding area are charging chambers and other nonprofit groups for 2 and 3 day events. I mean, these are right in line with what other communities are charging. There's nothing exorbitant here. And so I don't really know if there needs to be additional discounts. Again, I go back to why we're doing this, right? For our own cost recovery of our city. But maybe there doesn't need to be a delineation. Sorry.
Vice Mayor,
Sorry.
do you mind?
I was just going to answer her question or add on something to what she said. The only difference between us and surrounding cities is exactly what she mentioned, which are the chambers that they have that we do not. That's the difference, right? So you have corporate sponsors, you have the businesses in those communities that are contributing to the chamber, et cetera. It works differently than how anything that we have in our town because we're unique. And so that's where it starts to become a little difficult to compare us to them when they're putting on a 2 or 3 day festival, because the parameters are not the same for the entities who are putting it on. That's all I wanted to add.
And our facilities and the amount of space we're giving for those events is so much smaller than those other cities as well.
But it's so much better.
What is better?
Our city.
It is with the events here, yes.
The venue.
So you're saying they have to pay a premium for that?
No, I just said our venue is better.
Our venue's better, but if we're charging more to have it at the rates that we're proposing now, then people are paying a premium to have it here.
Okay. Vice Mayor Diaz, did you have any thoughts on whether we should delineate between?
My only thoughts are this. I want the guiding principle to be cost recovery and I'm open to combining this with a to-be-determined process administrative-wise to review these complicated issues of commercial, non-commercial, profit-making, non-profit-making, to make a decision on that. That's my input. Thank you.
I'm not sure if that gives you clear direction.
That would be no. I do not have clear. I mean, I
on this last part. I think this is the last part, right?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I have clear direction on facilities and fees and bringing back kind of how he compared it. We're going to get to that same conversation with picnic rentals, and you're going to have to come with cost the same way you are here. Whether that $250 picnic rental fee is what you want, or you want it to be $175. So we're going to end up there again on the 20th, just so everyone's clear. It would help if I had a little bit more clarity on is the current special event fee levels is what you want. Do you want the tiered fee, and do you want a nonprofit fee? And I don't mean to continue to belabor that, but otherwise, I'm kind of riding blind coming to the 20th, and I don't want to have this conversation in August and September when we have many other things we got to start to tackle collectively as a city. So if we can get more clarity from your council, I understand it's late and we have 5 more heavy items to talk about tonight, it would help me a lot.
Our engineer is waiting with bated breath. Okay, then let's address these one by one. So I think first is tiered based on number of participants, right? And then, okay, so let's tackle that. Tiered based on number of participants, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes. This is my straw poll, by the way. Okay. I'm gonna say yes.
I don't care if we tier it by participants if we change the dollar amount. So I'm a yes with the change in the dollar amount.
Okay, I'll take that for now.
I think we could really simplify it and just go with a flat fee.
So you're no.
I think a flat fee would work. Yes. That is a no.
Okay. So I'm a yes. You're a yes if you change the amounts. You're a no.
Yes.
Councilmember Triviano?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Tiered amounts. With the caveat that we also, at least one of us wants to change the dollar amounts. We could address that. I think that's enough for that one.
Yeah, the tiers, I got the tiers.
Okay. Okay. Separating nonprofits versus others. Yes or no? I am a no.
What's the question?
Separating nonprofits versus others who are not nonprofits. Clayton-based or not, or whatever flavor you want to call it. Having a different rate for those.
I'm a yes.
Okay, so I'm a
Good
no.
God,
You're a
it's
yes.
late. Yes.
I'm a
You're
yes.
a yes.
I want a process where we evaluate what they are. And I don't know how you quantify that in writing. We're beating around the bush on
Okay.
that, so.
Sure. I think I got that. Councilmember Triviano.
So I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Diaz, was that a yes or a no?
We're gonna come back to that in a second. How about you go, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay, I am a yes for considering nonprofit discounts.
There you go. All right.
So that begs the question, do you want me to work with Nitish on staff recommendation for the level of discount, or do you all want to have that discussion tonight? That can be a little more on the fly on the 20th, and I'm not as concerned of how we do it, but it would be easy if you guys could coalesce around a percentage tonight, if possible.
Did you just hear this discussion?
I know. Well, then I'm okay if the direction is city manager, work with Nitish on your desired recommendation to us with some rationale, even though it's completely subjective. I can do that. I just want to be clear, because what I don't want is to not get to a resolution on the 20th is what I'm really, all my questions are trying to get to a resolutions on the 20th to be able to do the 18th.
And can Nitish do the same kind of benchmarking if other communities are providing nonprofit discounts? That would be good to know.
Yeah, I can surely ask him to do a very quick review of just what generally is out there. My experience is that flavor is very broad, but we can at least bring that back if that helps council then to make that decision.
It would be helpful to have a range from what other cities are doing, yes.
I think that works.
And is it Clayton-based nonprofits or just nonprofits?
Just
Clarify.
nonprofit.
Okay.
Well,
do we got to vote on that now?
I think Councilmember Trubiano indicated Clayton-based.
I thought she said all.
Clayton.
Oh, she said Clayton.
Clayton.
She differed, I think, from what you guys had said.
Okay. Maybe it's Jim that's saying he needs more info.
I think I think Vice Mayor Diaz was looking for a different level of granularity in how we assess, which we'd have to get parameters around or like really flesh that out. But I think for the purposes of the discussion on the 20th, then you can come back with just nonprofit and others.
Okay.
And then we can decide whether we want to apply that narrowly or broadly.
Okay, that works. Yeah, I think
Do you
we're
have
good.
sufficient direction?
Now I have sufficient direction, yes.
Okay,
I do.
excellent. Okay. Just gonna.
We haven't got off the merry-go-round yet.
I'm taking a break.
Okay, so we're gonna take a brief recess so that humans can function.
Recording stopped.
All right. Are we
Recording
good to
in
go?
progress.
All right, I think we just turned back on the whatever we're calling it. Yes. Councilmember Tripiano, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so given the hour and I'm looking at the order of the agenda here, in the interest of most of these items all require our city engineer, except for the next item, which is the budget. And so I would suggest that we push the budget to the end so that our city engineer does not need to stay for all of the other items for that item. So if everyone is amenable to that.
Just to clarify, we also then would adjourn to the GAD before we come back for the city council budget
Yes.
as well. Okay.
We will table it until that time. And if, I don't know if you've had enough time to prepare. But
yes, Mayor, I believe
if you have, then
I've had a
let's-
lot of time to ponder.
Let's move directly to we will table item 11B till later this session sometime, and move to item 11C, which is, no, sorry, my bad, 11D. Okay, so we're also tabling the salary range discussion as well, because that doesn't require you either, so I'm trying to get you going. So item 11D is approve the engineer's report and proposed assessment for operation and maintenance of streetlights in the streetlight assessment district. Mr. City Engineer.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As we are very aware that there's limited time, I will blow through these items pretty quickly and allow any questions if there are any specifically. Starting with the streetlight assessment district, this is a typical annual process. There's an attached report that basically, probably 2/3 of the city are in the streetlight district, and their assessments are essentially capped at this point. So we'll continue to collect what we can. Of note, I think is probably worth discussing briefly is that this district is now in the red. Essentially, it was last year. There was a $20,000 transfer from ARPA funds to cover, and then this year the number is now closer to about $60,000+. Some of that is because of increased cost. Other element is there was probably some carryover money in last year's budget that is obviously gone. At this time, we are recommending that transfer or the backfilling of the balance of that budget from gas tax. Since this is a road-related element, streetlights, it has an excess. But long-term, it's going to continue to rise and continue to get larger gap. Now, one element that hopefully can address it is the climate tech work in the long term, but that is not included as part of this calculation at this point yet. So we've essentially increased the cost of the streetlight bills from PG&E, and that's mainly what you're paying for the work. The maintenance cost is slightly increased, but it's relative to mostly a CPI. So it's really your electricity cost. So we need the council's approval of the resolution tonight, and so we can then have our consultants submit the resolution and get it on the tax roll again for these particular properties. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from council?
We're getting these funds from the gas tax, is what I've heard. You just say. Where did the funds from the gas tax get used last year? I was just kind of curious.
Councilmember Cloven, do you mean gas tax in general, or?
General, I mean, we're borrowing from the gas tax fund to pay for the deficit in this fund. So Mike, just question, just as an understanding, we used the gas tax funds for what last year?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you'll probably see that when we bring the capital improvement plan. Essentially, your gas tax funds are helping pay for operational costs for your maintenance crews doing work within the streets. And then whatever's left over is being scheduled for roadway paving projects, generally speaking. Now, because the city is going further into red into certain areas, gas tax is now being utilized more here. One other element I believe is in the budget is the stormwater assessment fund as well as another area. So those are being deducted. Essentially, it would be reducing the amount of paving work you would be doing in the future. That's how I'd boil it down at this point.
Thank you. It's a good answer.
Other questions from council? All right, I'd open this item up for public comment. Seeing none.
Mayor Juan, I do not have any speaker cards, and I do not have any hands raised on this item.
Public comment closed. Any discussion that we have? I would just say that this isn't, I mean, yeah, we are doing, I think in the budget it does propose to do a transfer in the gas tax, but this item specifically is about levying the assessment, and it's not related to that specifically.
Correct. That's what's before the council tonight.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion. The recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the assessments for the ops and maintenance of streetlights in the streetlight assessment district. Is there a motion to do that?
I thought Kim said something. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing assessments for the operation and maintenance of streetlights in the streetlight assessment district for fiscal year 23-24.
I will second that. Janet, if you would call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trupiano?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Tillman?
Aye.
Councilmember Cloven?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Diaz?
Yep.
Mayor Juan?
Aye. All right, with that, item D is closed. I will move on to item 11E. This is approving the engineer's report and declare intent to levy and collect real property assessments for Diablo Estates at Clayton Benefit Assessment District. I like to say the bad. For fiscal year 24 and give notice of public hearing to be held on July 18th at 7 p.m. here in Clayton. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar.
No, it's actually, it says it wrong. It's not at Clayton City Hall. It's at Hoyer Hall, right? That's where the public hearing is going to be here.
Yes,
So,
I think that's a good
that's what
correction.
confused me for a moment.
Yes, Hoyer Hall.
I was reading it out loud and then it didn't make sense. So at Hoyer Hall.
And I'll double check to make sure that the notice that goes out reflects that as well.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to.
The notice itself, the draft notice says Hoyer Hall. So yes,
Okay.
Thank you for the correction. Similar to the streetlight district, this is a district that is for the Diablo Estates neighborhood. As usual, it's an annual process. This particular assessment district does require a public hearing. So what we're doing tonight is approving the report so that the report can then be sent out to the property owners and then given the notice that the actual fee or the assessment will be voted on at the hearing on July 18th. This particular assessment includes street lights, landscaping, weed abatement, storm drain related work. So it's a more all-encompassing district, but it's for a relatively small area of the Diablo Estates neighborhood. On this particular one, since it was formed more recently, it's much more well-funded compared to other districts. So in this particular case, we've actually elected to keep the assessment at the same level. Last year, it was not taken to its maximum. This year, we're keeping it the same as last year, given some elements of they still need more landscape services. One of the things that we're currently doing is having an RFP out for an ornamental landscape company. So we've contacted some HOA gardeners. We have not heard yet from anyone, but it's due in, I believe, a week or so. So hopefully we do get some response. The other elements, weed abatement, will still be done through the citywide contract of Warner. So that portion will be taken out of that billing for the citywide, and it'll be charged against Diablo Estates. And then the stormwater review is an annual review. Probably my firm will be involved in just making sure that the ditches are clear and also that there's no clean water violations. So it's primarily just the ornamental landscaping currently that we're seeking services for, and the city still has its own street light maintenance firm as well. So instead of having one company do all the functions, which was probably difficult, especially for the small area, we've broken out just the landscape and utilizing the existing city contracts. So this one is, the main thing was to let you know that we're keeping the assessment flat. It does still allow, the ceiling still rose, so there is still room to increase beyond just the CPI to catch up if there's ever a need. But if you look at the report, the balance within this one has a well-funded reserve at this point, and it needs to have, we need to catch up on landscape services in this particular one. So I think at this point, having the assessment flat is reasonable, given the sort of building up the services back up. So happy to take questions on this district.
I have one. So it's only as of this last month that they haven't had landscape services?
No, they had a one-time landscape company come in, I believe, at the beginning of this year. And there has not been any consistent service since then. That particular contractor was brought on for a one-time, and that was charged against the district. But we've been trying to seek a new firm that can provide the service ongoing. We did contact the firm that did the one-time to see if they're interested, and I haven't heard back yet on that particular one. The reality is, if you're aware of the neighborhood, it's essentially a street and a half of landscaping. So, it's not something a larger landscape firm would probably be that interested in. It's probably smaller HOA firms now. Some of those firms, prevailing wage, these other requirements that are typical of a city agency are beyond what they want to get involved in. So it's kind of finding this medium in terms of the type of contractor out there that would be interested in this type of work. If no one responds in the RFP, then technically the city could, direct contract. It's fulfilled its sort of contractual process of going through a solicitation. Still means finding someone, right? So I don't think it's, it means any benefit. It really is, hopefully, we could look at more direct solicitations, beyond if we haven't got any response.
Unfortunately, Ms. Bennett had to leave because she lives in that neighborhood. So she was waiting for this one, so I'm going to try to think of any questions she might be asking. And I would hope she could have addressed. Have they received any other issues? I know that when we had a prior engineering firm, there were some issues with things not getting completed up in that district. Have you heard from any residents any other issues that they've experienced up there for the assessment for the assessments that they're paying? Are there any other issues that they have?
I did receive a recent email, probably within last week, of a resident. I don't recall the gentleman's name, but he was asking about the ornamental landscaping, so I did provide feedback already to him on that, and when the weed abatement work was going to be done. So I coordinated with Jim Warburton, and Warner was supposed to go out this weekend, potentially.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Tripiana, are you okay?
Yeah, the only question that I had, but I think, Larry, you answered this, was that the $93,711.36, that does cover all the costs, and that's why we're keeping it flat this year?
Yes, it actually covers more than the current operating costs. There's money that from that assessment that would be going toward a reserve.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, public comment? Seeing none?
Mayor Juan, I do not have any public speaker cards or any hands raised on Zoom.
Excellent. I will close public comment, bring it back for discussion. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, then I think what we need here is a motion to do several items.
Move approval.
Well, yeah. We have to receive and approve the report, declare our intent to levy and collect real property assessments for the Diablo Bad for FY24, and approve the attached resolution giving notice of the time and place for a public hearing. That I move. I said that someone doesn't have to read that twice.
I'll second
I'll
it.
second.
Excellent. Janet, would you please?
She beat me. I think there was a delay on her end. She was already talking.
Would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Trupiano,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Tillman,
Aye.
Councilmember Cloven,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Diaz.
Yes.
Mayor Juan.
Aye. All right. And with that, concludes item E. We will move directly into item F. If you need a moment.
Allergies now. For this time of year.
Item F is an ordinance amending Chapter 10.20 speed limits of the Clayton Municipal Code. You are up again.
All right. So one correction I would make is this is an introduction of an ordinance. So this will be brought back on June 20th, assuming that the council wants to move forward with it. This item was, discussed previously at, I believe, the March 21st meeting. And there's been updates to the state law regarding how speed limits are set. It actually provides a lot more flexibility to the cities. One element that we had to do since then was do basically a cursory review of and perform an engineering traffic study of these roads to confirm that they've basically stayed the same since the original speed survey. And some actually go back, one I think goes back up to 14 years. But they're all within the new sunset date of 14 years. But even this now applies to basically kind of allowing it to stay static, or now based off of this new study or this new engineering study confirming that you can lower 5 miles an hour or keep it the same, which is what we are doing. And to put it within an ordinance that then you would basically codify your speed limits. The city had already basically done that already, which is a little unusual. Not all cities do that, but it actually helped in this particular case. So now we're just modifying this particular section, and you can see as attached in the ordinance, the segments that are underlined are the additional language to the ordinance. And essentially the same streets, the major streets, were left in at their speed limits with some new reference to the CVC code that was updated this year. And then under the lower speed limit, we added several streets, and those are F through M, to be very clear that those are 25-mile-an-hour segments. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those for this particular item.
This leaves all of the existing speed limits that we have in place currently posted intact?
Correct.
Does not lower nor raise?
No.
That's all my questions. Any questions from council?
Forgives the police the official blessing to do what they need to do. I'm all for it.
Yes, it will. It will essentially allow, we'll be working with the police chief to provide updates to their documentation for if they ever have to go to court and provide any speed survey information. Some of it now will be referenced to the ordinance itself.
I thought it was in this document about the, I don't think they were speed bumps, but something that was downtown on certain streets, like by the school, at the bottom of the hill on Oak Street. Is it this document? Am I making that up? Did I dream it? It had something to do with the speeds and making sure that there were going to be safety measures that were put in place, but maybe it is not this document.
I believe we discussed at the last time in March about traffic calming type measures, but this was specifically today, it was about speed limits.
Okay, never mind then. I think it might have been me going back and forth to make sure that it had the elements that we had discussed before. Sorry
There's
about
a
that.
discussion about Oak Street in a prior section. I think it's in the budget section. So you
Okay,
can find
maybe
it on
that's where it
page
is.
76.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I don't have any questions on this item. Thank you.
If, before we open it up, if I could just make some clarification comments, I think the wrong ordinance got in the packet. I just had some minor modifications, and I don't think those got included. So I just wanted to make sure that in section 10.20.010, we delete the reference to including but not limited to, because we have to actually call the streets out, which we did call out, so I don't want there to be any perception that we're adding more
What
streets.
page was that again? Sorry.
It's on page,
Second page of the ordinance. I believe.
PDF page?
exactly, PDF page 327, I believe. The very first line that's underlined, where it says including but not limited to.
What should it say?
We're just going to delete the including but not limited to.
I agree.
And then just a couple places where we
Is
reference.
it because there needs to be specificity?
Exactly,
Okay, got
which
it.
we do specify.
Got it.
And then just the couple references to CVC will call out as the California Vehicle Code.
Instead of the acronym?
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's it.
I think what we'll do is we'll bring the corrected ordinance back, obviously, on the next meeting.
This is the first reading, though?
Yeah, this is the first reading.
So you can still adopt it with those amendments. That's why I wanted to read them into the record.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
Let's
Mama.
open public comment. I'm
Mayor-
staring right at you.
Marijuana, I did not receive any speaker cards, and I do not have any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, I will close public comment, bring it back for discussion. The only thing I will add in commentary is I'm very happy that we're able to preserve the speed limits. Go forth and be merry. And that is it. So the recommendation here is that we introduce this ordinance as amended a moment ago with those wordsmithing changes for a first reading.
By title.
Oh, by title.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
By title only and waive further reading.
That's not what it says on the
I
recommendation.
know that didn't also get included.
By title only and waive further reading, an amendment to chapter 10.20 speed limits of the Clayton Municipal Code. That is a motion.
That would be a second.
Janet, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Trupiano,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Tillman,
Aye.
Councilmember Cloven,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Diaz,
Yes.
Mayor Juan.
Aye. All right. That concludes item F. Let's go. I'm going to jump around a little bit if that's okay, because I'm trying to advance our city engineer out of here, if that's okay with everyone. So let us move then to recess the city council meeting and move into the Oakhurst Geological Hazard Abatement District. And I will turn the gavel over to Chair Trupiano to lead this portion of the meeting.
Okay. Good evening, and I'll call the meeting to order at 11:09 p.m. And Janet, will you call roll?
Board Member Juan,
Here.
Board Member Tillman,
Here.
Board Member Diaz,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cloven,
Here.
and Chair Trupiano.
Here. And are there any public comments on non-agenda items? Do we have any cards?
Chair
Or
Trupiano,
anyone?
I did not receive any cards on this item, and I do not have any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so I will close public comments and move on to item 3, which is our consent calendar. which is approving the minutes from the May 16, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from that meeting?
Public comment.
Oh, public comment first.
Chair
Is there any
Trupiano,
public comment?
I do not have any
Okay.
speaker cards and no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the May
Move
16,
approval.
2023 meeting?
Second.
Wonderful.
Board Member Juan,
Aye.
Board Member Tillman.
Aye.
Board Member Diaz,
Yep.
Vice Chair Cloven,
Aye.
Chair Trupiano.
Aye. Okay, there are no public hearings. We will move then to action items, which is item number 5. And this is a presentation and consideration of a resolution to approve the proposed Oakhurst Geological Hazard Abatement District Annual Report for fiscal year 2023-24 and set a public hearing to be held on July 18th, 2023 to consider the levy of the corresponding real property tax assessment in fiscal year 2023-2024 as presented by our general manager of the GAD district, Larry Thies. Larry?
Thank you, Chair Tripiano. Similar to the Diablo Estates ban, the process involves you reviewing the report, taking any public comment tonight, and then approving the resolution to then also set the public hearing on July 18th as well. The main element, as we've been discussing over multiple meetings now, is the existing budget for the GAD is dwindling, or it's very small at this point. And the last direction we had relative to this item was to come up with a budget for next fiscal year for items with the amount of revenue we do have currently without any specific transfers or additional funding from other sources. The baseline expenses are on the second page of the staff report. This was kind of discussed before, essentially just to be able to do the assessments, which is currently right around $49,000. $28,000 is pretty much just running the meeting, the administration, so forth. So that leaves, roughly $21,000 for all of their functions, engineering, maintenance. Clearly that's not enough. Right now, the weed abatement and the storm drain work, or the ditches being cleared out, are being paid through landscape maintenance district funds, which overlays the same areas. So those aren't being taken out of the GAD budget currently, and previously, and also in this current budget, just so you're aware. What's presented in the engineer's report is the proposed budget. I know it's a kind of small font below the baseline expenses, which has a focus on visual inspections, and then leaving set aside for some potentially small repairs or emergency repairs, and some additional GAD management and legal costs. We did provide some alternative budget scenarios, utilizing the same amount of dollars that are available in fiscal year 24. And just to be clear, fiscal year 24 is the revenue, or the amount of budget is higher than the $49,000 because of one-time money that is being carried over from this current fiscal year not being spent, and a sort of last transfer out of the Presley Fund. So this would be kind of this last year budget where there's some additional money that are still GAD focused that is available to the board. So the two alternative budget scenarios that I'm looking for input from the board tonight is, one is some pull back on the visual inspection, only doing it once a year, and then doing some exploration for the inclinometers/piezometers and finding that information, measuring the water levels only for the piezometers essentially, or the inclinometer element, and then still having a set aside for some small repairs. And then the other one would be to essentially do no further inspections, don't look for the piezometers, just save the money and essentially use it as, I don't know, a rainy day fund, whatever you want to call it, and just hold on to the money for whatever potential issue could come up. Now, if either of those scenarios, you should adjust the plan of control, because the plan of control does talk about certain things that the district's going to do, and those would be not in compliance with your plan of control. So those are elements that you would have to consider. The last thing the board would also want to consider is if they would like to pursue a going out to ballot for a vote for raising the assessment, to raise it to whatever level that is, either comfortable among the district. Certainly, some of the recommendations that I'd come up with previously was a much higher amount. We were talking like 10 times what the current assessment is, which is difficult, I understand. But that range of costs would be in the $30,000 to $40,000 for just the processing of doing the balloting, getting the sort of administration. If there's any additional cost for, educational efforts like workshops or mailers, those type of things would be on top of that cost. If the board elects to want to put that into the budget, I'd recommend taking it out of the minor emergency repair budget and utilizing that fund essentially, instead of having it set aside. So those are kind of the options. They're not great, certainly, but I think we do need to decide what we're going to do this next fiscal year, and then obviously going forward beyond that, you will be then, assuming we basically tap out all the rest of these funds in 24, you'll be down to 49, $50,000 a year going forward in 25 and beyond, unless it's raised. So that's the current situation of the GAT at this point. Happy to take any questions.
Larry, I have a couple of quick questions and then I'll let my colleagues jump in. So if we decide that we determine today we want to move forward with that ballot measure, we are going to have to set aside $30,000 or $40,000, or the district is, in order to accommodate that. Would that, which obviously limits our other choices, would that ballot measure be for the following fiscal year then? If it was, what would be the process?
These ballots wouldn't necessarily have to follow like an election year process. It would be a mailed ballot, and so it would be submitted to City Hall. It would be all within the city. So the time frame it could be whatever the city decides. Obviously, there's certain noticing requirements, but if the city wants to pursue it relatively, in a steadfast manner, I would say it would still be within this fiscal year. It could be done in the, spring, or depending on how much outreach element you want to do to educate the community, that could take your lead time. But you're not set to like a November or June ballot type time frame. It's more of a truly like a mailed out document. The firm we utilize, Francisco and Associates, contracts with a firm that all they do is ballot type measures like this, and so they're very used to the processing of the sort of the mail outs and the collection of these votes.
Okay.
Are we allowed to do like a ramp up if we go out with these mailers? I mean, if we're significantly under what the recommended level is, doing a 1 year jump is could be problematic, but are we allowed to say like vote on this, year 1 is X, year 2 is X plus Y, year 3 is whatever, and then sometime thereafter, there's a CPI?
Yeah, I believe as long as you're clear into what exactly, like if you're going to be specific as to years and what the exact amounts are, you could take that as one ballot, like basically phasing it over time. But you are going to be stuck to that particular, whatever that language is, right? So as long as it's clear now, like anything, it's a matter of how well are people going to understand it. That's a different element, but I think you can graduate it as long as you're very clear, what the steps are. And frankly, it is already in this district, certain properties get assessed higher than others. So there already is an element of, not everyone, it's not just one number for everyone. So people are going to have to know, okay, based on where they lived, it's going to be this kind of element. So it just gets a little more complicated. I think there may be a little additional cost, obviously, with having that because of the language you're putting in there. But that's something I could look at if that's what the board wants to pursue at some point.
I mean, like a phased roll-in over 30 years. No, I'm not kidding. I mean, this is it's a huge number, but if we don't write the thing, it'll go to zero eventually. So we have to write it somehow. But if you could phase it in over a long time period, I think that's a lot easier to stomach, knowing that it's not going to be right for a little while. You're going to have minimal services. I don't know, 30 years is probably excessive, but.
I would say any phasing, and we'll have further conversations when we get into that direction, over time, but you always want to make sure you're phasing far greater than the cost of the service starts to escalate on top of ourselves. Yeah. So as long as we're outpacing that in some reasonable way, I think the years will take care of themselves. But yeah, I think that's probably the biggest parameter to make sure we achieve.
Yeah, okay. So.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes.
There's a couple.
Yes, I was just going to ask. I'm just kind of relating to the bad that we just talked about and the amount that they pay for their district. And I know that their houses they're up in Seminary Ridge. They're completely different. It was by the Toll Brothers, et cetera. But just for the magnitude for the amount that they're paying, is that something of the order that most houses here should be paying within a special district? Or maybe even take off $1,000.
Well, the bad is landscaping and other stuff. This is hazard.
Yeah.
It's like
true.
Totally, I think it's a different nature.
Except that we now know that this has been severely underfunded. I'm still trying to understand if that's still closer to what we should be paying to do what needs to be done in the GAD.
I think the better comparison is to other GADs, right?
Okay, what are other GADs pay?
So if you look at the two examples I've brought up before is Doherty Valley out in San Ramon Valley. They are generally paying, I believe up until 2 years ago, is in the high hundreds. It's like almost $190, $200 a unit. But they also have 11,000 units. So it's spread out over, and I can't say how much open space relative to those houses are, but there's a fair amount of open space to the number of houses there are in Clayton, for example, right? And the open space isn't the only element. Obviously, the houses that sit there are also within the GAD. But the Orinda GAD, which is more recently formed and has 245 units, which is much smaller than the 1,400 units here in Clayton, they're paying in the thousands of dollars a year, which is pretty high. Just for scale, Diablo Estates, I think, is in the almost $2,000 to $3,000 for. That's why they're relatively high in terms of all the service, but that's because they formed more recently, and I think people have gotten a little bit better at nailing these things down and trying to, and understandably so. This GAD was formed before Prop 218, so some element was maybe they thought they could raise it, and it became much more difficult after the passage of 218.
The staff report indicates that the real property owners previously voted against it. Did we find evidence of that?
I have not seen the actual votes, But I've heard from a couple of property owners who lived in it that they do recall submitting ballots. So I believe anecdotally it has happened. It should be in the record. Don't get me wrong. I don't feel good that it's not there, but I believe that the votes did happen. I can't tell you exactly the time frame, but I've heard at least from 2 property owners say that they had an actual ballot that they submitted.
Okay. I think that's all
Any
of
other
our
questions?
questions.
So what you need from us this evening, Larry, is a resolution to approve the annual report. Are you also looking for a recommendation on the ballot measure as well?
I would put the order of feedback I'd request is first for tonight is the different scenarios that I provided in the budget. If there's something different than what's proposed in the report, I have to update the report because that will be put out as part of the noticing. So we definitely need to decide what budget you would like to go with. And then if, in terms of the ballot measure, you could make that decision later if you wanted to. We could, come back to another GAD meeting and amend the budget to allow for it. Or you could do it tonight and include the sort of a line item for ballot measure work. That would be sort of supplant some of the money in the minor emergency repairs. Now, that number varies between the different scenarios. So I think you have those 2 moving parts that I like to get consensus from the board so we can update the report first and then make the next steps.
So,
For a point of
I
clarification,
think
just
that's our discussion.
Chair Trupiano, I talked with board attorney, and you can definitely make the budget distinction to put money in related to doing an assessment, but we should come back if it's so desired that's the budget direction to get kind of official adoption on the policy direction to move forward with the assessment, separate and distinct, just so it's clearly agendized to the GAD agenda to do that. And we could do that at the next GAD meeting would be appropriate to add that, if that is in fact the kind of budget direction that you want to provide today.
Okay.
I mean, the 30,
So do we
whatever
wanna have
cost.
some discussion?
I would just say whatever cost is associated with going to ballot is going to exceed whatever we would have remainder from the baseline revenue. So this is essentially consuming a portion of the dwindling reserve. Is that about
That's
right?
one way to state it, yes. But, obviously, what's proposed right now is a Presley fund, about 50,000, the remaining Presley fund. That's that is a decision if, that's a budgetary decision too. That's being proposed in the budget that money be moved over. Right now, everything is based off of at least 50,000 coming in for the Presley settlement, and which is however you want to call it, unspent money, reserve, whatever you want to call it. That's still an element there.
Okay.
Any other discussion items on a direction to take here?
Well, I think we need, I think we have to do the baseline administrative stuff in the budget.
Yes, that's already included, yes.
I think we should set aside the money on the budget. And I think whatever is remainder I'm trying to think. I think you laid out 3 scenario here. It's cut off by a page break, so.
Correct. I would say the 3 scenarios are the proposed budget, which is the twice-a-year visual inspection. Then there's the once-a-year visual inspection with some water readings, I would say. And then the last scenario is don't look at anything, essentially, and just save the money.
I like option 2. And my reason for that is we've already done nothing for a long time.
Right.
And given what the consultant said about possible repairs needing to be done, et cetera, and we don't know what we don't know, I would prefer that there's at least some type of inspection that happens, locating the inclinometers and piezometers and measuring the water levels. And my question for you is this amount that's here what you have proposed to the gentleman for something that was less expensive to do, or does that not look like that's what's here?
No, that looks very like what I suggested.
Okay, so because then the other one of just saving it and also not doing anything also just doesn't sit well. I go back to option number 2. I like the alternative budget scenario.
What do you do with the information that you gather from it with the second option?
We inform the residents so that if we do eventually go to some type of ballot, we've at least got some kind of documentation that this is what needs to be done. If we do the other ones, we don't know.
If we go out there and try to put down a water level meter into a piezometer or an inclinometer and when it stops at 30 feet, just won't
At
go
least
down.
you know something.
It's data.
We
don't have.
Can we do that
don't have any
without
data.
the first line item, the visual inspection? Can we just do the measures?
Yes, that item right now is to look at essentially walking the open space areas near the homes for the V ditches, like making sure that they're clear and, there's no major cracks. So that's more surface level inspection. What, in terms of the water levels, that's all underground, readings. So those are separate. Like if you're looking at the minimal visual inspection once a year item, you definitely still need to locate the inclinometer. So that's a cost. And then measuring the water levels is the next cost associated. But the 30,000 right now is to do one time a year plus the report. And then this one also does include locating the subdrain cleanouts for the more potentially susceptible areas like Key Lock and Pebble Beach. So, there is probably a little bit element, you could segregate that out. But if you're not going to do any of the visual inspection on sort of on the surface, like I mentioned, you should technically, long-term, you should address the plan of control, right? If that's going to be your course.
If we do option 2, where does the ballot fund, does it come out of this minor emergency repair?
That was my question. Correct. Is it emergency repairs or?
Right now, that money is just set there for in case something happens, which something, potentially could happen, don't get me wrong.
But didn't some of the drains something already happened to those? So those are in disrepair right now, right?
Well, this would be like, say something slides next winter, right? Yeah. Just like they slid this, and fills in a basin. This year, we're able to hopefully get FEMA to almost cover all of it. And so that cost actually could save. Just so to get a little deeper dive, right now we still have money budgeted in the fiscal year 23 to pay for that removal. If FEMA, does the reimbursement, which they should, but it's not confirmed yet, then that money will still be, so that would add to the budget long-term. I haven't double counted it is what I wanted to convey. So there's a potential that those costs, which is probably in the $30,000 range, is some more money that hopefully we get reimbursed for. So that will come back into this budget. But yes, in terms of just looking at the paper element of this, I would say if you want to put money aside for starting a ballot measure sort of administration, I would line item out the minor emergency repair item and just take that 33,000 for now. Or you could make that decision later, right? This budget could stay as, how this alternative I've laid out, and then we bring it back as a specific item and you could amend the budget at that point. But, this will be going out to the public, right, or to the GAD residents. So it is, an opportunity to let them know as well.
I'm almost inclined, I don't know how everybody else feels, but to use that minor and emergency repairs for future ballot measure, because inevitably the district is going to need more money. Right?
I concur with that.
So do I.
Option two with, but line item it out. Because it'll indicate to the residents when they get the materials.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
But
I will make
that's
that change, and so.
Are you guys?
No, yeah.
I concur.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Everybody
All right, I
okay
think
with
we're
that?
all on the same page here.
Thank you. So,
do
in terms
we
of,
need,
I
do we need a
would approve
motion?
the report as amended per your guys' discussion.
I think we need a motion as amended somehow. Hold on, let me scroll back up a little bit. Okay, so, wait, we need to take public comment probably at some point, right?
Isn't she running the meeting?
She is, but it's hard with the delay. I'm just, I'm providing an assist.
Chair
Do we
Trupiano,
have
I
any
did not
public
receive
comment on this?
I have not received any speaker cards, and currently there are no hands raised on this item.
Is anybody still awake in our audience? So I'm going to close public comment, and Mayor Juan, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I would move that we adopt the resolution approving the GAD budget as amended and the annual report for FY24 and set July 18th as the public hearing date on the proposed GAD real property tax assessments for FY24 for budget option 2 as amended.
Understood.
I second.
Board Member Juan,
Aye.
Board Member Tillman.
Aye.
Board Member Diaz. Vice Chair Cloven.
Aye.
Chair Trupiano.
Aye. Okay. That closes item 5. Are there any future board items? Any requests for future board items? Don't want to forget this time.
I would request that at our next one, we talk about operationalizing this thing that we just put in the budget.
Understood.
Okay. Anything from our city manager, Brett? Is there anything more you wanted to add on this before we?
No, I think we have our direction for the future, and Larry and I will start to coordinate what that item will look like to bring back for discussion for the board.
Okay. No other future board items? Then I will adjourn the meeting at 11:38 p.m.
And, okay, so I think we're going to bring it back into the city council after we have concluded the GAD meeting. There were a couple items that we had tabled. Does anyone need a break? Okay.
I would recommend, Mayor, for your consideration, maybe going in reverse order and taking 11C as it's a simpler item, and then to just end with B at the end of the night.
All right, so let us proceed. We are coming back and taking item 11C. This is adopting a resolution adjusting the salary ranges for certain management positions and reclassification of one management position within the city manager's office. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And thanks for the long evening and everybody hanging in there with everything that's going on. So this is, a very important item as we kind of continue to look to the future of what we're trying to do with improving recruitment and retention of staff throughout the city, along with, I think, shoring up the ability for the city of Clayton to recruit talent that will be able to kind of move forward many of the initiatives that we know we're going to have to address throughout the city with, technology projects, with efficiency projects, with policy and procedures, with some of the many other discussions we have to have related to just, a variety of improvements and modernizing and bringing us to the future. And so what's in front of you today is really me looking to take advantage of some vacancies we have in some director level roles within the city, most notably right now, the finance director and what was formerly the assistant to the city manager, to utilize the ability to increase the salary for those two positions initially, that in essence puts them closer to what I think many municipal employees that are qualified for those roles would be looking for to come to Clayton. On top of that, as part of that transition, like in any business, we have salary scale and ranges. And so in adjusting the finance director specifically, currently our salary compensation plan has the community development director banded with the finance director. And so my recommendation is to continue that banding and move the incumbent's salary range to increase with the salary range increases of the finance director. And then in like many cities, the police chief is in essence the highest paid department head ex the city manager. I would continue that standard practice, as I think, again, it's a good retention and recruitment tool for the city to get our compensation structure for your certain specific management positions to kind of be aligned. This is really an attempt to start to, I think, feed the organization as your council is doing in a variety of ways with looking to improve technology, improve kind of our work efficiency. This is to do it another way with ensuring that we're putting ourselves at a scale relative to Clayton and the city that we are, to be able to recruit and retain the talent we need to just move this industry forward and to have continuity and consistency, which I know we've been lacking in these in a lot of these management roles in the last 5 or 6 years. And I really think this is one, not the only way that we'll do that. I think, on top of that, it's my job to continue to develop the culture within the organization and enhance the ability for people to really enjoy the great work that we do here for the great community that we're all serving. And so with that, the total impact of this net change, including benefits, meaning their Medicare and PERS related to the salary increases, is $49,000. It will be and is within the budget that you will talk about in your next item. I think it's paramount for the beginning of me being able to continue to move forward and bringing in the team, additional team members around me, comprised of I think people that have the skill set and experience to really elevate the organization and be really an addition to, I think, a lot of the great staff that I have already enjoyed working with in my first month here. And so with that, I am looking to council for any questions on my recommendation. Before I do that, pardon me, the change from the assistant to the executive assistant / HR manager is a reorganization partially identified by MRG. It's really to solidify putting the HR function close to the city manager, which is, I think, more consistent with a normal course of city operations. It's also to allow the city clerk to really grow and flourish in the city clerk role. I think it's a little bit inconsistent to have a city clerk HR manager. That's a lot to overtake with the regulations of a city clerk. And so this, really served two benefits for us to move in that direction. The change from the assistant to the executive assistant to is really just to identify a little bit more of the higher level policy and other work that position would most likely be doing with me. And so MRG worked with me to develop the job description that's attached today. And I think it is a great representation of, I think, what that role will be taking on when they join me to be a part of our team. So now with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council?
The executive assistant to the city manager, I would like to see the job description so that it doesn't, I would like to know what that position is going to do, that it doesn't veer out into the community and try to enforce signage laws and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so that it was attached to your agenda item tonight, and it does, I think, really quantify that it is my top aide, really, in identifying policy development with me, helping me manage kind of the day-to-day strategic planning of the maintenance team moving forward, identifying with the HR manager role attached to it, the policy and operations of the HR portion of our function, can be an assistant and a help to our finance director related to the budget operations. It's really, you know, in my experience, will be tied to me closely on a lot of the policy and large development that needs to happen here in the city of Clayton. Less about, I think, enforcement actions, which is what I'm hearing, Vice Mayor, as we have an enforcement division to deal with that with Community Development Director, and I will leave that very much to their capable hands of addressing those type of issues.
This is the one item on the agenda that the hyperlink doesn't work, so I have to scroll up. Now it's on the. Okay, thank you. I just have a couple
And Brent,
quick questions.
you already do have someone in mind, is that correct, for this position?
Yeah, these positions serve at the pleasure of the city manager. And so I, you know, after kind of an extensive look at my network of individuals, I've identified a specific person for this role that has, frankly, a wealth of experience, to be very frank, well beyond the job function and title, but has done an amazing work in municipal government for over a decade and knows what we're trying to do here in Clayton, is happy to be a big part of that team long term, and is really looking to be a great help and to try to just furthering what we're doing in the coming years here. So very excited, assuming all goes well tonight, right now, that they'll be coming on board in July, and will, again, just add to our ability to move a lot of the initiatives that we've been talking about forward in the months to come and years to come.
So when I did the math, I just had a quick question. The dollar presented here, we say that this step increase represents a $49,000 increase. That doesn't appear to be a fully loaded rate.
So when I talked to Ron about just what our benefit rate is, and that can vary, he said it's roughly about 30%. So that's the rate we used against the salary increases to get to the $49,000. You know, I can take a deeper dive without a finance director. I'm a little bit shooting in the dark because we don't have a little clear process and policy around that, but that isn't inconsistent when I look at our CalPERS rate for non-public safety employees related to Medicare, what it would hit against. It's not too far off, because we obviously wouldn't be including insurance increases with salary increases or things like that. It's really predicated on the percentage of our CalPERS blended rate and Medicare are the two variable rates, I'll call it, that would impact against salary.
Okay, thanks. And then what you are proposing is a change in the scale. Does that go hand in hand with a change in the actual compensation rate, or are we just approving a scale increase?
So you'll approve the scale increases, and then the incumbents that are currently sitting in roles, if they're at, for example, step C, they would stay at step C, and they may get a slight adjustment because step C is now higher, but they wouldn't go to the top of the range immediately. They would still follow their normal annual increase track to move up their chain over time. And so all that would change would be a slight dollar increase for them today. What I'm giving you in the $49,000 increases, so you are aware of the top step level that impact this could have on the organization. But from an absolute basis, it's probably slightly less than that, because a few incumbents are not quite yet at the current top of the salary range, and so that wouldn't be as dramatic of an increase for them, obviously.
Okay, so point of clarification. So our illustrious police chief is here, recently joining us, thank you. And he came in at whatever he came in at. If we're gonna raise the scale, would that necessarily increase the actual comp? Or does it just change the scale only?
It increases his comp at the level he is at the scale. So if he came in at step B, and step B was, I'm making up numbers here, $150,000, and now step B is $153,000.
At the lowest, or okay, yeah.
He would go to 153, and as he moves up the progression, he'll benefit from the range being higher moving forward. But he won't go, if the top step is 159.9, I think is what it is there. He doesn't go from step B to 159.9 tomorrow. He'll go over the next 2 or 3 years to get to step E. It would take him that long to reach that top of the scale.
Okay, so our steps are actual steps. They're not like ranges.
Yeah, unlike, I think, private sector mid-range that you're used to, which is common, I know, we actually have literal steps that you're taking, and 5 of them only, to get to that top of the power salary scale, yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. No?
What?
Any further questions?
Well, he and I had a good discussion earlier today about certain positions and the comparability for the salary. And I have some reservations about matching each one that are equal when in my mind, we really don't know the total worth of each of those positions. Anyway, so we and I had discussed, so I don't know how to address that at this point, so, but I do have I've passed on my comments to him.
Okay, we can probably hit some of that in discussion. Councilmember Tribbiano, did you have any questions at this time for staff?
No, I do not. I had a meeting with Brett this morning and we discussed this already, and I understand that it's really a parity issue, right? That finance director and community development director on the same scale, and then the chief is a percentage above those. And so by bringing the new finance director, potential new finance director in at this more competitive rate, that kind of raises everybody up slightly, correct? Brett?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And you know, it still doesn't put us out of, I think, realistic compensation moving forward. And so I think it crosses a good tier that really allows us to be much more competitive in these specific management roles than we have been in the past. And so I think it's a great, as I said, it's a great step, not the only step we're taking to improve our ability to recruit and retain staff, as finances are a big piece, but it's not the only piece. And we are continuing to improve culture and workability and all the things that are beneficial to us retaining and recruiting the talent we need to move Clayton to the next level.
I just have 2 questions. I don't know what's going on with my voice. 2 questions. This says that it takes effect June 26th, so what's the reason for that?
Pay periods.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
yeah, I was trying to not make my payroll person want to get mad at me.
Okay, perfect. And then for the executive assistant / HR manager, it's not going to be like try this for 1 year and see what happens. This is a full-time position?
Yeah, she is committed to working with me to do what we need to do over the long haul.
Okay, sorry, you might have said that already.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment.
Mayor Juan, I did not receive any speaker cards on this item, and I do not have any hands raised on this item.
Okay, close public comment. Back for discussion. I think the one discussion item was if you could kind of elaborate on, like, are we comfortable with this parity on pegging staff to staff? I think that's really the question. And it is something to me that is a little bit more foreign, just because that's not.
Yeah, I will, in government world, I will absolutely tell you that pegging is very normal. You know, typically you will look at the complexity of a community development director and the amount of work and things you have to do with planning and housing developments, general plans, and so on and so forth. They try to tie that together, and many times you see a finance director and a community development director tied. In bigger agencies, you'll see a finance director and HR director tied because, again, the complexities are there. I think for the size agency we are, that's reasonable. I think that makes sense. And you see the executive assistant below that and the police chief above that and others in between. I mean, I think that's it's very common in municipal structure to have the tying of certain roles at the management level specifically that you see here.
Yeah, I didn't, I don't even like the word pegging, but that didn't bother me at all. Yeah.
I'm deferring to your experience in government and your knowledge of personnel, and support your request accordingly.
And I guess the only other question I had, though, is that we haven't done that before, right? Really, the finance director and the community development director have not been kind of based
They
on
are
our
currently,
last finance
yeah,
director.
no, they actually are, they're currently pegged right now at the current salary schedule.
Oh, they are?
Which is,
Okay.
yes, which is part of the reason why I wanted to maintain that practice as well. A, it's common, and B, we did it here, so there was a rationale to do it, and I think it fits, again, with most municipal structures that I've seen, especially an agency this size.
Okay.
And this is already baked into the budget item?
That's already baked in the budget item you're about to have a conversation about, yes.
We're doing things out of order.
Just because you approve it doesn't mean I get to hire people, I guess. I mean, you could look at it that way. I think it's important because the budget's going to take a long time to talk. Well, maybe it won't, but I wanted to make sure we had ample time to have questions and answers talked about before we reach June 7th. And so I figure we'll take the budget tomorrow.
I see what you did there.
We're 3 minutes away.
Okay, so I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So all right.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution adjusting the salary ranges for the four positions and a reclassification of one management position. And I can name those if you so need me to.
I'll second.
Councilmember Trupiano?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Tillman?
Aye.
Councilmember Cloven?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Diaz? Mayor Wan?
Aye. All right. One down, a little bit more to go. All right, we are on, so as part of our guidelines, we did say that, we would only take on new items after 11 p.m. if we all want to do so, because it is rather late and I don't want to punish anyone because of the hour. So I would just kind of do a straw poll and see if you are okay to continue given the time. We are well past 11, but given the hour, I don't want to pressure anyone to feel like we need to continue. So if anyone is feeling that they need rest.
Would love rest, but we need to get through this.
Soldier on.
I'm fine doing it, and if Councilmember Trupiano, who's not feeling well, can power through like I did when I was not feeling well, I'm with her. Let's do it.
She's probably in pajamas.
That's great. She doesn't look like it unless that's some kind of green
not in my
screen where it looks like you're wearing
pajamas.
clothes.
Are we okay continuing? I know it's
I
late.
say soldier on.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, just making
Yeah.
sure as a courtesy, I want to make sure everyone's good to go. All right, so here we will open item 11B. Right? Yes. This is receive the report and provide direction on the fiscal year 24 proposed operations and maintenance budget. Let's go.
All right, so we can go ahead and go to the first slide, if you don't mind. So what is in front of you today is a proposed budget that essentially tries to hold the line, meaning that we don't have any significant changes to service delivery. And as we continue to talk in this budget and future conversations the month to come, we'll be talking with council and community about the level of service delivery, what that means to the structural issues that our budget will have depending on those decisions, and then how we are going to address them in the future. And so what we're trying to get across with this budget in this fiscal year is to try to maintain as best the status quo we can in order to, frankly, give myself and the team around me time to be able to evaluate and talk with your council about larger strategic objectives we have, in the use of technology, in the use of efficiencies, and what work we should be doing and what work we shouldn't be doing, what work we aren't doing that we should be. I mean, there are a variety of things we need to look at, and we need really time to do it, and a significant amount of time, frankly, more than a few months. And so this budget really allows for that to happen without harming the community or our fiscal position kind of moving forward. In general, as just an aside, the city has right now some significant reserves to be able to buoy these kinds of discussions and conversations. And so I think it's important, as I talk to the Budget Audit Committee, we are reaching a point with our fiscal situation where by no means is the sky is falling, but we see rain clouds coming, and I'm going to start telling everybody to get your umbrella so we can prepare collectively to make decisions. And that's really how we're going to look at this moving forward. And this budget, I think, provides ample ability to do that. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk today and start with the city's general fund. The city's general fund is the city's major operating fund. What you'll see is we essentially are balancing the budget with use of one-time money. Staff is recommending use of some of the pension commitment or reserve, you can call it, to balance the budget. Well within the purview of doing it. It's about $125,000 that we're going to recommend. There are, when we look at the budget, structurally, I think we have some issues. And what I mean by structural issues are the pace of our revenue growth continues to be much slower than the pace of our expense growth. And that is separate and frankly distinct from staffing, although that's a big piece of it. When we look at cost of insurance, general liability insurance, the cost of materials, the cost of just consultants' costs going up because of inflation, all of that will continue to put ample pressure on our budget, as well as our need to identify capital needs separate from what will be identified in the Climate Tech project that will really need to be addressed at some point down the line. And so we've never really done a full assessment of that. And so part of the discussion we have to have is, as time moves on, is, what does that all mean relative to our ability to structurally move forward and address those issues with the current budget we have. And so, again, I think many more conversations to come around it, but what this budget does is very fiscally responsibly use the appropriate reserve bucket to balance the budget without making more significant cuts that, frankly, 3.5 weeks into this, I couldn't tell you the unintended consequences of cutting more to balance the budget. And so that's what we're bringing forward to you today. As I talk about in this slide, the time is really about getting the team to develop a strategic plan to start to move us forward in an institutionally structured way. So the people become the enhancement to what we do and aren't the baling wire and duct tape that have to hold everything together. And I think for small communities, you always have a semblance of that, and that's okay. But the more, I think, process we can put in that's sustainable, the more policy that we can work with internally and with your council, the more use of technology, we start to begin to see how things can sustain themselves. And then all these great individuals we have and will hire to fill our team are going to be enhancements to make it better. And so that's the time I need to be able to do that and identify all of that. And so this budget, again, continues to put that time frame forward for me. So as we talk about the major cost of any budget, we're probably regardless of business entity, unless you're working at robots, is people. And the people are what really deliver a lot of the service to the community. And that continues to be a cost driver here in all facets, from public safety to general administration to maintenance of facilities, community development. It is a part of how we deliver service to the community. And so I think they're responsibly going up, I think. But again, because it's the largest piece of our budget, obviously that's going to have one of the larger impacts. As I talked about earlier, operating service and supplies continue to go up. Cost of consultants, I think Clayton and its beauty is wonderful. I had this similar issue in the city of Napa and county of Napa, but your geographical location makes sometimes getting bids for certain things difficult because you don't have the volume that you're typically seeing. We heard that in a few of the landscape issues that we have to have and not having as many, I think, vendors. And so I think that has a cost impact to us. I think when we look at separate and distinct from that, the cost of, as I said earlier, materials, the cost of our liability insurance, just as our pooled insurer, all things that generally are not out of are in our control, so to speak, are all going up, and they're going to continue to have an impact year over year for us. And there isn't much we can do about those, as they're necessities to running a municipal government, and that we just have to figure out how to either be more efficient in other areas to reduce cost and/or look at ways to increase revenue to help balance it in the future. As I talked about in the beginning, reserves are very healthy here. I think we'll have future discussions about reserve fund policies and how we should look at our reserves. But for now, we are well protected if we needed to make investments in the organization to help, whether that's technology or other related things, whether that's capital replacement of specific items, whether that's vehicles or small or somewhat medium-sized equipment. Or if the council decided that, we want to make investment in certain contracted services to push forward certain initiatives, I think we have the ability with reserves to be strategic. And that's why I say, we see the sky starting to turn a little gray, but we have plenty of time to grab the umbrellas and have conversations. And so I want council and the community to know, we have a problem, but it's an identified problem that we can start to talk through. And so that's a great thing because we have time to plan. And anytime we have time to plan, we can make informed decisions to move the community forward in one way or another. And so I'm appreciative that sits there, and I applaud council for having those reserves to be able to be strategic moving forward. Next slide, please. What are we looking at today? Well, your operating revenue and transfers, so transfers in from other funds and your general property tax, sales tax, franchise fees, and so on, is $5.695 million. Your appropriations and transfer outs to capital projects and related funds is $5.724 million. So that net deficit is $28,000. And remember, that net deficit is $28,000 because the operating revenue and transfers in includes $125,000 from the pension commitment into the general fund. And so even after that, we have a $28,000 deficit, but that's before we look at our supplemental budget change. And so we talked about that $36,000 number, roughly $36,000 number, and that leaves us approximately 7 to 8, depending on the rounding we do, surplus after we look at that. Even if you adopt fees in late July, we still are going to see a net benefit close enough where that $28,000 will be wiped away. I'm not concerned with either some level of cost savings from some delay in some hiring or project and/or the additional fee revenue, even at a lower rate. And so I'm not concerned with trying to do much more right now to balance that, and we have resources legally that are there to do it. And so we are well within balance when we would bring the budget back on June 20th, as is proposed, to balance and have you adopt the budget. So again, we're structurally imbalanced. But it's right now it's finally structurally imbalanced. I think where the variable applies. Next slide, please. Before I go into the specific revenues, is really around what's the future hold. What's the future hold in the contracting services relating to potentially vegetation management and weed abatement? We do it at a much more meaningful rate. What other staff we may need to bring in as we do deeper assessments and review of the operational structure. Those all will weigh in on potentially what that gap or delta might be, but that's the time I want to be able to take to do those evaluations, have those discussions with council and the community about what all that means moving forward. And so, like I say, right now we're in a good position to at least have those conversations, even though we have to use reserves right now to just slightly balance our budget. So as we look at revenues, and when I talk about our revenues kind of stagnating relative to expenses, the vast majority of our revenues is property taxes in all forms, secured, unsecured, transfer tax, supplemental. They go up about 4 to 5% a year, which is very typical to most California cities, generally speaking, that don't have significant increased development. Clayton is, for all intensive purposes, a built-out city. And so much like many of my predecessors, that you don't have big shifts or swings in property tax because of that. Great for stability because you kind of know what your revenue is going to be, but difficult to kind of keep up with costs over time as it just gets more and more expensive to run any size organization, small, medium, or large. As we look in sales and use tax, although we have about a little over $500,000 here, again, it's not a huge commercial base with that. So pulling that lever is really not existent to increase it meaningfully right now. And so that revenue grows at a pretty slow pace. As we talked about business licenses, they continue to be flat year over year. I think there's an opportunity, we talked about a little bit earlier with some, I think, structural administrative issues we have there. I think we, as part of this assessment in time, I need to look at, is it better to have a third party, of which I've done in both the city of Napa and city of Benicia, actually run business licenses for us, which would free up potentially staff time to do other functions. And so that could be a net add in the sense of resource ability for the city in other ways. And so those are the things I need the staff in place to be able to actually review and assess. And it also provides consistency to the community because those processes from the firms we would use are pretty baked in around the state of California. And so another area where I think we may be able to identify appropriately gathering more business license revenue from individuals, but doing it in a way that is very clear and transparent so there isn't confusion or frustration with the community. When we look at permits and fees, as we talked about that $36,000 number, again, depending on decisions made on our lovely special event conversation that we had and others, that number, is most likely could go up. And so that's great. That's all an added plus and essentially means in the end, probably less of the pension reserve that would have to be used to balance the budget, which is a good thing. Interest is also going up pretty significantly, about $47,000 we're estimating for this next fiscal year. That's in large part from moving to, I don't want to use the word aggressive, I would say a much more normal investment makeup and not being overly conservative, which in and of itself has its own risks. I think the only caveat I provide is that it's not good to maybe use that as a balancing of a budget because as easy as we're in 4% and 5% short-term and mid-term interest rates today, I've had that flip on me in my career, and then you're in low rates and unrealized gains that basically make it non-existent. And so take advantage of it while we can because that's the prudent fiscal thing to do, but know that we shouldn't look to balance the budget on the back of that. That really is a bonus when we get a little bit more money related to interest. And then our remaining revenues with franchise fees and such will go up slightly, but those are relatively flat year over year relative to the rest of the budget. And that pretty much makes up the makeup of our total revenue. Next slide. As we look at our appropriations and transfers, and appropriations are expenses for anyone viewing at home at this lovely hour and doesn't understand the municipal lingo. Again, salaries and benefits are the majority of our operating expenses. The PERS costs you continue to hear, I think probably every year they're going to go up and up as PERS continues to not make their investment returns. I would say the city of Clayton isn't out of the norm of being responsible in where we are relative to our unfunded liability. And, I think there are maybe things on the fringes that we can do to help that, but generally speaking, we're going to climb that hill like everybody else, and hopefully around 2030, most actuarials believe the hill starts to just flatten a little bit because essentially the PEPRA employees are the vast majority of your workforce, and all of us, including myself, are getting closer to retiring out. And so that's just a matter of time. I think in an agency this small, with the revenue base that we have, we really should all continue to talk about ROI and trying to attack pensions in any different way relative to the other priorities you might have. It's not a bad decision to make, but I think I always want to weigh it against the other priorities in the community that you all have and what the ROI is, qualitative and quantitatively, before we would just stock money away in the future on any additional kind of pension reduction strategies we may have. Again, I talked about earlier, service and supplies continue to go up. That's not going to stop regardless of inflation. You're going to see it anyways. It just makes it worse when inflation kind of comes behind us. And additionally, in this budget, I'm asking for $40,000 in other professional services to just begin the process of a lot of those technology assessments that I continue to bring up. I have to work with the team on the prioritization of that, but I mean, I think there's opportunity in facility rentals. I think there's opportunity in an agenda management software with the city clerk to really enhance her capabilities and bandwidth and the team. I think there's opportunities with our permit software and how we look at permit applications and doing that digitally. I have to pace that, though, not just in a financial aspect, but a bandwidth with staff and a bandwidth with the community. So a community here that has not had public-facing exposure to technology is great. I don't want to throw 17 different technologies at once at the community. I think that's overwhelming. And so part of my strategy is to try to figure out a strategic plan that can phase in what we think is most beneficial initially, and also be able to communicate that and work with the community on that transition and change management plan so they understand the benefits, they get used to it, it's very clear, and then we have success as we move to other aspects that will touch them as well. And so 40 grand is definitely not the number I need in the long haul, but it gets us moving in the right direction and provides me flexibility. As I need more, I'll come back to your council. One identification Mayor Wan had at budget audit I think is good is identifying one-time costs from our operating costs. Right now it's baked in because I don't know quite what the 40 grand will be used for, but as we do that, I will make it clear and articulate for future budgets what was one time, and we'll project cost it appropriately as we move forward, so we know to not kind of use the past as an inflator for the future, because once we get the implementation costs, the service costs are far less. And so we'll be very mindful of that, and that's part of what getting a good finance director on board to be able to have project costing that I'm used to identify those things. So, you know, too many times I think, rather private or public business, you look at the past as the future, and there's a lot of stuff inside that you need to know, and we'll make sure we identify that so we aren't overinflating implementation costs that are really not ongoing for us. Next slide, please. So as we talked about, you already approved the positions, and I thank you for that. I think that is going to go a long way. Really appreciate the support in that as your city manager this early on. To get it from your council means a lot, just to have your support in doing it, and I think it's going to go a long way to putting us in really a positive and right direction with the staff and help and deliver service to the community. Next slide, please. So there are some major items not currently within this budget that I just want to make sure your council is aware of. You are currently in negotiations with your unrepresented employee contract, and it's still out there. I think we are hopefully coming to resolution with that very soon. So I think and hope that by the time we come back on the 20th, we'll be very close to being able to, if not approving a contract there, and be able to add that into the 6/20 actual budget adoption for your council's final consideration. I talk about a facility maintenance plan to address deferred maintenance issues, and that's again separate from climate tech. Part of the strategic plan that I'm working on is identifying also schedules of events, right? And so we've started that internally with a major master schedule for all we should do. I have asked the former interim city manager, kind of his last hurrah and part of the contract that we signed with him for this piece of work, separate from the larger broader organizational assessment calendar, is to look specifically at our maintenance staff and create that calendar for them as well. And so I will hopefully in August bring back all of that to your council for discussion. And I'm looking forward to having, again, some institutional knowledge that is not stuck in any one individual's head, but is much more in process driven, and then those individuals themselves all become enhancements to that moving forward. As we talked about long-term capital needs, roads is just one example. Our PCI is very good right now, but as you know, that can quickly go the other direction if you are not mindful and you don't feed the road system. And so I think that's an area where it's not urgent, but I don't want to lose sight of it as in our conversations, because we quickly can go from levels of 80 PCI to sub 70 very quickly. And then the cost for those of you in the audience or listening at home later, the cost of a road as you get sub 70 PCI gets very expensive. That cliff falls off really quick. Technology improvements, I won't go into that anymore. You've heard it. There are ways to continue to do that, inclusive of a product called C-Click Fix that I've used in other agencies, where it's actually a self-service tool for the community. So it's an app, you program it, you get geotags everything, and if they see a pothole, they essentially do a work call by clicking and taking a picture of it, and it helps us kind of stay apprised of it without getting all the phone calls, and it's much more of a real-time assessment for them to identify issues and allows us to track service calls and the amount of them, and it's been a great product. So those are the things that we'll strategize with the team broadly of which technologies are going to move forward. But I think we have a lot of opportunity, especially in use of those one-time monies, to put these type of products forward that I think will have larger benefit, but they'll take time to implement. So again, we don't want to rush them to the community or internally with staff resources. Next slide, please. There are some other issues that we need to discuss at a later date, and so they're really just foreshadowing other conversations. As I talked about the organizational assessment results, that goes with the master calendars in both Public Works and broader city that I talked about. That's got to be a conversation where we talk about all of the outcomes of that and what that means and what plan that could look like moving forward. Reserve fund policies I talked about. I think the level and amount of reserve is great right now, but we need to program things around it and have real policy around what we do with future surpluses if we end a fiscal year in the general fund. Purchasing policy, I think enhancing our oversight of that internally with the new finance director and my executive assistant too. I think they both have a lot of great experience of the individuals I'm thinking about bringing in, and that will be an asset. We'll make sure that we don't have redundancy as I continue to observe the organization, but B, we'll make sure we're using cooperative purchase agreements at the best of our ability for pricing, and C, we'll make sure when we look at any type of federal funding moving forward, FEMA or otherwise, that we actually have the right provisions in our purchasing policy to trigger that. There are some risks if you do not have the right CFR codes and follow them, that you actually can get yourself in trouble with federal funding or not be eligible. And so it seems simple, but it tends to be a big lift in many organizations. And so I'll have individuals around me with experience, so they'll be able to help. Our capital asset policy, again, special event policy we talk about is very important for us to bring forward. And then looking at a citywide economic development plan, again, I don't want that word scares many people, especially in small communities, that we're going to do. I think we're not building Apple stores in the middle of Clayton. I just want everyone to know that. But I think there's an opportunity to look at the future over the next 10 to 15 years, and is there economic development activities relative to the downtown or town center, that as we get vacancies and as we partner with owners that own buildings, that what can we do to ensure that we can bring in an atmosphere and a revenue base that allows us to protect what we love here in Clayton moving forward. And so when I talk about economic development, I mean it in that vein, and I think being mindful and front of mind with that as we move forward, some semblance of it will be a good conversation for council and the community as well. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation. So I am requesting, again, that you do no additional cuts relative to the budget development that we've already done, utilizing $125,000 from the pension fund to offset essentially the deficit, and then depending upon the outcome of your discussions and contract with your unrepresented group, that we essentially will use the rainy day fund, which is approximately $68,000, to at least initially address the cost of that, and then look to the pension fund for any additional money moving forward that might be needed to further balance the budget based on the cost outcomes of that contract negotiation. When I talk about the rainy day fund for a minute, I think it's great when we move buckets of money into specific needed buckets of money, but sometimes too much movement in is a good thing. And I think you have a rainy day fund with $68,000 and you have a general fund reserve of $6.2 million. And so it really makes no sense to have that. And so I look to use that first because I just think there's not a prudent policy or operational reason to have it right now. And I think let's use that, let's balance the budget, and then let's focus on our bigger reserves and the reserve fund policy to make more policy decision around the benefit of having that reserve level. So that is the general fund. And before I go into kind of some of the bigger other funds, I'd like to just pause and answer questions on the general fund first, if council's okay, and then we'll move into the other funds.
Thanks.
Brett, can you just talk about two things? And one is we still do have remaining ARPA funds, correct? 1.366. And we do have a surplus from this year, which we're guesstimating is somewhere over $400,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, so when I speak of the $6.2 million, $6.3 million general fund reserve, I'm assuming, yes, those 1.3, 1.4, depending upon the level of expenditures we can kind of get towards the end of this fiscal year. 1.3 to 4 of that is ARPA funds remaining. Now, your council essentially, through revenue loss calculations, made those discretionary dollars, and I want to make that clear to the public, is that your council has full discretion on that to use it for whatever general governmental service you feel appropriate. And so that's why I included in a larger general fund reserve. So you are correct, council member. And yes, we assume around 400,000. I think ultimately, you know, I always like to go a little bit lower and say maybe 350 to 400,000, depending on how we end and close out the expenses for this fiscal year. But you will absolutely have carryover money, which is a combination of slightly better revenue and vacancies, and because of vacancies, projects that didn't get done, i.e. contracts and different things that just didn't get fulfilled. And so the combination of that puts additional money that, in essence, is rolling into your general fund reserve. So 6.2 comes to 6.6 potentially if we end in that way. And so part of the reserve fund policy is to talk about in future fiscal years when we have surpluses, which is very common. I would say most government agencies that end up with 2 to 4% of their general fund in a surplus at the end of a given year. Either revenues came in higher or expenses came in lower because of vacancies or other factors, or a combination of the two. So if we can stay within that bucket, I think we're doing relatively well on utilizing the money we have and not having too many vacancies. But there's also should be a policy around what you do with it. Do you want it just to kind of flow into this big bucket, or do you want to have a practical use for it or a policy direction around it? And we'll have more conversations on that in the future. But for now, when I talk about being well reserved, I mean, yes, in essence, that alone can more than cover the $125,000 we're talking about this year. I'm using the pension reserve as a proposed use for you, because I would just rather let that roll into fund balance right now, and then, you know, we'll have it for use for whatever your policy decisions are in the future. But it's kind of pick which pocket of the pair of pants you want to take that extra money from. But you are right, council member, we are well reserved and are going to end this 22-23 year with a surplus.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm looking at the budget page 3 of 14, and in that there is a discussion from April 24th Budget and Audit Committee, Table A. Going into the second page, it talks about some items that are no longer part of the budget, which was a $481,000 towards new positions, $265,000 towards the GAD Oakhurst fund deficit, $55,000 towards the street light fund deficit, landscape maintenance difference deficits of $383,000, the stormwater deficit of $30,000. And that's a lot of deficits that exist. And then just looking at the numbers itself, looking at the revenue of $5.69 million, let's call it $5.7 million. And that includes a $125,000 transfer in from the pension fund, and we're still at a $628,000 deficit. Then that doesn't include the possible $70,000 plus MOU, which we're possibly discussing. We're still at a $100,000 structural deficit. Is that a proper term when you have more expenses than you have income and you have to use reserves to balance the budget? Is that called a structural deficit?
So in one given year, I'd say no. Looking back from last year, where you had to use, I want to say 110,000, but don't quote me, of fund balance to reserve. And when we look forward, how we see revenues are definitely not keeping up with pace of expenses. The totality of all of that is where I talk about a structural deficit existing. I think, you know, good news is it's a manageable structural deficit right now. And I also think that that's where, you know, looking at, you know, efficiencies and things like that will help. But yeah, that's where, you know, I talk about, again, the analogy of the clouds are turning a little gray, but we have time for our umbrellas. is that we have identified that structural issue today. And so the question for council over time and the community is that everything? Or do we need, as I talk about with these organizational assessments and frankly a service demand conversation with the community, are there things we need to be doing differently or staff we need to have that we don't, that would either positively impact that number or negatively impact that number? And that, I have some thoughts and ideas, and I think the MRG assessment and other things have provided input to that as well. But that's the time I need to be able to assess that, to bring it back to your council and say, here's my recommendation as your chief executive of what I think we need to kind of continue what Clayton is moving forward and sustain it over a long period of time.
I guess my question is, just looking at the budget or the projected expenditures, it looks like there's also some things that are not included as the projected expenditures that we know will likely be expenditures in the future, i.e. the addressment of the potential for the need for FTEs in the future. There's no specific question about whether or not we're going to deal with the Cardenay Trail and the cost associated with that that we've talked about in the past. There's other expenses that are not in this budget that had been discussed previously, and I just want to make sure that the general community out there is, as we get into these long-term questions of how to remedy these structural deficits, are aware of, and it's not swept underneath the carpet by showing that we're okay, we're $7,000 to the good. This has got to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I think also it'll be nice to see when we get consistency in staff turnover, we can have a better idea of, I think, the ongoing cost without so much vacancy factor built into everything. I think when we look at having consistency in my seat, frankly, in the last, half decade, that we can create some semblance of efficiency management as well with that. I think there are a variety of variables that are going to have a negative impact on the deficit and slightly positive impact as well. And so the combination of both probably means a bigger deficit, at some point down the line that we have to deal with. But I think that all of this becomes a very manageable level, and I know that might be weird for a city manager to say that relative to deficits, but this is not, this is we are walking forward in a very informed way, feeding the organization to be able to have the team to look at the efficiencies and the priorities and the community conversations to then find a path forward, whatever that is, by council and community. If it's needing more to do more, that's great. If it's doing less because less is desired by council and community in the future, that's a reality too. But we'll be able to have the staff and team around it as we continue to have these discussions and look at prioritizations to then, really know what direction we want to take for Clayton. And I think in the first time in a good while, we'll hopefully have consistency to be able to have those real conversations. And I think council member, that's a good point you bring up, that it's not balanced today, and we do have a lot of, as I outlined in my slides, a lot of things that aren't in there, and those will have some impact, but they also could have some slight positive impacts too as we look at that as well.
I just know there's been consternation in the past for using reserves in any way, shape, or form, however you call it, whether it be ARPA or pension or otherwise, to balance the budget. And I just acknowledge that it's necessary now, especially in light of some things we need to do to feed the organization, as you spoke, to keep us whole and to keep us afloat and to keep us going in the right directions towards being able to serve our citizens. And it's just want to make sure we're all acknowledging that that's what we're doing and that we're doing it for the good of Clayton.
Yeah, and it's strategic, right? I mean, Correct. We're doing it in a strategic way. I think where communities get in trouble, and my born and raised in Vallejo, and I can tell you go bankrupt because you don't pay attention to it. And I can say what we're having a conversation right now is paying attention to using it to do exactly that, feed the organization while we become better and do better for the community. And so I applaud your council and taking that calculated risk, as you heard when I think I interviewed with all of you, is a calculated risk is a good thing to take in government. And I feel like that's what we're doing a little bit here, and that's probably what you did last year as well, is my guess. And, at some point, we'll have a right-sizing discussion about that with the community and council, but we need to be able to have the right bodies, the right people to help do that, or you can never get to the point of having that conversation. So I applaud so far your council of doing all of that to get us to this point. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So last year, when we approved the FY23 budget, we did so with a $127,000 deficit. That was what we plugged. It looks like, based on the current projection, depending on how it comes, it's going to come in somewhere possibly north of $400,000 favorable. That's a $535,000 swing. So there was a lot of consternation last year, and I think this illustrates part of it. Now, a large part of that $535,000 was vacancies, but not all of it. And if we had known what we known then, what we know now, I don't think that we would have had a deficit for the FY23 year. Now, whether or not you want to call that structural, I think right now we need to give city staff time to assess and determine where we're actually at. But given the large swing that we had in just 1 year, and I would say historically, almost every year we've had some kind of surplus each year. And we have budgeted very conservatively, which is good, but at the same time, when we discuss, well, there's this big deficit, we don't gain as much credibility when we keep coming in over, but saying that we're going to come in under. So I think that is an issue that we need to address. You mentioned 4 FTEs. You've mentioned this many times, and it's never really been, it's never really been on point, so I haven't addressed it. But I don't really know where you come to this idea that we're missing 4 FTEs. I mean, we could say that we have 8 positions here, put a number of $1 million, and then say we're $1 million. I don't think that's really useful for any actual discussion.
I got the number from the organizational assessment that we paid for and was presented to us. It said we were at 27 and needed to be at 31.
Yes, but the organizational assessment was done, and it said we're ignoring the realities of what things cost. So, I mean, yes, it said that, and I think any organizational assessment, if you ignore cost, will always say that you will be better served if you could hire tons more people. But again, that's fantasy land. And to keep harping on that just seems... it doesn't seem value add.
I think we can have a conversation about those.
I'm having
FTEs,
it right now.
Because I think was the company who we hired to do the organizational assessment, were they considered a reputable firm?
No one's questioning the reputability of the firm. Is that really relevant or germane to your point?
It's completely. We paid for an assessment of our organization relative to other organizations our size. I thought the presentation that was presented was pretty solid, and he showed where he thought that we could come up to speed with other comparable or municipal structures, and that's where the 4 FTEs is. I put this squarely in our city manager's lap to be able to figure out when and what those might be, but that was the number that was provided to us.
It was a number from one data point. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that we are missing those FTEs. It means there is a recommendation, right? Do you agree with that?
I would say that those FTEs were recommended to us, yes.
Okay. But it doesn't reflect that represents some kind of deficit.
Considering, I don't really want to get into a discussion about our operational efficiencies of the past 5 years and then the turnover, but that kind of is what I took from the organizational assessment is that if we were to staff where we should, there would be much greater efficiencies and being able to serve our population.
Yeah, and I think to that end, when the assessment said we are ignoring all cost considerations in making these recommendations, that tells you what you need to know. If any recommendation that my computer is turning off because it thinks I should stop working.
I agree.
Any assessment that ignores the reality is I can't put a lot of stock in it because it doesn't take into account real world applicability. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be an assessment. If money is no object, then you're going to get a lot of recommendations, but it has a much reduced value because it does not take into those real or pragmatic concerns.
And I said, I'm going to leave this in the lap of our.
I will just say, every time you bring up 4 FTEs, I will raise this point that is an unrealistic number that doesn't represent reality.
What is reality? Can I jump in?
Please.
What is reality?
I don't know, but I know that's not it.
How do you know that if you don't know what reality is?
Because it says we're ignoring cost, and in no reality are you able to ignore cost.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what it actually is. The right number could be 0, it could be 100. I don't know what it is, and I'm not really assessing what it is. I'm just saying any assessment that ignores cost needs to be taken with a grain of salt.
Okay, so you don't feel as if we need to add more staff?
That's not what I said.
Then he keeps saying that we need to add 4 FTE.
And I'm saying that's not based on reality.
Whose reality? You're upset, it seems, because there's no cost associated to it.
I'm not upset. I am raising the point that if you are utilizing a consultant's recommendation that is not based on reality, I think that can be safely disregarded.
But why wouldn't you probe deeper and use that as a starting point to launch off from, as opposed to dismissing it altogether, which it seems like that's what you're doing?
We do need to have a starting point, but one that's based in reality.
How do we get to our reality if we're not going to discuss what they brought to us and we've already paid them for?
I am discussing what they brought to us.
I know, but you also are dismissing, on the other hand, the number that they've given us. We have to start somewhere. So
why not start at 100?
Because we know we don't need 100 employees here. We're not that big of an organization.
That's true, but this idea, I think trying to find what the precise right answer is not going to happen right now. My point that I'm limiting it to is that a recommendation that doesn't consider cost is not worth anything.
Okay, we're acknowledging right now in this budget discussion that we don't have the ability to hire 4 FTEs, okay, or 4 employees as the recommendation. That's abundantly clear in this conversation. We don't have the budget to do that, okay? It doesn't exist. But we have a reputable firm with a gentleman, I believe he was a former city manager, who looked at our organization, compared to other organizations, said, you know what, you guys kind of really need 4 additional people. He didn't give us a number per se of what that's going to cost. We just said, this is what an organization of your size should have. And I'm just looking at the number, and then looking at that's just something I'm going to leave in our city manager's lap as he starts looking at our structure. And if he believes that we need that to serve as our residents and to be efficient that way, then that's something that needs to be aware of as we look at future budgeting. And that's the thing.
We're not short 4 FTEs. I think that's kind of more the point, right? There's been a recommendation on the table for these 4 positions, but we're not short those 4 FTEs, right? It's a recommendation. So it's not like we have 4 empty positions out there that we need to fill. And I don't think they even provided us a timeline, right, to meet that, implement those 4. So I don't think we should keep saying that we're like missing 4 FTEs this stage, but
I mean, consider the fact that they made a recommendation on 4 FTEs, but they made 0 recommendations on things that we should not be doing. They made 0 recommendations on other operational efficiencies. Like, it's one data point without the context of the larger picture. And so to keep saying that we're short 4 FTEs, I think it is a false narrative, but it may serve your narrative.
Go ahead.
It's not about serving my narrative. It's about.
It seems like it, because you mention it a lot.
Yeah, because I listened to the report we paid for, and I listened, and I've watched our staff over the past 2.5 years of being a city council member, and watched the amount of effort they put into doing their job as well as they can. So I am acknowledging that a professional who does this for a living and who has experience of a city manager is saying, hey, you guys are kind of short some staff to be able to serve a city your size. I tend to take that, especially in light of how I've seen our staff work as hard as they have for the past 2.5 years. And I believe that there are some positions that could be used, and I'm looking forward to our city manager telling what those are and what that might look like in the future.
Do you feel, Mayor, as if we're sufficiently staffed currently, or your concern is that there isn't money to pay for additional staff?
I don't have information enough at this time to draw a conclusion on that, but I do know that a recommendation that calls for additional staff without consideration of cost, that doesn't consider any operational efficiency or doesn't consider any change in the operations of the city, to be not a comprehensive or recommendation in context.
Do you recall exactly what we hired them to perform during their organizational assessment, other than for them to speak to staff, assess what it is that they do during the day, and see where the gaps were? And in doing so, they came back and said, here are the other positions that are missing, and you're missing these layers, right? So there was another maintenance position. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. And so I think in taking the time that they did to speak to staff, I'm not sure if they followed them and how long they sat with them, but I think to dismiss outright the work that they did that we paid them for, it's not like they're recruiters and they're going to get paid off of us filling these roles, right? So there's no incentive for them to do anything more, as they're not recruiters. I'm not done. Hold on one second, please. I'm not finished.
Mean that what the result is good.
I'm not finished. So I'm trying to understand, and I'm stopping you from interrupting me because I want you to give me a comprehensive answer. If we paid them for this report, which is, I think it was Vice Mayor Diaz who actually wanted to have the organizational assessment. I think there were a combination of people who wanted it. Are we saying they didn't do the scope of work we paid them for? Because then that's problematic, and I don't remember that coming out. And if so, then we need to discuss that. But what is it that's missing from that, and why would we not take into account the fact that they sat with staff and interviewed them to assess what it is that they do? And then we also had conversations last week with our city manager and our former interim city manager, where he went through the calendar of what staff is doing on a monthly basis, and it's pages long. I think there were 250 items on there. So we can see that our staff, and that was outside of their day-to-day roles. So clearly, and I'll pull it out just so people in the audience can see how many pages it was. I don't know if you can see the tiny font, but it's really tiny, and it's multiple pages. And this is all staff is doing outside of their regular day-to-day work, which to me seems that there's gaps and possibly the work they're doing. So either we're saying they need to stay here all day and do this stuff and it doesn't matter and we need them to work all day long, or we have to have a real conversation on, like a real one, an in-depth conversation on how we value the staff and the time that they're putting in here, because
How is any of this relevant to the 4 positions?
you brought it up.
No, I
It
brought
all-
up the 4 positions.
You
You're
did.
kind of going off on a
Nope,
tangent.
no, I'm not. It all is tied together, because if we need 4 people, which is what the organizational assessment said, and sitting with them, if they're having to do all of this outside of their regular roles, I think it means we need more bodies here. Or we're saying, staff, figure it out, and you're just going to work with the people that you have. So they said we need 4 people. They're the experts, and it seems as if we're dismissing that, or you're dismissing that, and I'm trying to understand why.
Are you done?
Yep.
Okay. So I think that's novel as a prop, but at the same time, it's a list of items, but none of them have weight.
What does that mean?
Every
do you want?
every item is listed as a line item, but there's no context to like what each item, the magnitude of effort each item takes. So we can say that there's 280 items, but not all 280 items are the same.
Okay.
Some may be trivial, some may be difficult. And there's no context provided for that. And so I'm glad that we did the organizational assessment. I supported it as well. But at the same time, I was very disappointed in the result, because what the result yielded was not something that was actionable. It was not something that, when I had discussion with our city manager at the time, with Raina, I said, what I would expect to see is something that assesses what people are doing, the level of effort it takes to do that work, and compare that to what our actual level of staffing is to support that work. So if that assessment said you are doing X hours or X units or whatever, however you want to measure it, but you have X minus Y units of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of how to frame this, but if you have less than that hours available based on your current staff, that would tell you something.
Okay.
That would actually be data, what you always want. But instead, it did none of that. It's been what I've been asking for 5 years. What is the level of effort it takes to do the baseline level of service? We don't have that. We've never had it, and I've been asking for it for years. But what this assessment simply said was, well, look at these other cities. They have this many people, so you need that many people. But there was no context to the amount of work actually being performed. There was no context for this is what it takes to do that in your environment. So when I look at it, I said, I'm disappointed. I wanted to see a lot more. So when I suggested that we keep Ron on for a little while to perform this work, that's exactly what I suggested. I said, figure out what it takes to do the work. Figure out who's doing it, where is it funded, and how much do we actually have? So we have a start, but it's the same thing I said in my conversation, it doesn't have the context needed to take action. And so you cannot say, well, I would not feel comfortable, you may, to say we need this many additional resources because there's zero data to support it. So that's why I discounted, because it was disappointing. It did not have the information needed to make any decisions. It gave you enough to hold it up and say, someone said this, so we need it. But that's lazy. That's just not enough.
I wouldn't disagree, and I'm going to bring us right back to the conversation we had earlier that he actually brought up on March 7th about the fees. The fees.
Okay, so now you're going off on a different one?
I totally am, because it's going to come full circle too.
Sure.
Just as disappointed as you might have been, or you said you are, with what you saw in that organizational fee assessment or organizational work assessment is the same thing that's happening in the master fee schedule. There's no data there. There's nothing to compare it to. It's the exact same scenario.
There is a lot more data there.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
There's numbers that are there, but there's no data behind it.
What data do you need to say that 0 is not the right number? Do you think 0 is the right number?
For which part?
For fees. Do you think that, so you're talking about March 7th, where the master fee schedule, right? Or sorry, the master use agreement.
Sure.
Okay. That agreement said the fee should be 0.
Okay.
Do you think it should be 0?
I'm not going to, I can see them all over there whispering.
Either zero or non-zero. That's,
It could
I
be
mean, there's
zero.
only one
It
or
could be
two
zero.
answers.
It could be.
So you think zero is a possible acceptable answer?
Sure.
Well, then we disagree.
Well, of course we do.
And so there is no more data necessary to justify non-zero.
Let's go to 3 hours ago when we were talking about the master fee schedule even. Forget about
Okay.
March 7th. Master
Sure.
fee schedule 3 hours ago, or whatever time it was. There's no data behind those numbers. You just put numbers on there, or had whoever, Natish, somebody did, and you guys were comfortable with moving forward with those. I'm just making the comparison to, that's lazy, they're not giving us enough data, to, it's the same scenario with data. You just looked across me at my comrade here and said the same thing, and I'm just showing you the parallels. That's all. I just need you to just think about
No,
that as
those
we're
are-
having these conversations.
Those are a completely different kind.
They might be to you, but to everyone who's saying that we need more data and we need more backup, that's exactly what they mean. And you're saying, again, this is somebody who does this for a living. They gave us a document, that they produced a document, and they had numbers for us to look at with no backup. We can't see what's behind the numbers. We don't know what staff levels are being paid. We know nothing. It's just a fee schedule. And I'm saying we needed more data, just like you're saying you needed more data from
So I think this
the
one
organizational
suffers.
assessment.
This one suffers a little bit because you weren't present during the budget audit committee meetings,
Okay.
and Mr. Sharma was not present.
Okay.
But if he were here, he would elucidate that during the work that ran up to it, especially on the user-generated fees, those were done via interviews with staff, via like assessing. I'm trying to remember the document. Assessing the overhead rate, and there was quite a bit of analysis done. And if you were here, I believe he would have presented it. So
Why don't we have it? Why is that not back up to what's in our packets? Why wasn't it in the budget one that we could see? I don't see them.
Well, I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, that's my point, is we don't have the numbers. None of
Well,
us
we
have seen
have
the
the
numbers.
numbers.
No, I don't have the numbers. I've never seen the numbers. I can't make a decision based on not seeing numbers. I'm just agreeing with you with the point you just made a minute ago.
But we're not asked to make a decision,
Okay.
right?
We
So
will be.
We will be, and that's
And I
why
still
we-
don't have the numbers.
And that's why we're not making any decision on it.
But we could have been today, is my
No,
point.
we could never have today because it wasn't a public hearing.
Okay.
We would never have been able to do that.
Okay.
I was just acknowledging that there is a number of $481,000 in the budget document right now that is not there any longer. I'm just making that acknowledgement. It's there. We may disagree on whether that's a real number or not, but it's there in our document, and I'm just acknowledging its presence. And I'm also putting trust in our new city manager to decide what those positions might be to be filled as he finds needs within our staff. It's not an agenda, it's just fact. It's there, and I'm putting it in his lap to figure out what we need to when. And when he does decide to make that decision, it's going to impact our budget and our need for revenue accordingly.
Okay. Would you like to continue?
Are we done with the general fund questions and discussion? Yes. Okay, just clarifying. Give me a second to get back on track here. Nope, don't do that. Okay, so as we go through the other funds, the non-general funds, I'm going to focus on a few key other non-general funds, and then really focus on, as my computer doesn't want to play nice with me, because it's probably tired too. I'm going to focus on a few of the key non-general funds, and then some funds that have issues that we need to, I think, just be made aware of relative to underfunds. Some of which we've already talked to today with your public works engineers discussion on districts, but we'll go into a little bit of detail on it. The first, and Councilmember Trupiano identified this already, our pandemic relief fund, council has separated that out relative to its general fund reserve, which is fine. But again, it is a discretionary fund that you have full authority to use. Your current fund balance is about 1.57 million because you have some approved projects that just haven't gone to fruition yet. And assuming they do, then you get closer to that 1.3, 1.4 level. But again, that adds to your larger general fund number to get us near that 6.2, 6.3 total reserve level. Again, as I talk about in the slide, there's opportunities there for us to have future conversations about what we strategically do. I think to utilize that funding advantageously for a variety of one-time or semi-one-time funding or stopgap funding as council needs strategically to move the organization forward, the community forward. And so future conversations there, but again, for the community, we are at least well reserved as we move into these discussions. Next slide, please. As you've heard, I think before, many of your districts are essentially significantly structurally imbalanced, where the rain clouds are about to pour on our head. And so I think it's important as we look at those to know that as part of any discussion we have, whether that be related to one specific assessment district as time moves forward or the general fund as a whole, we will have to talk about any of the assessments in the work we will need to not do because we either don't have enough money or increases to these assessments to votes to our community and or related to general fund revenue if we get there. We have to stage all of that. And what I mean by that is it has to be a roadmap. So just like I talked about technology being a change that you can't thrust upon the community all at once, we surely don't want to come out with about 7 different votes in one cycle, right? That just doesn't make sense. And so we want to look at and being as efficiently as possible on the process we use and the timing we use and the need to strategize out the years that we would potentially go to increase revenue in these districts and or the general fund if needed. And we would do that by ensuring that we're maximizing our operational efficiency to ensure that any conversation around assessment increases or a tax increase always is at the lowest level possible because we are being as efficient as possible. And so it takes a little time to do that. General fund, slightly more ability to stopgap, as I talked about. The districts, not so much in some cases. And so we are going to reach a point of crossroads sooner there. And so as, again, the months and maybe years in some cases move forward, we're going to have discussions with council and the community about either really paring back service delivery in those districts and what that means, not just for the districts, but what it means for the general fund that we charge into the districts for the work we do and how that impacts us. Or do they want to look at, again, assessing larger assessments to be able to move forward in a more meaningful way? Next slide, please. As your public works engineer talked about earlier in a separate meeting, your gas tax fund currently has sufficient fund balance, but as we continue to use it to augment other districts, that continues to dwindle. As I talked about roads funding in the past, as you kind of continue to not maybe put forward the roads funding that you need to, it's important that we know that can have a downstream effect that probably isn't today, tomorrow, but as the years move on, that can be a significant issue. Next slide, please. The lighting and maintenance district. So probably the one of the bigger hot button issues, only because it comes due in 2027, I believe. Landscape. Sorry, I don't know why we keep calling it lighting. We've done this twice now. I apologize. It'd probably be easier if it was a lighting and maintenance district, frankly. So landscape and maintenance district. So there has historically been deficit spending over the last 5 years. I wasn't obviously here for the context of the deficit spending. It's very clear at looking at the work plans and what has happened that, I think largely we were trying to reach the level we needed operationally, and we just truly didn't pay attention to the fact that revenue wasn't sufficient enough to sustain that long term. We're going to reach a point after this year where we effectively have no fund balance remaining in the district, assuming the projects get done in a reasonable clip, to be able to continue to deficit spend in the future. So at some point in this 12-month cycle before we get to the next budget, we are going to have a discussion with the council and the community about, either looking at how we deal with that or strategies around that in the general fund collectively to improve our efficiency with the landscape and maintenance side of the city, or significantly pare back the work that we do and what that means to the community. And so this is probably the one that has the largest visible impact right now, I would say, out of the districts. And so it's also the one that I think is going to reach us the soonest in the sense of conversation on the service delivery model, separate and distinct from the general fund. Next slide, please. Street lighting, again, I think similar issue. It's going to be near zero after the end of 23-24, supplanted by gas tax this year. Same issue as the other districts where you have a problem we have to assess. Now, our discussions with PG&E continue to grow on our rebates. Our climate tech work will benefit this, as your public works engineer said. So I think there are abilities to help this along the way, but I think over time we still are going to reach an issue where we're going to have discussion about service / assessment increases. Now, if I had to prioritize the landscape maintenance versus this as far as risks to the community, I'd say there's a larger public safety risk, especially after talking and hearing your fire chief this evening, to the landscape maintenance district and not doing certain work there over time than a street light assessment district. But those are conversations we have to have, again, with council and community, just to make sure that we are informed in the prioritization and decisions that we make. Next slide, please. Going to hear a theme here. Stormwater fund is exactly the same issue. It's again estimated to be near zero at the end of 23-24. Again, it's only balanced because of gas tax. Again, I think stormwater, we've got to be a little careful. There's a lot more regulatory pieces attached to that, so we don't want to, I think, neglect that area. And I think again, when we look at prioritization, it leans much more towards the impacts like the landscape maintenance district would have versus a streetlight assessment. Again, I don't want to have those conversations tonight per se, but that's the prioritization and deep dive we're going to have to do with your public works engineer and other staff, finance director, and I, with council and community about what all this means to the whole. We can't look at any of these myopically without looking at everything. And what I mean by that is the general fund and the broad service delivery, the fees, the assessment districts, they all have to be talked about at some point in the holistic review. We cannot look at these and try to address them. We can, after the holistic review, talk about prioritization, but we can't have conversations isolated from each other because they are too connected and tied into the service delivery of this community to be able to try to have them in an isolated fashion. And so I tell you that because it's going to potentially bring up conversations in certain areas maybe sooner than we would otherwise think because we have to look at everything holistically. And so much more to come in the months and so to come, but that is really, I think, the foreshadowing you're seeing of what these other funds are going to trigger. Next slide, please. So your capital improvement fund, we are not asking you to approve your capital improvement budget tonight not asking you to approve the current budget. We're not seeking direction from it tonight because your public works engineer and I discussed the ability that we really want to see this separate and distinct from the general fund. It has a very specific purpose. And so he will be bringing that to the Planning Commission on the 13th, and then on the 20th, your council will get a separate presentation besides your budget adoption conversation to adopt the capital improvement plan. And I think there, again, are opportunities that your public works engineer can go into about the plan. You have, I wouldn't call it significant funding, but you have sufficient funding to be able to develop a plan to move forward on certain projects, which is great. I think one of them related to landscape maintenance is the Cardenay Trail. And, we have a FEMA process going down that road, but you also have significant reserves separate from the capital improvement fund that you could earmark if chosen to in some conversations in the future to do that project irregardless of FEMA funding. And FEMA funding could be the kind of wild card that we take to do it. And so that's the dialogue I want to have relative, again, to prioritization that I think is important to your council and the community to hear. And then other funds, and this is the time I talk about that I need to look into a lot deeper things. We have a capital replacement fund and an Endeavor Hall fund that are both pretty significantly reserved. And Endeavor Hall has almost $800,000 in it right now in a reserve. And my question is, what for? And so there may be a what for. I don't want to presume there's not. But when I look at that, when I look at a capital replacement fund, separate from your capital improvement fund that has almost $600,000 in it, again, this is where turnover and things like that and staff become a problem because I don't understand the program around that. That's a great balance to have, but if it goes to nothing, we're just saving money to look at it on a balance sheet. And effectively, that does no good to the community. And so I want to have, as part of the reserve conversation, bring in these discussions as well, because the question is, what are we saving it for in these funds? And if we don't have anything, do we have a way, in talking to your public works engineer, to program that for the buildings and facilities like Endeavor that need some future work? And if it needs work, why aren't we doing things to modernize the building right now with $800,000 in reserve? Why aren't council having those discussions? The same with your capital replacement. Capital replacement to what? What do we capital? Is it for equipment? Is it for, again, I think this goes back to not having the policy and process I talk about, and consistency and leadership in my chair and other management level chairs over the last 3, 4, 5 years that haven't allowed these discussions to happen. So good news, we're going to have the discussions. I wish we would have had a little bit more of a fruitful plan for everybody today, but the good news is we were going to have them. And there could be opportunity abound in dealing with some of this stuff to help us, again, move things forward for the community in ways we didn't even know we could. And so that's the time I'm taking, that I just need to be able to have the team around us to be able to look, review, assess, strategize with my team to bring back to all of you in the community to say, here's the plan we think we should do after we've done all that. And so that's really the end of kind of the other fund conversation. I'm happy to go into more specific detail needed on other funds, but broadly, to repeat and summarize, the districts are having problems, broadly speaking, not all, but most. And, I think service delivery versus increased assessment is going to be a real conversation that hits us sooner than later. And when I sooner, I mean probably with sooner than 18 months, not any pace, maybe the next few, but definitely within the next 18 months, we're going to have to at least start having that conversation.
Brett, one of the other things we did not talk about, you and I did, but the effects, positive and not really negative, that's not the right word, but climate tech, right? So that if all that, I know we can't budget for that right now, but there could be some, obviously we'd have a repayment of a loan if we get approved for the loan, but then we'd have some real pluses, probably looking at the next fiscal year. Correct, and we should know in July or August if we're approved for that loan, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great point, council member. Yeah, so July or August right now is the California Energy Commission will assess whether or not we're going to move forward with that agenda item related to the climate tech loan. We feel like with talking with climate tech, we're very primed to get that loan. It definitely will have a positive impact on savings related to our energy efficiency, water usage, so on and so forth, even relative to, at least in the assessment I've reviewed with climate tech and discussions, the debt service that we'd have to pay. That said, they do believe it's a 12 to 18 month full construction time. And so, yeah, I think next fiscal year becomes a reality. Maybe even then it becomes, we know the answer, but it's not enough time to actually have a benefit. And the benefit is maybe 25, 26, which is fine. Again, these are great long-term decisions that we need to make as far as these efficiency conversations. And so it's on our mind. We know it's there. We need to continue to just step this path down the road to get the loan and then start the construction work. But that's a good point to bring up for the community, council member, that's sitting in the wings as a very good positive for us as a community. Hopefully in the next few months, getting first good news, and then once construction happens, 12 to 18 months after that, really seeing it in action.
Well, the folks from PG&E in our last meeting said that they were so astounded by the breadth of the climate tech proposal that they thought it qualified for a potential case study. So let's hope that we get the loan and we're able to move forward with that. So
Totally agree.
yeah.
Can we talk about the landscape maintenance district for a second?
Of course.
So I'm trying to pull up on this, on the deck, it says, let me read here. Oh, I'm in the wrong direction. It says historical deficit spending over the past few years is the first bullet, right?
Correct.
So when I was trying to find this, because that seems a little different than I had remembered.
Yeah, so when I look at,
well, can
oh,
I?
go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done. I apologize, yeah.
I do know that in some years, we budgeted to spend more than we were taking in because we had accumulated funds for certain projects. And the one that comes to mind immediately was the planter boxes downtown. I think originally it was budgeted to be like 50,000, but the scope expanded over the years and it came out to like a few 100,000. I don't know, something like that. But when I look at the history, it looks like in 2018, they carried a surplus of 107,000. In 19, it was 23,000. In 20, it was a 163 deficit. In 21, it was a 22,000 surplus. 22 was the big year where we finished the planter boxes, so it was a $420,000. Sorry, never mind. That was the prior year, my bad. But the $420,000 deficit in 22 was inclusive of at least 4 special projects that were also accumulated for. And so while we did spend something like near 1.6 million with a budget of, with revenue of 1.18, that $420,000 deficit was inclusive of those special projects. So it seems a little, I don't know, it feels like it's misleading to say that this has been deficit spending for the last, what did it say again? Several years or few years? Past few years. So few means 3 to me at least.
Well, yeah, so I guess deficit, I know, has a negative context, right, in many cases. I'm not implying that deficit spending is a negative context. What I'm implying with deficit spending in what I'm looking at is 24, we're about to do it. We did it in 23, we did it in 22, and we did it in a few years that you mentioned going back further. The issue is that absolutely should accumulate for projects. That's why deficit spending is okay. Again, it's an informed strategic decision because you've accumulated funds to be able to do larger things beyond your annual budget. Not a problem. Deficit is not a bad word to me. The concern I have with the deficit spending with the landscape maintenance district is that we accumulated money, my observation looking in, we accumulated money, we did this project work, but we weren't being mindful of the fact that the current pace of 1.2 million, we'll call it in revenue, essentially is not going to be sustainable for normal operation and maintenance / new capital work that would need to happen down the line. And that's where the deficit spending to accumulate and continue to do it, we reached an impasse now where we have 0. And so when I talk about it in a negative tone, it's not that you shouldn't have done it in the past in certain instances, but it's that we have come to this fork in the road where we don't have a lot of time. We have this year's budget coming up, and then next year we only can spend $1.2 million. And I don't know yet what that means from a service delivery standpoint, but looking at the fact that we're spending $388,000 in deficit spending this year to do it means to me, operationally, we probably have a lot more that needs to be done than we can afford in $1.2 million. And we have a short crossroad to do it, right? So we either in next budget cycle, 24-25, have to go down to that number, 1, add general fund resources to take care of it out of reserves, 2, which is your policy decision to make, which isn't unreasonable. Or 3, we've got to talk about an assessment separate and distinct from the voting time frame. We might otherwise want to do it with other things. And so that's the context I think I want to put it in, Mayor. I don't mean to, say that anyone did anything that was just terrible. It's just more, again, I think with turnover over a lot of the time frame you just mentioned, you didn't have anyone strategically and staff consistently in positions to say, let's think about this, let's think about this, let's think about this. It just kind of happened transactionally then. And that's where I think I talk about consistency with butts in the seats and the right people in the right positions. Going forward, that's where these things are going to be daylighted. And it is not to speak ill of any former councils or former city managers or finance directors. We should have consistency. And so we're going to get that now. And that means this stuff's going to come to light and we're going to have hard conversations. So please don't take my deficit conversation or the way it's framed as anything negative. It's just more, it's a reality that wasn't able to be, someone wasn't sitting in the pilot seat, my chair or otherwise, saying, well, time out. I get we're doing this for projects, but hold on, we have an underlying structural issue that we need to talk about now. So 3 years from now, I'm not at a crossroads and have to make bigger decisions. I have time to do it. And so that's kind of what I wanted to get across.
Were you finished, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to ask another question about the landscape maintenance district. I do have concerns in sitting in some of these meetings that I sat in the fall and then in the winter and then in the spring. Because I think I mentioned this to the city manager earlier today, these numbers have changed now 4 times. So we're ending fiscal year 23, so 22, 23. In November of 22, we saw what the final number was for fiscal year in 21, starting in 22, right? So, okay. That number changed in January, and it changed in May. So I'm concerned that the numbers, and I don't know why. I don't know if fiscal year 22 ended in June 30th of last year. I don't understand why we would have received different numbers in November, different numbers again, meaning expenses now, in January, and again in May. And so I just want, go ahead.
No.
I was just going to say, I would like to understand what has changed, and I'm finding it hard to believe that we got billed for things almost a year later.
So I'll give you some context based off of historical cadence of closing books in a governmental function. Not to say I truly understand exactly why that would be the case either, but I'll give you some context just in standard function. Many times as you go to close the books in a governmental agency, you'll have a 60 or 90-day revenue and expense recognition period. That usually will take you somewhere into September before all your revenue and expenses are kind of dealt with. Typically then, if you have transfers in and out of other funds as your auditor comes on board, throughout that time, you may make those kind of journal and book entries that move money around in funds that can slightly change things into the fall. Now, my experience, generally speaking, is once you get to a point where your auditor is close to done in November, December, that is really the final fund balance numbers that you report in your ACFR, and there you are. I don't know why they would change again in May. I will only continue to articulate, and you'll hear a broken record, when you have turnover in significant positions over and over again, and you don't have process and function as a matter of institutional structure, things go awry. Now, your auditor should be able to identify, as you close the books, what they are year over year, and I have had issues, and I don't know this auditor for anybody, so I'm not going to even preclude, but I've had to make auditor changes to identify issues in the past at other agencies, and that's not an uncommon trait to happen anyways. And so I tell you that because there may be a lot of different variables we have to look at. I will tell you, in general, even if we're off a little bit on the fringes, I still think there's a structural conversation with LMD that has to be had. Sure. But part of my role with the new staff is going to be to create structure and function around these realities so we don't end that, inclusive of, do we have the right auditor for this type of city? Do we have the right consultants that help us close the books that are, all of those things need to take into consideration to get to confidence in the conversation that we should be having. And frankly, staff not to feel like they need to give numbers before we're done. Which can happen sometimes, because what happens is a little bit of what my experience of what you're feeling is, if you rush to try to get a preliminary number, there can be significant swings in funds because of transfers and things like that. And so we'll create a structure around that. It won't be the future. I can't speak as much to the past. I can look a little bit into it and ask our auditors about it when they get here for that time of the year. But I would hope that those auditors would be able to validate our fund balance as I'm used to seeing traditionally, to be able to tell us, no, you were generally, here was the number and you're right. And, but I won't know until I get to have that conversation with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, continuing with the LMD, I think this probably got lost in some of the transition, but, you know, I think one of the things that both Councilmember Trupiano and I gave guidance on was that this fund specifically, and I think, you know, we have less flexibility like in stormwater and street lighting because it's just so much smaller. But in this fund specifically, you know, we need to have the budget reflect the revenue so that the level of service is commensurate with what is being, what the resources are. And really identify what that means in terms of service level. It's odd to me that the FY24 budget reflects a similar baselining to FY22 actual, given that that was the year that we did a lot of project work.
And I'm happy to, if that is the majority of the council's desire, I'm happy to, you know, within the time frame of coming back in 620, looking to, you know, reduce the expenditure demand down, you know, to that level. I will be, I mean, a little bit hard for me to initially articulate the impact of that from a service delivery standpoint in the short amount of time, but we can absolutely do it knowing that, I mean, a strategy could be that we reduce it down. You know, I talk with the team and we reduce it down to $388,000, that the deficit sits there to balance relative to revenues, knowing you'll have whatever we end this fiscal year with as fund balance to then come back to council and talk about if you want to add back things back in at a later date down the line. That's okay. I'm happy to take a more conservative approach in that way if it feels like that's at least a prudent beginning to a conversation for council on what that $1.2 million service delivery might look like.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I approach this from two ways. That's one. And then the other is, it's hard to see how it was built up because it is so much in line with FY22. And and obviously a lot of these are estimates. So my question on that is, you know, does this represent a level of spend that isn't reflective of the regular run rate, but also incorporates project work as well? So maybe it's not as real of a number, and it could be meeting in the middle a little bit, but it's hard to say because, like I said, I think this was one of the items that I think both Councilmember Trupiano and I were looking to have that more detailed discussion around at our budget and audit committee meeting that got canceled. So that's unfortunate, but that would be something that I think would warrant a little bit more.
I mean, I think we have to look into this district irregardless, right, of whether we spend 1.2 this year or 1.6. It's going to take a discussion around that, Mayor. You're correct on what does the service level mean. The question I think that's for you guys is, would you prefer me do that at a $1.2 million base today and then add back in months from now, which is okay. I mean, again, that doesn't, I don't think, impugn immediate service delivery July, August, September, right? Or would you rather leave it status quo and me work would you rather me go ground up or backwards, I guess? Either way, I think gets us to the result you're trying to achieve, but it's just a matter of, do you want those appropriations to be sitting out there to be spent, or would you rather it be more restricted and me have to come back to you if we were going to spend the $388,000 potentially in reserves if we end this fiscal year with that carryover?
I typically prefer ground up.
I have no preference. It's really council's pleasure, truthfully. I'm okay with that.
And I say that with the context that historically, you know, we haven't had significant deficits there other than those that we had planned for.
Yeah,
So that's the context, and it's hard to tell whether or not.
I don't disagree with you, yeah. I think we've got to dig it deep. If I could get a head nod or a majority one way or the other, it would help me know what to do with that coming back to 20th. Again, I don't think I'll have all the answers the 20th, but we'll get the budget down to balance, and then we'll know that's an action item we need to do in July. And I really dig right after that to know what that means for you all.
And I'm happy to forward you the documentation that I had from each of those other meetings if it helps dig a little bit more.
I think any info is helpful. I need to sit down with the public works engineer and the maintenance team about like what is the context for the numbers are great, but what is the context for the numbers, and let me understand very granularly what this means.
Well, even the FY22 annual report, because I think we switched how we do some of the presentation, it's harder to look at year to year because there isn't a direct thing.
Sure.
It would be good to have that consistency to show the trend.
Absolutely. And context around, well, we talk about this on the general fund, Mayor, like what's one time versus operating spend, right?
Because I think there's one time in there.
I'm sure there is. And that's why clarity of process is important for this stuff, because when I talked about not conflating the general fund budget because of that, it speaks to every budget. It doesn't just
So what happens if you, let's say Happy Path, you bring down LMD to right on the button?
Revenue,
What does that do to the general fund? Because doesn't this essentially assume
transfer
from the general fund?
Yeah, that's what I need to see, how much of the transfer in the week goes away relative to the staff that works on things. That's what I need to assess more. Like there's downstream potential impacts. I don't know the severity of that sitting here today.
They're talking impact on service. I'm talking impact on.
I'm talking revenue impact on them. Like if I say we can't afford as much of general fund staff work to do the work and we're just not doing it, it means we're getting less revenue into the general fund from LMD.
You think the deficit shifts over?
It becomes our problem, yeah. I mean, it's always our problem, but you know what I mean, the general fund specific problem, yes. That's what I want to be able to assess to give you a clear understanding of like, maybe it's not, maybe the issue is more project-based and the general fund side doesn't get impacted at all.
It just goes away.
Correct, yeah, exactly. So I don't want to presume one way or the other. If I ground up it, I can figure that out. And if that's the majority of council's pleasure, again, I can get us there from a number standpoint by 20th, and then we'll take, a few weeks maybe after that to really understand the full meaning of it. But either way, you have the reserve to backstop if we come back and say, okay, well, this is really paramount. We got to add back A and B and C. It doesn't kill us to do that in July or August if we really needed to, after we balance it. So it's taking a ground up approach instead of the current situation, which is deficit spend and work backwards.
Okay.
So does it look like I have three head nods? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Let's do public comment.
Mayor Juan, I received one speaker card from Ed. You're welcome to take the microphone.
Thank you very much, council members and city staff. My name is Ed Miller. I live in Dana Ridge. I've been here for about 20 years. And I got to say, I'm really impressed, Mr. Prebula. I've been listening to you be an HR compensation specialist for a little while, and then you were maybe the best finance manager that we've had in the city for the last 5 years. So you seem to switch. I'm waiting for you to give some legal opinions. No, just kidding. Just kidding. But anyway, I'm very glad to have you on board. And one thing about the lighting district, not the lighting and maintenance, but the street light district, if you look back, like I did back in November, if you look back to 2012, which was the oldest budget that I could find in the city, that particular district has been running in the red since 2000. I mean, so even probably before 2012, it has not been self-sufficient. Anyway, I will only take a second. I'm afraid I have to throw a little shade just because when misinformation or stuff comes out, I feel a compulsion to get up out of my bed and come say something briefly. There was some debate here about this 4 FTE thing or whatever and whatnot, and back and forth. The only thing I wanted to say was I take issue with the comment that there was no actionable information or data given. And the reason I take issue with that is specifically, not only was this a group that we hired because they are experts in that, to come and advise us on what is a reasonable structure for our city size and whatnot, but there was some back and forth questions from council to these guys when they turned in the reports, and they mentioned some of the conversations that they had, not just with like the landscape staff, but also with the people in the finance department and stuff. And they said, oh yeah, well, this finance technician is taking on this, but really doesn't have enough time for that, and the finance director doesn't have time to put together budgets and stuff like that, and so you probably need an additional accounting technician down there or something like that. And so you got that advice. But I also want to call out, like, if we rewind back to, I think almost a year ago, your finance director was telling you the exact same thing. And I believe that the answer that was given by you was, well, we're just in a small city, and that's kind of, I expect you to just buckle up and do accounting technician work. And we lost that finance director, by the way, also not too long after that. So I just want to correct the record that we definitely have had information about, and not just coming from those consultants, but from within the city organization itself, that there might be some deficits of FTEs, whether we have the money for them or not. All right, well, I've said my piece. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Additional public comment?
Mayor Juan, I do not have any hands raised on this item.
All right, I will close public comment. Trying to gather my thoughts here. Yeah, our old finance director did mention comments to that effect, but that finance director also was unable to do a bank rec. So that kind of gives you a flavor of what we were expecting. So I would
suggest
say
we not disparage current or former staff.
No, that's just a fact. I asked. And so back to discussion then. What direction are you looking for from us then now?
Well, I think right now, if you don't have any specific direction on the general fund, then I will look to come back on the 20th with the current kind of layout that it is, X any additional information we have related to your negotiations with your employee groups that would add to it, and then I'll provide a recommendation of how to fund that. I would like to get head nods on the LMD, and if you want me to come back and work bottom up, meaning I will get to the 1.2 for the 20th adoption, and then I will do additional work with staff on any further implications of what that means, knowing you'll have closing 22, 23 with some level of reserves right now that we assume that can be used if we need to add back to it at a later date, but bottom up instead of top down. So I need a head nod for that would be probably the clearest need for direction relative to everything else.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's helpful.
So let's see if there's any guidance on the general fund. We can go in order. See if I made any.
And again, knowing in the general fund, I will be working with the finance director to continue to monitor that as the fiscal year goes around. And, we'll continue to make improvements to that as we kind of, I think, understand our budget better, manage it better, monitor it better. I think it's a fluid document, so just don't feel like this is the last conversation in general that we're going to have about all of this moving forward.
Well, so let's talk order of operations then. We have one more meeting scheduled before the 30th. Are we targeting to adopt a budget at that meeting?
The 20th is going to be the adoption of the budget, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you going to include the $36,000 estimate here based on the discussion we had earlier?
Well, that's a good question. I still think it's a prudent estimate to put in. I think if council feels like I'm being premature, I'm happy to reduce that down further. I'm happy to take it out completely and just leave it as status quo. What I would recommend, if that's the case, again, I think we're just going to say we're going to use reserves pending actions by council that will ultimately probably bring in revenue anyways, that we won't end up touching that additional level of reserves as time moves on. So it's more of a semantics balancing if you want it in or not, but I'm happy to go with whatever direction council wants to provide on that $36,000 fee increase.
I would leave it in.
I would leave it in.
I concur.
Okay. Well, there's 3. I can still count to 3 at 1:30 in the morning, so I'm proud of myself. Okay, so just to repeat, we're going to leave in the current fee estimate. We're going to work bottom up on LMD to get that to 1.2. We're going to come back.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
There's other things before you summarize.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought we were done. Or maybe I was hoping we were done.
Are we going to address the 408 in any way at this point?
Yeah.
Are you referring to the initial position
Surplus.
cost?
No,
Yes.
The current year surplus?
Oh, the current year surplus. Oh. I think what I would rather do is, I think a couple things. I think council can give direction. I'm pausing for thought really quick. I think
Okay,
I would
you think about that for a second.
Yeah, you caught me in the middle of a thought.
The $40,000 request.
Yeah.
That strikes me as one time. That we should attribute that to one-time cost.
Yeah, it may very well be. I think once I get into whatever project we actually want to do, as I said, we'll know what's implementation versus annual service costs related to that, and we can parse those out. I think I know where you're going with this, Mayor, but
For the purposes of the operational budget that we're going to present and approve on the 20th?
Yeah, I still would say, here's the difficulty. If you start, what I want to avoid in fund accounting here that I've seen as be a problem in the past, if you start piecemealing this part of the project is here in this one-time fund and this part of the project is over here, you can have a difficulty trying to even understand the cost of doing certain things, even in one-time nature. I would rather just be able to identify it almost like you would see in an X items gap earnings type of conversation than actually split it out into a different fund to have it charged to. I think until we get our heads wrapped around what we want to do with the reserves, how we want to structure them in the future, I think there's maybe opportunity to look at it that way. But, I think for this purpose, I think it's still okay being in the operating budget, but we'll make sure we can identify the project costs related to the technology increases that were one time, so we're not creating new budgets with it, would be my recommendation to move forward right now, instead of trying to parse it out and charge a one-time cost in a different fund, like one of the ARPA fund specifically, I just don't quite know what we're going to be doing with it yet. But
then it does seem then it is taking the character of this is essentially padding, right? I mean, we're padding it, but we don't know what it is for the 40, but we know that we want to do something, but we don't know we don't have enough information.
I just don't know if it's one time, it's going to be all implementation, or if, many times, as you know, when we do technology projects, you're paying for implementation in the first year service fee, and so part of that is operational, but part of that's not. I think as I get deeper in, I'll be able to identify the difference, and I think I can identify it so in future years we're not padding, instead of trying to put it all specifically in a different fund. I mean, if council's desire is to really separate it out, I think that's fine. I think I need to sit down with the new finance director when they get here and really look at our fund structure then and figure out a better way to do it, because I think right now it's a little bit of a hodgepodge, to be quite honest, on how we would do this consistently moving forward for this type of one-time expenses.
Yeah, I think without that clarity, then I would treat this similar to how we did some of the other staff requests for projects, in that we said, when you come with a fully baked idea, we will approve it. But until then, I would not include it in the operational budget because we don't know what it is yet. I don't think there's enough there, knowing that you will get it at the time that you need it.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So we could strike that
Yeah,
and
yeah,
know that we'll
that's
come
fine.
back.
Yeah, that's no problem at all.
Okay, I think that was the last of the things that I had.
Okay.
I just had the point of clarification that you and I spoke about earlier yesterday, about the 309,000, almost 310,000 for the police department salaries and benefits. It's on page 152 of 375, or 6 of 14 in the staff report. And it mentions that part of the increase is related to a sergeant position added to the current staffing. And after going back and forth with Natish, the city manager did, it was actually, well, I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah,
because it was not a sergeant position.
I think it was
That
it was an abbreviated explanation in the staff report. It was really, I mean, the sergeant position was like $8,000 of an increase, I would say. It really was about PERS increases. There was a level of overtime costs that we needed. There was a level of benefit cost increases, normal step increases for police officers, the combination of kind of all of that. The chief's salary, it looks like in the previous fiscal year, was budgeted not fully for the full year, fully salary and benefited. I'm not here, so I don't know why that was, but it looks like that is really where the end of the delta, the last $100,000 of that delta came, besides the other pieces I've mentioned, to get to the 309. So that's a more full explanation of why the police department budget went up from salary and benefits 309-ish, almost $310,000. Appreciate that question for clarification.
Any other discussion items? Okay.
Can I summarize real quick? Because it
Yes,
is
please.
late and I think I missed one. So
Yes, please.
Okay. LMD bottom up 1.2 million, $40,000 technology. We'll cut back as we get projects to just, and that's great too, because it's actually we can do a good community conversation about the benefits of it too. So I appreciate that, Mayor. I think that's good. I know I'm missing one and I can't remember what it was. I feel like I am.
You're going to include the 36 as
Thank
status
you.
quo?
Thank you. That's it. Yeah. So I guess I could have not done anything and been okay, but include 36K of fee increase. Okay. And those are the changes we'll come back with on the 20th, along with, I've asked Natish's firm to develop the actual budget book that we're used to seeing, although pared down, because city of this size having a 300-page budget book about made me fall out of my seat, to be quite honest. I just think it's too much, and we want to tell a story a little bit better. In the future years, I will tell you, I'm going to work with our finance team and our executive team to work on moving to an online budget book, which is what I've done in the past, which I think is much better for the community storytelling. And so I'm just foreshadowing, again, improvements I think that will help us in the future. But he will bring all of that on the 20th. And we will look forward to having the budget adoption and public hearing for that, along with the next stage of conversation for fees.
If you could also add a walk from the approved FY23 to the ending projection, that 535K in the major categories, so that we could see like what we started with and what we're going to end with.
So what was revenue increases, what was expense decreases, and categorically to do it? Yeah. So the why on the estimates for that, yeah. Yep, I'll have them do that. You got it.
Okay. If there's no further items, then I think
No, I want to ask some questions. Is that okay?
on the budget.
On this item right here.
All right.
Thank you. Number one, on your general fund to improve retention and recruitment of certain positions, you're proposing salary adjustments. I support the fact that you will raise the finance director because that seems to be more critical than the others. I do not support equal pay for the community development director and the new finance director's salary range. Number two or three, is the executive assistant to the city manager at the current level or a new proposed level?
The salary of the executive assistant to the HR and the HR manager is at a new level because they'll be taking on the HR manager function along with the kind of increased need for what I need.
Will it
from
be
them.
more than the past assistant to the city manager?
More salary? Yes.
And why are you moving the HR function over there to that position?
So as we talked about on the previous item, it structurally makes more sense organizationally for the HR function to be more tied to a position that's directly related to the city manager. I also wanted to create bandwidth for the city clerk to deal with functions specifically around.
You're not diminishing that role.
I'm not taking away anything from salary related to the city clerk. I just want them to be able to do things they can't even get to because they frankly have two jobs, and one of which I don't think they should ever had.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, then I think that closes item B, 11B. And now we are on council items for requests for future meetings, item 12. I think that, let me make sure we covered all the things here. Yes, item 12. Do we have any requests for future meetings? Seeing none, I will close item 12 and move to item 13. This is council reports. Councilmember Cloven, would you like to kick us off?
I'll just keep it short. It was a pretty phenomenal weekend. Great community spirit, just a lot of love and joy, and just great to see the smiles on these people's faces when we did Clayton Pride Parade on Sunday. It was just a really worthwhile event, and I thoroughly enjoyed being a part of it. Yeah.
Councilmember Tillman?
I will ditto what Councilmember Cloven said, and thank our city manager and his daughter for coming out to join us. It was very nice to meet Emerson. Quite a few meetings since we last met. I'll keep it super brief. Met with constituents to talk about the Trails and Landscape Committee, as well as the master fee schedule. Several meetings, one of which was the CBCA being inducted into the Athletic Hall of Fame at the Clayton Valley Charter High School. Attended the VFW Memorial Day ceremony at the in the Grove. I know that there was a lot of people upset in the community because the location moved, but I will tell you that on the day of, quite a few people did say that they were pleased just to have a change of venue, and that it actually was more conducive to people sitting in their chairs and sitting in the grass. And so yeah, it was kind of 50-50 with the feedback there. Attended the Pride flag raising ceremony on June 1st, as well as the mayor's conference, and also had several meetings with our city manager. I do want to thank, like I did earlier, Clayton PD and the maintenance staff for their additional work that they had to do with some street closures, et cetera, just for some miscommunication for the Clayton Pride Parade, but they went above and beyond with knocking at doors to get that done. The Art and Wine wrap-up we had yesterday evening with Sandy Johnson, who's here on staff. She did an amazing job, as we said earlier, on the Art and Wine, and there are other things, but it's almost 2 o'clock, and that's enough.
Councilmember Trupiano, did you want to?
Yeah, I'll jump in very, very quickly. I attended our meeting with PG&E on May 18. And this is something that we're, as part of the energy, Services and Infrastructure Committee, we're going to try to have these meetings on a more regular basis. The following day, May 19th, I sat in on the garbage and recycling meeting with our consultant, R3, regarding our new pending contract with Republic Services. We had a special budget and audit committee meeting on May 22nd to review the master fee schedule. I attended the elected women's luncheon on May 26th, concerts in the Grove on May 27th, the Veterans Day on May 29th, and the official budget and audit committee meeting on May 30th. And then I wonder why I don't feel well. Anyway, thank you. It was a busy couple of weeks.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Diaz, did you want to share your activities?
Very quickly, I'm going to make this short and sweet. County Connection Board on the 18th, followed by the Clayton Police Department recognition event. Then on the 29th, participated with the VFW 1525 chapter on the Memorial Day ceremony. And last night I attended the Art and Wine wrap-up. I'm going to briefly go through this report, which was prepared strictly to clarify. It was extracted from the public record. Number one, item one. When did the Clayton car shows begin? Included in there are the minutes from June 2nd, 2015, when Mayor Geller and the rest of the city council, including Julie Pierce, went through a very extensive discussion on it. It is in item number page 7 on 8C. You can read it at your leisure. Then under item 2 is a chronicalization of what I reported at the last city council meeting directly from the summer 2017 edition of the Clayton Pioneer. Then under tab 3 are several examples of how money was raised from various companies and donors to pay for the events at the concerts, or excuse me, at the car shows. Finally, or not finally, but tab 4 has 2 minutes from the past 2 years. The minutes of March 16th, 2021 were at the time Mr. Wolf was presiding, and he and the council approved the car shows again as a public, or excuse me, as a city-sponsored event. And finally, under the last tab are 4 checks signed by the mayor at the time for the 4 different events, $250 each. They were all covered by the monies that were raised in previous years. Money was raised, brought in, and put into a special account at the City Hall, and then dispersed as needed. The amounts that were dispersed and the checks that were dispersed were only for the scheduled events. There was always a small reserve left in the fund. Thank you.
Okay. I think I did a lot of the same things that some of the others did. Attended the mayor's conference. There were 2 budget and audit committee meetings, 1 regular, 1 special. The R3 meeting with the solid waste contract negotiation. I did speak with Mr. Steinberg at the VFW regarding the Memorial Day ceremony and let him know that it is the city's interest that they be able to hold their event in any location that they desire. So I left it up to him to make that call going forward. And, I think there was when we talked, there was some confusion about the associated fees, and I offered to cover the fees for him. But he did not take me up on that offer. So going forward, we'll figure out a good way to do that. And then I was invited, as we mentioned earlier, to speak at the Clayton Valley Concord Sunrise Rotary Club chapter of Rotary International. I got the words wrong. And that was great. I think I was only supposed to be there for 20 minutes, but I ended up doing a Q&A for like an hour. So that was fun. I told them that I take all comers and I can be here as long as you can. And that concludes my report. So, item 14, adjournment. at 1:58 a.m. on the 7th.
One last thing, you're buying breakfast, right?
I don't eat breakfast.
You don't eat breakfast, or you can buy it for the rest of us?
I drink coffee.